gura de voi. Stăpâne, stăpâneți, cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai frățesc, că la pus de soare vreau să-mi intre o mare baciuia și cu cel vrâncean. Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că-ai lăsat tu oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, duru-duru-duru-du. M-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, duru-duru-duru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Di văzut nu le-am văzut, di păscuțel le-am păscut. Prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din căpriu.
Ah field, leading the way. 33 is going to get impaled. There's a pulverize again with the black hole on top of basically everybody. That's 3 dead in the blink of an eye.
Oh,
4 dead. Tundra.
Swing coast stomp. Snowball save. But now the Ravage comes in. The BKB is going to be timed nicely by Ame. Sonic Wave rips through Boom, and Ame is going to turn to the Gyrocopter Flat Cannon.
Stop the dog.
KO, he's still dead.
Yeah.
No reel in. Triple kill for Ame. They've got buybacks, but this one looking dangerously over. As Yamich is going to die. Ame's got that ultra kill. Somebody running, give this man a rampage. Do they have enough for a second go? They'll look to set up the call. That's what they've got. BKB popped here by Ame. The hook into the dismember. The control is there, and Ame's dead again. Oh, Boom bought back. Perfect play from MOUZ. They're holding the high ground. Nothing to say. Caught with the call, and the telephone is ringing. It's for the lives of all the heroes on Xtreme. It's going to be a full team wipe at the end of the day. They hit this Hex. They've got the damage. The Pirate Cloak actually doing a lot. They're going to buy back on the Snapfire call. Connecting. Snapfire buying back.
Look at his buff status bar.
Yeah.
It's like 10 buffs.
Indeed. Shiro gets a nice hook onto No One. Wheel of Wonder applied as well. No One. Actually a double hypnotize onto 2, but you can see the farm discrepancy is out of control. 3 dead, make it 4. It's a dieback on the DK. Shiro will be the last to fall.
Start to go off, but now can he unleash? He needs more than this, though. Niku's got the Aegis. Viper Strike is there, and now they've got the break. Marcy trying to stand their ground. All are healed, and the rebound over. The BKB finally popped. They get the kill to Bignum. They'll end up losing Riddies, but this is going to be Yamsun dead. He waited a long time on that BKB. He jumps, changed targets. Speed's going to follow him into the grave. They've got buyback available onto the Marcy. They're going to have to make a move. Nosedive in right on top of Bignum. They've got the control. They get the kill to Fade. They'll take the axe. He's gone for 73. No buyback. Triple kill. Forgot the juice. GG is called. And Na'Vi take game number 1.
They get the grip onto Butterfly effect. He's very dead, not able to come in with any sort of save, and now maybe looks to turn for more. Flyfly's gonna have to link and spot. He get caught by the punch up. But of course, that's the BKB ready to rely on, and he'll be able to stand his ground, take down Small Panda. Now he's going to try and look for more. Zips over towards Clove. Triple kill for Flyfly. Now looking over to JP. They get the ultra kill.
They're going to see him. They'll place the wall down. They haven't got the jump, though. GPK is going to be fine instead. Kiritich!
Oh.
He jumped right into the Ursa. Oh, no. And now GPK. He's all right for now. He'll be forced to fight back, but it's not looking too flash hot for him. They've got to leave the area. This isn't the fight. There's no buybacks here for Kiritich or Miero. The jump in the Wheel of Wonder holds them both down. Be all right. Nisha, though, no fear in the world, just jumps right in by himself, and Skem is just getting to lead it. Yopaj trying for Boxy, but Boxy's fine with the wind run. They'll turn on to Nico now. Nico cannot chain away. In fact, he'll be snowballing right back towards Tofu. And it seems like that'll be all she wrote for Nico. Natsumi still trying. They're buying back on everyone. Yopaj zips back in, will at least find Tofu. Meanwhile, though, the rest of his team is just getting absolutely shredded by Nisha. Nico trying again, but there's just no damage. There's nothing.
No.
Good game. That'll be all she wrote. Game 1, Jonathan. Team Liquid. Already. 8K net with advantage for the side of Liquid as they are going to try and fight back against Nisha, but the Ravage going to put an end to all of it as Nisha just deletes Natsumi. And Skem can do nothing but just die as well as Mike finds a double across the map. Make it a triple by the looks of it. Full team wipe.
Can they do something with this? I mean, that's a huge kill there, taking Samael out for a whole minute. We'll lose Michael as the Rolling Thunder from Noob. Noob now going to turn over towards Parker and Dark Margo, but the BKB is up from Dark Margo. Elmi shows him with the Hex onto tier 2000. Noob is kind of caught here towards the end of the Rolling Thunder. They get him in the stun, but Dark Margo just gets completely blown up here by the burst damage coming in. Parker will pop the BKB, attempt to stand his ground. The shield protects Noob, and Noob, of course, has that Aegis, so he's going to be back for round 2. TA 2000 cleans up, getting the triple kill, maybe even more here as he looks towards Pike. Ultra kill. Quick setup, Dark Margo's ready to go with the Epi. They'll jump straight over towards Samael. Samael needs help. That Nightmare save buys him a bit of time, but doesn't save him enough to keep him alive as he'll fall. Chrono's there, catching Pike and Dark Margo. So again, a similar sort of series of events where they get Samael, they do get Noob, but they won't get the team fight as TH2000's ready to look over towards Parker. He's going to have the Aegis here ready for round 2. Nightmare buying time. Michael, nothing else that he can do to help out. It's too late. The dead shot from Omar as he cleans up, getting the triple.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to another day in the group stage for PGL Wallachia, the last day that there's going to be 2 streams, but we are here looking at some more Dota, and, you know, this is a day of eliminations again, and especially on this stream, it is all elimination. So we start with an elimination series. It's Yakult against GamerLegion. And before we get into the draft, I just want to say, Lizard, there's a chance all of China gets eliminated today. There were 4 teams for China that showed up to this tournament, and 1 was eliminated yesterday, and 3 are in each. 1 is in each of the 3 series today. It could be a sad day for China fans.
How does that make you feel?
Well, if I could lay back in a therapist bed, it makes me really sad.
What was the relationship you had with your mother?
Well, when I was growing up, it was really good. It's really good. We have a good relationship. Me and China Dota have like a love-hate relationship right now. I really love the region, but the region hates that I have faith in them, and they love to prove me wrong. So here we are. It's tough. Dragon Knight's only 50% win rate. Oh my god! Sorry, that completely caught me off surprise, considering the conversations not only that I've been hearing on the A stream, but the conversations we've been having about this hero.
He's strong. This is like a first phase, first pick hero. And you can, if he's having 50% as first phase, first pick, a hero that's banned all the time, I go back to like, you gotta understand how it works. Like, it's not just the stats. Like, just the stats are, sure, not amazing, but keep in mind that this hero gets picked, he gets countered by everything they've got. Like, you have to find solutions to him. He's one of those that I like to call meta-defining heroes at the moment.
Right.
It's like DK, Puck, Storm, Leshrac as well, Prophet, of course, Timbersaw, definitely. Like, there isn't a lot of them. There's like 10 heroes, and some of them go through, like 2 or 3 of them have to go through, and they get Omega dumpstered with the counters, and they still have a 50% win rate, so it's not like he's last picked every game and he's got like 50%. Then that would be terrible. I think we should weigh the. We should have like. It should be like pick dependent weighting of the win rate percentage, if that makes sense. You know, so if it's like 50%, but it's first pick, it's not really 50. It's like 60% in comparison. If it's always in the second or third phase and it has 50%, then it's like, you know, whatever. Then it doesn't matter. Thank you for coming to my TED talk about percentages. Nahaz, I know you hate me somewhere out there.
The percentages were wrong.
Do not lie.
But they do lie. They do lie sometimes. Stats, they tell odd tales at times. Just the way it is, you know?
Look at this guy, 27% win rate. Well, 28 if you're gonna round it up. So
we do on this stream. We do.
Yep.
We round up if you so please.
It's not great, but it's good with DK, so they pick it up. It's a nice save. It's something that GamerLegion have played on the other side as well. So it's a nice pick to take away from them. Yesterday they didn't really have the best series, right? Like they got 0-2'd in the games that we've covered. 75% win rate Centaur now. This guy looks pretty solid, and he's really good versus the Shadow Demon as well. They banned out the Lycan, but I would say Centaur is probably the best war against Shadow Demon.
Centaur Tusk comes into the mix. Let me refresh. Yeah, 75% win rate for Centaur is pretty nice for him, considering he's got 20 games under his belt. Tusk at 34.8%.
One of the reasons as well why Centaur is that high, he's picked mostly as an answer, I would say, to Gyro. And it's a hero, and Shadow Demon. And it's a hero that actually works pretty damn well versus those heroes. In some other matchups, though, if he's picked earlier, I think he's not that great, especially when some Centaur breakers are left in the pool. I think both of them are out, banned out by Yakult, the Slardar and the Timber. The other ones, of course, are like some carries that can do well, but it's a quick couple of picks, by the way, I gotta say. Axe Wind Ranger immediately.
50% win rate here for Axe, another strong hero, and then Windrunner kind of seeing themselves have a bit of a resurgence, right? You know, I feel like we weren't seeing as much Windrunner, and now we're kind of seeing it find its way into more games. Because Fissure Playground, I don't believe we saw this hero really at all.
True. Maybe one game or something. I can't remember if we saw it at all. Actually, you're right. I know that there are some players that like to play it every now and then. So, of course, when it comes to Chinese teams, we do have a couple of Wind Ranger players, Planet being one of those. And I mean, it's still a decent hero. I like Killshot. It kind of doubles down on what Axe is already doing. I gotta admit, right? Like you bring them low, and then you have that finishing blow on two heroes. Now you either call them or you finish them off with a power shot. Other thing that this hero is doing is it's nice versus Jakiro, right? Because of the double hit, you have you have your nice little evasion versus it.
Just kind of looking here at the Windrunner results and realizing Planet had played for Vici at Fissure Playground, but he's the bulk of who played Windrunner at Fissure Playground.
Yakult Brothers turn to ban.
So he is that guy. But he plays for Tidebound currently. So, you know, was playing for Vici, and now it's starting to make its way maybe a little bit elsewhere, which isn't too bad. Like you said, two kind of executes that are available. So far, the players that have been playing this hero, the Windrunner, are Natsumi, Planet, and Boxy. So new team for the Windrunner. And then we got that Quap that got picked up. by the way.
10 seconds remaining.
I like the mobility that this hero offers. Obviously gets online pretty early. You can kind of get things done once you hit level 6. Good disengage if you can get away, but there is setup here. It is a little bit worrying. You know, each of these heroes has lockdown in some shape or form. Disruption could be used as a save, but if they use it offensively, Axe comes in. If he's got the call, the Dragon Tail, the Shackle Shot, you know, just the combination of call, power shot, Culling Blade could be quite a lot of damage. These heroes on GamerLegion might need to really be careful, especially when Axe gets blink. Although with what we've been seeing prior, you know, that's not the priority with this hero, which, you know, is fine. I'm not saying it should be, but teams tend to try and hold off on on getting the blink dagger on Axe.
I mean, they're really liking their pick. They're laughing it off. Like, they get themselves the Ursa.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, they snatch it away from the other side, even though I think Dragonite would be safe lane anyway. This Ursa into the Axe, though. Ben, we have seen it many times, and I have talked about it quite a lot.
Yeah.
It's such a bait. It doesn't work. People should stop picking it. Like, there are better heroes into this guy.
Then Ursa. Oh, here's the Viper last pick.
Yeah, have fun with that, Cookie.
Viper
Right
is the new Huskar.
It truly is. Yeah.
At least it feels like it. And this is it. If the patch doesn't change, which I have a question. I don't know the schedule off the top of my head. Is there a day off in between groups? And
I don't think so, right?
Okay, there's no day
Probably
off,
not.
because I was like, what if Valve drops a patch in between groups and playoffs? That would be sick. But I feel like this hero is going to start to find its way into Huskar position, where you kind of got to think about this hero in that last phase. Because teams are willing to pick it and cheese it.
You know what I feel like? I feel like this is a hero that is coming in right now in it's coming in right now in the last phase, but it might move up the pecking order very soon. I think very soon we might see like even some Vipers being picked up a bit earlier. Now, just like Huskar, there are some counters to him, but when you see your mid-match, please ask the question.
Okay, I got you. If they were to pick Huskar, thank you for letting me do a little bit of hosting here. If they were to pick if they were to pick Viper earlier in the draft, what would be those counters, Lizard? All right, go answer question.
So basically, you'd instantly see you would see some breaks, maybe, you know, like some heroes that outrange him in the mid lane, that don't care about his spam, and then you would maybe see some breaks if the mid lane is already picked up. You would see heroes that get on top of him easily as well, which they do have a couple right now, right? Like you've got Ursa with the blink eventually, you have Stampede. Yesterday we saw him playing into a very... we saw two Vipers, right? Like one versus Storm, one versus Pop, I think. And both times I feel like Viper did pretty damn well. So we shall see if they can recreate it this time around. Stampede is a hell of a spell this game, I gotta say, though. You know, like you're playing... Actually, Stampede is on his side, right? No. Stampede is a hell of a spell. I'm gonna go again because you're playing into a Viper Strike and you're playing into SD's ult. You can just Stampede away from two ults. Stampede counters two ults, basically, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
As long as you're not cold or something like that.
This matchup definitely seems like it favors Viper pretty heavily. Because you're just going into Nether Toxin and Corrosive Skin, right? Which means...
You mean versus Quap?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Which means Shadow Strike doesn't feel bad, and Scream of Pain doesn't feel bad, because you're getting that Corrosive Skin magic resistance. Like, even level 1, it's just 10%. It's 10%. Like, it's pretty significant.
I've been like, there are two heroes that I hate the most right now on the mid lane whenever I play versus them. That's Puck and Quap. Like your standard mid laners, your usual suspects, like the Quap and the Puck. And I love that. You know what? I hate Viper, but I love that a bigger bully has come into the classroom. You know?
Yeah.
That's basically what this is. It's like I was bullied by these two, and now there's like an even bigger guy, and I'm gonna be best friends with him now. You know, that's the idea.
Now, kids, please be nice. It's our new transfer student. He just came all the way from a different school. Viper.
Slater Viperovich.
Comes in. What do you like to do at your previous school, Slater Viperovich? I like to kick kids' butts. I was a bully. And that's what I'm going to continue to do here. And watch yourself. Oh.
That's him.
Okay.
That's the usual suspect.
Shit.
He's going to... If you piss him off, there's a veggie waiting for you. It's reserved.
Atomic, even.
I don't know what that one is.
A little disruption. I'll tell you in a second. They are going to find themselves Bignum. Power shot flies in with Battle Hunger. This is looking like it's first blood confirmed. And
Very
the
fire.
shards. Oh, the blood grenade with the Battle Hunger. And Zeal will get first blood. So an atomic wedgie is when
Atomic wedgie.
when you take the you pull the underwear up and then you put it over their head.
Ah, okay. I see.
Yeah. That's the atomic part of it. I was a victim of that from my brothers from time to time.
Oh, this could be a kill as well.
Yeah, it could be. There's three heroes here. The TP attempt. The damage is a lot, and they get him as he's TPing.
Because Tusk TP'd, right? He was TPing probably to the tier 1 tower. That took way too long. He was TPing to the tier 1 tower, but Tusk already TP'd, so it took forever. Now this is like, oh my god. Could you start the game in any
Worse of a position,
way?
yeah.
Yep.
Giving DK a really... this is... You know, now, Axe also having the benefits of having an assist and a kill. DK gets a very open lane because Centaur has to take the walk of shame. And then what should be a lane victory, theoretically, for a Viper over time as they get in... Because he took corrosive... Ooh, he actually took corrosive skin, and now he took a level in poison attack over mid.
Interesting. Yeah.
Which is something we see the Vipers, especially with this caustic bath, not take till like level 11.
Yeah, they would go like 0-4-4. So interesting. He doesn't go for it. He wants to be able to right-click the Quap a little bit as well. Like I was thinking, if you're playing versus heroes like, I don't know, Quap or Huskar, you know, you're probably... Or maybe you go for 2 levels of poison attack, then into another top. I'm not sure. We'll see. I'm not a disgusting Viper player. I'm a disgusting Meepo player.
I kind of am at times. If I'm like forced to play Viper mid, I usually pick Viper. But I pick the other facet, so I'm a bad Viper player. And I'm now being inspired by this caustic bath. Because this beats up on a lot of heroes, right? Like the mid matchup for Viper when you get Caustic Bath is pretty good. Yep. Especially if it's a hero that doesn't have mobility like Quap that can just blink out of the Nether Toxin.
Yeah, for sure. Versus some other heroes, maybe it's a bit better. He went 2-0-1, top lane, of course. Versa actually finding some farm and not being completely pressured, but he did lose all of his region. The courier is
life gets harder now.
Yeah, the courier is bringing only boots, and that's it. Like once you get level 2 Battle Hunger, the lane becomes really rough. So far, he did manage to deny a couple of range creeps, which is are pretty damn good for them on top lane. They're still not gonna get level 3 fast, though, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I will say this, Zeal. You know, sometimes we see Axes be a little bit hesitant on doing this because they're going for the Helm of the Iron Will. But it looks like Zeal's going to a bit of a different build because he's got 4 rings of protection and he's not got the Helm of the Iron Will queued up. He's going into his boots first. So, you know, it's not the Axes that we've been seeing go into the Helm of the Dominator. At least not yet.
Yeah, I don't know if and how much I agree with this. I think both builds are good. Like, it's not about agreeing or disagreeing. I think this is mostly down to player preference and what he thinks is necessary for the game. I think both builds are fine. Like with this one, I'm surprised he went for boots and he didn't go chainmail. I think one of the reasoning is probably, oh, I'm playing versus Ursa, I need boots. You truly don't. Like, you truly don't. Like 90% of the time, all you need is more armor so that your battle hunger is even stronger, and that's it. But he had first blood, right? So he gets base build very quickly. Makes sense. There.
Now the question is it because of this? Is it because he's trying to just cut the creep wave and come over? I mean,
I'm surprised. I'm truly surprised that they're trying creeps and not just play the lane. We need to is a hero, but this is still a stronger lane for Axeman Runner.
Yeah, it feels like it because with battle hunger, especially on like Jakiro or something like that, where you can just battle hunger power shot him, Jakiro's not going to have much fun in the lane.
I guess the upside is you're farming the neutrals in the jungle as well. And I'm sorry to all our viewers that we're not really watching, or at least we aren't talking about bot lane. Bot lane is boring. That's why.
Ooh, RCY? He might just be dead. He blinks forward to get the kill on Emo. Oh, and he survives with 5 health. Oh my god.
Mid lane is not boring. He's gonna Seppuku as well. That's that instant kill on himself.
I thought he had him, and he survived. He blinked forward even to play aggressive.
That's because
and then had that level 3 scream. Wow.
He went Nether Toxin. Top lane Tusk, by the way, rotating. Now this is maybe a kill with Tusk.
He's at half health already. He needs to be careful because shards are just going to lock him in. And I think he's pretty much dead at this point. Yeah. So Yamson gets some help in this lane from the Tusk, who didn't even need to use shards. I think Zio just kind of understood, I'm dead no matter what.
Yep. Oh, I mean, I honestly think that this top lane could have been a bit more bullish.
Abusive.
Abusive against the Ursa, especially because you have power shot. You can't even approach creeps if you are battle hungering him all the time, but
all of a sudden RCY is about to hit level 6, and he is like a significant amount of experience ahead of this Viper.
One of the reasons, by the way, one of the reasons why Vipers max out Nether Toxin is just the fact that you can throw it onto the lane and go into the jungle. It's like Queen of Pain when she maxes out Scream of Pain, right? Like, she doesn't go for the Shadow Strike, which is maybe a bit more lane abusive. I mean, versus Viper, you don't anyway, but you don't because you get to farm the lane and then go back a little bit. With this build on Viper, you're kind of committed, though.
Yeah, this build on Viper is certainly interesting. 2-on-2 is now an odd build where I don't know if you really feel comfortable with even trading now that RCY is level 6. The thing about it, too, is if like RCY plays aggressive and blinks on you, you could throw down Nether Toxin and then you're getting the benefits of Caustic Bath and potentially even winning that trade. A la what we saw yesterday, right? Where the Viper got 2 kills with a sliver of health, sitting in Nether Toxin and getting those kills.
It's a clutch hero for sure, right? Like it's kind of strange to say that about Viper, but he truly is right now. He's buying 8+, by the way. When it comes to catch on Radiant, it's not terrible, but I guess 8+ will help a bit more.
I want to see if he's just gonna. He's holding this skill point like he knows he can't really kill RCY, but if RCY makes the jump on him, he probably goes into the Viper Strike. Yeah, he's going to take it anyway.
Not even in CS, by the way, on the game. There's that.
Yeah, now it's dead even, which I don't know if it really even should have been. The Axe top getting a lot of CS, obviously a lot of that due to the fact that he was able to go into the jungle. He's picked up this Kobo Cup with the extra movement speed on it, so he can kind of cut the gap here. And they're going to bring his support over bottom. Shards are there. Viper Strike on the Quap means that the Queen of Pain has to blink away. The innate from Shadow Demon going to start doing work, and Emo's going to be going over to get this kill, but the Snowball is going over to this neutral camp, and Tia Ming He ends up surviving. He's got the disruption. He survives through this sonic wave. Ends up denying himself to neutrals. They'll bring in the Jakiro. RCY takes some damage. They'll stampede. Power shot off the mark. Speed's now got the ice path. Bobaga doesn't have a lot of mana to work with.
Here.
But Emo sits inside the nether toxin. Fly comes over. They'll get the kill on the Speed. Emo puts himself on a killing spree. They don't kill the Queen of Pain, but they keep Emo alive.
Pretty good save and the deny on Shadow Demon, I gotta say. Like, that was from Tianming, that was...
Keeping himself,
Yeah, beautiful.
from not dying to the sonic wave.
Like, saves himself and then denies. The squad still had Scream, so had to. All of that done versus a Stampede as well, so... Pretty cool invasion.
Yeah, really well done. X, by the way, going Phylactery, so it's going to be the Conda build.
Oh, the Kanda build, okay. Interesting. And it's not terrible, this game. You do have some heroes that you can break, right? Like, a lot of them on the other side. But I guess 2 are the important ones.
He's got the lane alone now, which is no surprise. He really should just have the lane alone. At this point, I feel like he's pretty hard to kill alone. He'll go and... Is he going to pick up the point booster first or the diadem?
Diadem, it seems like.
Yeah, he'll go diadem. The 6 attributes is just so good.
Yeah. It's not bad. Like this, Ursa is rotating mid, by the way, for the minute 10 rune. It seems like, yeah, he was just adding some extra help.
Ooh, this is going to be tight. Good ice path. Having the Jakir to stop that amplify damage to getting into the hands of the Viper. Although this is a different scenario for the Viper than we saw in the last game that we watched him, where, you know, you're kind of not fighting from behind, but the Viper we were seeing was having a really good game to the point that they were towards the top of the net worth. So now you're kind of middle of the pack, hoping to get this Rod of Atos, and you've gotten 2-2-2.
You know what? Like, this is exactly what I meant yesterday when I said that I really like the way Navi itemizes and these young players, how they play Dota, because it feels carefree. Like, the itemization, he goes for some, like, drums, boots of bearing, you know, he's, like, running around the map, just getting kills 24/7. And this Viper that I'm seeing from Emo, it's, like, old school, you know what you're getting. This is, like, a very...
Cookie cutter?
Cookie cutter, yeah, like the Viper that you kind of expect, and you know what you have to do against it. Like yesterday, that Viper, they didn't know what to do with that beast because of the item build as well. Atos Viper is like, okay, you're gonna Atos my co-op, I get it. That's the point, right? Like, you get another route.
Niku on that Viper, though, was dirty. It was honest Dota, though. I'll say that. I don't really know what that means. I know a lot of people like saying honest Dota, so I love picking up the trend. I just wish I was...
We need like urban dictionary for Dota.
Yeah. Right next to PGL audio guy will be honest Dota. It'll be good.
There are like honest drafts and drafts that are not dishonest but just aren't honest. If that makes sense.
It does make sense, but there, you know what? And I feel like I should be pitching this idea to like Jenkins. There should be an honest Dota meter.
I see.
Like, as the draft is going on, give me your thoughts on an honest Dota game. Like, are you playing honest Dota? Are you sure?
It's like Prophet Mid isn't truly honest Dota. If that makes sense.
Ooh, there's multiple ways to catch these heroes now with this Rod of Atos finished. Snowball, an attempt to leave, but no way out. Zeal's actually going to get the kill with the Battle Hunger at level 4, even despite the fact that he's sitting in a Nether Toxin that's level 4. So he has gone back on Emo to pick up all that Nether Toxin, and he's going into the Ags, which is no surprise. You want that nosedive.
It's pretty cool, right? Like the nosedive, it's a pretty cool spell as well right now. So
for sure,
I feel like it's a must anyway on Viper. The current day and age, he's moving with 320 movement speed. This is pain to watch, by the way. It's just painful. I completely understand yesterday the the Tranquils, the drums, and an extra wind blade. This hero is just like so damn slow. I think there were a couple of mid laners when Viper was kind of played on mid that literally went travels first. Like first item travels, boots into travels, just so they mitigate this problem.
Nemo farming the Ancient. He also got the benefits of a chip vest. Oh,
It helps. Not too bad.
that unlike him and Axe is like exact things you want. Axe obviously going into the Cobra Cup, which he got. I assume he probably didn't get the option of having chip vest.
Are scanning.
But he's going heavy on the movement speed, where he's picked up phase boots, an extra wind lace, Cobra Cup. Like
Might
he's
not help
looking
him
to
here.
go fast.
Let's see. It helps.
It's going to be tight. He's probably dead here within the macro pyre, but the damage on a big gnome, pretty big, despite the fact that he was dead quickly. And
I
now
don't
he
really
wants
have-
to go pipe.
I actually have the best read on Kanda. Like, when I see someone buying Kanda on Axe, I feel like
Are scanning.
he is either doing it for someone like a Bristol that they absolutely need the Kanda for, or that he thinks that his matchups are so bad that Blink Blade Mail
Dire's
isn't gonna cut it, Pipe isn't gonna help. Like this game, I would say Pipe was an option for a first item. I think Helm of Dawn was not bad at all. But okay, like, this is what he goes for. He's going for Pipe next, by the way, so not even Kanda completely, just Phylactery.
Yeah, I don't dislike the idea of Helm of the Dominator. Obviously, I think it's very good and pretty standard on a lot of these heroes. My only question is, I feel like they've got heroes to handle the Helm of the Dominator creep pretty well. And obviously, you're using it with you to farm, and it's not just strictly to push the lanes.
Yep.
But I wonder how much gold you'd be giving up with it.
You're getting so much out of
Yeah,
it. Like,
yeah, of course.
every single part of that item is amazing for Axe, and that's why I love it so much. It's like you get the armor and you get it really fast in the lane, plus the region. Like, on top of that, you get a creep to work with and mess with Ursa in the lane. It's, I don't know. I'm a big fan, but there are other ways of playing this hero, of course, as well.
Stampede, Shackle not connecting onto a tree, just throwing the Nether Toxin down over mid. Hard to initiate on these heroes, especially now. You're kind of in this spot where you want to go in with the Ursa. Macropyre Ice Path to get the Kona Emo immediately. They'll look over at Bobica. They didn't need the Stampede. They had everybody here ready to go. Sonic Wave is a bit of a blunder, but they will continue to go for Zeal. Will try to run away from this. Has that Conda. Call onto 2. It's the Battle Hunger onto Yamson, but now Zeal onto the tower needs some help. Blink into the Scream Courier, just sitting there maybe to get some attention. Zeal will be able to TP away, and they got in despite the fact that they didn't have Stampede anymore. A really good move there, showing off the Blink Dagger from this this Ursa.
They had he had movement speed in the end, by the way, on Axe, just to complete that story, which did save his life. So, and dodged the Sonic Wave because of Double Cup. RTY wasn't really sure that he will have the movement speed to dodge it, but still, very good fight from RCY and the boys, killing off Viper, most importantly. And yeah, heroes that get on top of him and blow him up quickly are and have always been good versus Viper. He is that kind of a guy. Like if you can get the Basher now on Ursa as well soon, it might be a difficult game. Counter initiation is basically what? Disruption? And that was already used in the last fight.
Against Ursa, I mean, for right now, yeah, it's disruption. Look, eventually, you just, if you sit back on Bobica, maybe you get a Shackle out there. You're gonna have DK with the Dragon Tail. They are building a Yules on Axe. Not sure whether or not it's gonna come in before or after this pipe. With the way he's got it re-queued up, I would kind of hope that he goes pipe first.
I feel like he's fighting ghosts right now and like just trying to answer Ursa with like a very specific item build.
Yeah.
It might work. Let's see.
Well, the Yules makes sense, right? Like if he jumps in, if Ursa jumps in, you Yules him into a call.
Yep.
You're in a pretty good spot.
So
It's
the
a
last
good way to
fight-
counter initiate and kite him out.
The last fight, what they tried was disruption on the co-op into a call. But the problem is, of course, if you use disruption offensively, there are no saves on your side.
Right.
So Yules is kind of making sure that you have another way of
Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
mitigating that Ursa strength with the initial jump.
I guess my question is, why don't you just go blink and have yourself the ability to blink initiate at that point?
Yep, it's a good question. I think I mean, at this point, when you have Phylactery, I don't think you can any longer. Still may be an option, but it's much harder now.
There's at least 4 items on the, like, in my idea for him now coming from this, and they're all going to go through the Twin Gate. They're going to try and smoke and make this jump. They've got the Blink Dagger on Fly, but they're into the trees. It's actually a really good position for them to counter this play from Fly. Macropyre Ice Path down. Now going to try and fight this. They go to the Disruption Save. The Viper Strike's going to be through on this Ursa. Good call from Zeal. Sonic Wave hits a couple. They get the kill on Fly, but they've already lost the Ursa. Zeal's got some movement speed, so he can start to bail on this. Emo's at about half health. The shards block him in. RCY blinks over, gets the kill on a TMing, but they've got the Battle Hunger onto the Queen of Pain. Hoof Stomp lands. Radabatos there through. Zeal. Ooh, they've got the call. The Culling Blade kills off the Queen of Pain. The Double Edge gets the kill on Emo. It's a 3-for-3 trade as Bobica needs to maybe hide, but I feel like he's also looking for a power shot kill.
Yeah,
Instead ends up dead to Fade.
He was looking for it, but the ward gave vision on the tusk and baited him in. Yikes. Rough. Overall, like, a pretty good fight for GamerLegion. Unfortunate a bit for Quap. He was literally channeling the blink when Call came off cooldown. And Axe, you know, like I've been talking about this item build quite a lot, but he's making it work. Like in this last fight, sure, they don't win the fight, but he did all right. Like the call was good. The initial one, he gets in position. The slow from Battle Hunger and Phylactery is really annoying. So he can't get to places. Like he can get, even without the blink, he gets here, gets this nice call. Then he gets another one on RCY down the line, but I believe the Dragon form was running out anyway, right? So the smoke was kind of not the best. Like, the global sense, maybe the play would have happened a bit earlier.
Watching this fight kind of come down, it seems really, I mean, it is really even right now. Ends up being a bit of a better fight here with this final kill. Meanwhile, they got the Shard for speed, so this is going to be some extra damage.
It's your boy Speed with his Shard on Jakiro.
See what Axe ends up doing. Now he's got this pipe. There's the Axe for the nosedive. Some pretty big items here for Yakult.
They get the nosedive on the Viper. On the other side, Asher was not bought by the Ursa, instead he went to the DKB. So the use on Axe might not be as significant.
Stampede in the jump. They're looking to go for Fly, who is going to die. Yamsun getting that kill, and they just don't have the answers here, especially with Yamsun having that BKB, but that's going to run out, and there's going to be nobody coming over from the side of Yakult to turn this one around.
Yeah, they're not. I feel like they aren't able to utilize the SD as much as they would like to, perhaps. With the disruption saves, one of the reasons might be the Jakiro. Like I'm seeing that he's not positioning usually how you see a SD position and how he usually uses instructions. That may be because of the Ice Pad follow-up. Like Ice Pad is maxed out, by the way, and this is Icebreaker Jakiro. He didn't go for Twin Terror. Instead, he went for a maxed out Ice Pad with the Facet for Ice Pad. So if you disrupt someone, you know for a fact that he's going to get super disabled afterwards. So maybe it's not even that great to disrupt your teammates.
You know, I kind of see it now with the Twin Terror. You're in a lane against Axe, in which if you step up and you're trying to play aggressive, you're probably going to get harassed pretty hard. So why not go into the Icebreaker, which is a more scaling facet, right? Or allows you to be more effective in the late game.
Especially versus Axe as well, right? Like we were talking about SD, but versus Axe as well. It's a hero that likes to jump in, or in this case, run in and stay in. Meanwhile, Ice Pad just breaks that play style.
Axe is going to have this Yules flying out soon. 300 gold, and then he's going to finish off the Conda. Then I wonder if he is going to go for the Blink Dagger.
I think you go for a shard if you're going this build. I think we'll see. Double down on all the. I mean, you can get Blink, sure. I just feel that you're just very weak. I mean, in the general sense, you're not an act that is with the blade mail and maybe a BKB jumping in. But we'll see. Blink is also definitely fine. Like you said, they need it. They need some extra counter initiation.
Decent lead here for GamerLegion.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Of course, one extra thing, by the way, that top lane.
Going Ice Path, and with the Icebreaker, they'll keep Bobica locked down to get this kill. Fade getting credit for that one.
He's got the little purge creep as well with him, so you can't even get away. The Helm of Dom working overtime for Fade. And speaking of Fade, by the way, we've been discussing Axe quite a lot. This item build on Centaur, I feel like it's perfect for the game, especially versus Kanda. Like you have Lotus Orb, you have Blink, the dominated little Purge Creep as well, like making sure that these spells will not hurt you, and making sure that you have a save with the Aghanims next.
Disruption on himself, Ice Path, and another kill here for RCY. They build it up to a 7,000 net worth lead. Meanwhile, by the way, Fade, he's got himself Tier 2 Greedy Chip Vest. Knows he's not really right-clicking much. A lot of his damage coming from the double edge anyway, and wanting to be that lockdown with the host stomp. Minus 30 for him is nothing. He still hits for 120.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going into the Aghanim Scepter, which is no surprise. I mean, this is standard build from the Centaurs we've been seeing. And it works out. It works for him. Ags the idea for Fly, who's been relatively quiet. I say that, but Blink, Dragon Tail, Snowball, Yules out of the Ursa. Can he get a call on a 3? Gets it on a 2, but can they get the damage out? Stampede gets used. Zeal getting really low. Viper Strike still alive. Macropyre down. Disruption for the save. It's out of the Axe. They're trying to get the kill out of the Ursa. They'll take out Zeal finally.
Another snowball.
Another snowball on a Fly. Still has the BKB going. Getting Fade's life, but eventually he'll fall out of the Elder Dragon form. Emo's dead. Fly dies. All 3 cores gone on the side of Yakult. Down goes Bobica, and this should be a full team wipe. It will be for GamerLegion.
That's just a beautiful team fight from them. Beautiful snowballs, beautiful saves. Yeah, sure, they lose the Aegis on the Ursa, but you're extremely happy with how that fight went. The call was not bad, and they did manage to save the Axe for a little while longer. I wonder if the disruption can be used on the DK instead to get some extra dragons flying around and dishing out damage and saving him, but you can't keep BKBs early as well, so just a very good fight. And you could see the Ice Path working overtime, right? Like the Ice Path into that fight, into the Macropyre as well. Yules was quick, I'll give them that, but it wasn't enough.
Obviously, this fight probably doesn't happen without the Aegis, but if it didn't have an Aegis, they would have not had to worry about this Ursa. But obviously, those are big ifs that just completely wouldn't exist. And a triple kill for RCY, who's having himself a really good game. And this all starts off that solo kid kill mid, right? Like, he kills that Viper, then he's got the advantage, they move around, and he's now put himself in a position where his game feels really good. And you look at the difference in net worth here. Fly is 5,000 gold behind this Ursa. Everybody else, pretty non-existent.
Yeah, I feel like Fly has been dying very often, but oh, not hot.
Another kill here on the team Ming as they will have Yamsun for a BKB TP out, but Abyssal Blade is used, and this is going to be Fly dead too with Zeal.
Yeah. To finish my...
They just called GG. That's it. GamerLegion, they knock him out of this game. They took a 1-0 lead and maybe a little bit of tilt, but
That's definitely
that's it.
That's definitely a little bit of tilt. I wanted to finish my thought, but they finished the game instead. They called it. I was gonna say Fly is keeping up. He's having good network, considering that they have killed him off first in most of these fights. They find a way of getting the Dragonite, and I don't know, like Yakult Bros, I feel like their draft honestly was very playable. I think they, sure, Centaur was on the other side like a really good pick into them. Like you have Stampede versus both the Viper and the Shadow Demon, but you don't have Stampede versus the Axe Call. If they could have initiated with Axis Call, but they couldn't. Like they were always the one that's getting gone on. That's one thing that I've noticed this whole game is Yakult, even when they are the ones smoked, they're not the ones starting the fight. So something maybe to think about going into the next game.
Or just not in a big way, right? Like they kind of technically started this fight, or they were the ones who got the vision in this fight over bottom, but they just didn't work out for them.
It's like the initiation, the instant initiation, the instant catch is not on their terms. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
you want to get some big hero, some big kills, but it's like if it's only DK stun, usually it's not enough. And like this DK, he had too much to think about. It's like he needs to deal the damage, he needs to carry the game, he needs to initiate with his only Blink Dagger in the game for them. It's kind of rough.
Really kind of just lacked the full initiation that they really wanted in a game like this, and maybe that comes with the fact that Zeal's got a little bit of a different build, but overall, the side of GamerLegion, they've got a lot of initiation, they've got a lot of follow-up control, a lot of countering control, for sure. And you know, with that, I just think GamerLegion ends up really feeling confident within all these fights.
Yep. Let's go into game number 2 and see how it goes, because I think we might still see a game 3 here. If GamerLegion plays the way that they have played and Yakult Brothers play the same way, we won't see it, because this was a much better performance by GamerLegion in game 1. But you know, it's early in the day. It's 10 a.m., 9 a.m. for me. It was when the game started, 10 a.m. for them. They didn't get their pub or two before the official, so let's check it up to that. Say that they needed a warm-up.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see if the warm-up ends up being the difference maker, but still, GamerLegion looking really strong in this one. Standout player is going to be Bignum. 0-3-14. His Tusk was pretty perfect, and you can be happy with the performance that he put up there, and that early blink, that early ability to just get in the face of these heroes, some good shards and everything, really good for him, and ultimately ends up winning the game. You know, everybody, I mean, for me, it was RCY, but you could definitely give it to anybody here, the MVP on the side of GamerLegion. They played really well. And honestly, I'm really impressed by what we saw from them, especially on the brink of elimination. They really seemed stoic. So we'll see what they can do, if it's going to be a 2-0 for them over Yakult, or if Yakult bounce back and get themselves into a game number 3. We'll have to see. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you soon. We'll see you in a bit.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of not Guess the Hero, it's Make the Hero. Quite the opposite. I am here with the GamerLegion's Fade. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great.
Well,
excited.
The Legion has come today to play our little game.
Yep.
Give you a quick example of what we're going to do. You're going to pick a position. We're going to show you some items. You have to tell me what hero goes with this random assortment of items. Try to do your best to pick the correct position, the correct hero. At the end, I will rate you based on how many reports you would get. You have to convince me that you chose these items on purpose. Are you ready to play?
Okay.
Very good. First things first, we're going to ban one of the positions out there on the map. Go ahead and show us our first ban. You are not allowed to pick mid lane.
Okay.
All right? And let's go for our first set of items. 2 items coming up. Dragonlance Solar Crest. All right?
Yeah.
What position would you like to pick?
I'll go pause 4.
Pause 4. Now, what draws you to pause 4 from these 2 items? Obviously, Solar Crest, pretty standard support, right?
So I just have a hero in mind for this.
Okay.
You want me to say it right away?
You can reveal that because it might change.
I think I'm going with Jakiro here.
Jakiro,
Yes.
not bad. You get the extra, Dragonlance, the attack range.
Just a support item, and then you're gonna buy like a pike, so you can have like a 4-star Dragonlance. I think it's fine.
Boom. You see a lot of Jakiros rocking Solar Crest these days?
I think so. I mean, if you're a +5 player and it's a good Solar Crest game, you're gonna buy it. So
let's get our next batch of items. That is going to be Midas 4-step. Not horrible.
Yep.
Kind of a grief on the Midas, I would say. Not you?
No, I think it's good because you're gonna scale and you're gonna turn into a right clicker. I mean, you're not a hard support, you're a soft support, right?
That's right.
So to me, it looks really good, and this is what I would buy for sure if I was playing Jakiro +4.
Is that a genuine, a fade rule? Is pause 4s are allowed to get Midas? Because you said it like it was a fact.
Hey, I mean, Dota, 60-minute games, huge map, farm it up.
We don't have to go to 60 minutes. If you didn't get the Midas, we probably...
Listen, I mean, Falcons, they taught us how to play. They say don't go high ground, just farm. I'm just going with that.
Fantastic. Let's see one more item. Oh, you have unbelievable luck.
I mean, come on.
Unbelievable luck.
It doesn't get much better than that.
God damn. This actually looks like a pub Jakiro. This is perfect. As good as it can get. Now, here typically, we would say, all right, last chance to change your lane.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like your role? Are we locking in before the final item?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, well, damn, this is the fastest, easiest one we've ever had. Let's have one more. The last item. Bro.
I mean, listen, here's my logic when I built this. You have a Yules that has Windlace. You have a Solar Crest that has Windlace. You're going to amp all that movement speed with S and Y and get a little extra tanky. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it's good.
This is straight up like a little bit of flex between 4 and 3 Jakiro.
Yeah, I mean, this is these are my items, but I'm still scaling after this. I'm finishing the pike. I'm going to get one more slot. I mean, I'm going to be huge in this game, so.
What game is Sange and Yasha Jakiro good? Can you explain that?
Playing against Axe, Earthshaker, you're just trying to live. I play also with speed, and he's a very greedy support. I can definitely see him buying this stuff. So
this is a speed build? Oh
yeah.
No, I'm so sorry. All right, so
live with it.
You're in a game, you're playing pause 4 Jakiro in a pub, you build this. How many reports do you think you're walking away with out of 9?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm this farm, I think the game is going pretty good. And my items, I have 3 support items. Come on, you have Solar Crest, 4-staff, Yules. What else do you want?
Yeah.
Let me play my hero, right?
Okay.
So I think, maybe 1 report, but that's average Dota game. Someone's not going to be happy. Can't please them all.
Someone's always pissed off.
But I think everyone else on average just digs it.
Congratulations, sir. One of the best we've seen so far. Well done.
Appreciate it. Thanks
Any
so much.
words out there for our unique item builders in the pubs? Should we do a build like this?
You just keep it going. I mean, Thompson, he does it. You can do it as well. Any position.
This is not a Thompson build. Saint and Yasha, Jakiro is not a Thompson.
He'll do anything.
Okay. Well, you can be like your heroes, Thompson and Fade, of course. Thank you so much for your time. And there is another episode of our insane game. You'll see more of us and the boys over at GamerLegion here at PGL Wallachia Season 6.
Gurean și unui vrâncea, merge în gurean și cu cercea, care se va pierde, se stătuiere pe la pozesoare, ca să vină mare pe cel moldovan. Că-i mai ortoman. Au. Merge în gurean și cu cercea, care se va pierde, se stătuiere pe la pozesoare, ca să vină mare pe cel moldovan. Au, 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 au. Arceane orițe, ulele plămițe, de 3 zile încoace, curat nu mai tace, iarba nu mai place, curiești bun megare treguță mioare. Au. Îi dreguțele bace, de țioile încoace, negruță voi, că iarba de noi și umbra de voi. Stăpâne, stăpâne, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi pe o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to more of the PGL Wallachia Season 6 as we come into the final day. And we are into this first of 3 elimination series. GamerLegion up here against Yakult. They have a 1-0 lead after beating Yakult pretty handily. And the sun is shining on you, Lizard. I can kind of tell.
I'm going serious mode.
Whoa, all right, all right. Well, what's got you all serious out over here?
Let's see. Let's seriously analyze this game. No zhizhin it up B-Cop anymore. We gotta go. You wanted to? You can zhizh it up.
I like zhizhing it up. I like zhizhing.
You can. I won't take that joy away from you. I know.
Oof, okay.
It's one of those simple joys in life. Yeah, let's see what they can do in this game number 2. Anything different? DK banned out. That's one thing that I'm seeing from GamerLegion. They don't want to play against Fly DK anymore, even though they just won against it. They do not have a good feeling about playing against it this game, at least. It's a different as well, right? I think. On the other side, Lycan first faced with the Marcy. I feel like Shadow Demon is kind of contested a lot here. They got the Jakiro first. Tusk is still in the pool, so this is nice to get against him. They can pick Tusk themselves now if they want to do on Yakult, right? Like you get the Jakiro, then you get the Tusk. You already kind of covered him against that counter pick.
Get that Pango for RCY most likely. I get so nervous when Sky gets banned because you just hear the crying. I don't know if they hear it on stream, but I hear it through the first game in game where it's just him going and it kind of, I don't know what it sounds like. It definitely sounds like a cry from like Elden Ring or something.
He should be happy he should be happy that he gets banned, you know? First and foremost, you don't have to go into the battlefield. You don't have to die and murder heroes. That's one thing. You get to sit this one out, but it also means that you are considered to be that strong that you deserve to be removed, you know? So, considering how cocky he is with all his other voice lines, I'm surprised that he's just crying there, but I expected a monologue. From the ghastly Eerie, I know why you have banned me, because you understood that you had absolutely no chances of taking this one if I was left in the pool. Or something like that.
Yeah. It's close to being like that for sure. Looking at the Jakiro, kind of makes it so you really can't pick Tusk, right? Like the way we've seen it just be kind of the counter.
Kinda. I mean, you still can play Tusk. It's not like people are trying to pick Jakiro and Grimstroke as well with Soulbind into the Tusk, but I feel like Tusk still can work. It's still a hero that does just too many things. Even if you can't snowball, Ice Shards are good, Walrus Punch is good, Kick is eventually, if you get it, not bad. So it's your boy Speed first with the Chen on the other side. He's gonna heal some heroes, he's gonna bring some pressure to the map. Like yesterday we have witnessed a Chen that played around Dragonite and Viper, and I think that was versus GamerLegion, right? They had Chen, DK, Viper, and Navi, or something similar, but they definitely had a draft that was able to pressure early, and that's what I like to see with the Chen. I like to see at least one core that can take towers, one core that can play around those creeps, and that benefits from the insane amount of heal and protection that you get from Divine Favor early
on. Ooh, Spirit Breaker.
I don't think that I've noticed that animation before, probably because he runs around so fast.
And Viper, again, something you were talking about. Are we going to see this hero continue to just be that, that last pick, but now it comes in and is middle of the pack? So what do you respond to this with?
SD? I think SD is pretty good here. Like, you'd have him into the Spirit Breaker and into the Viper. Like, or you can go for a Ringmaster as well if you wanted to. Like, just the damage mitigation is pretty nice in with the escape box, so escape act. So maybe an option. I mean, you generally want to buy Yules versus the Spirit Breaker, and you want to get Break versus the Viper. So,
do you move this Pangolier into the off lane?
I think so, yeah. The mid lane could be a bit rough, and GamerLegion, they definitely can do that. Like, they have heroes that can, they have players that can play Pango on off lane and mid. They get themselves the Weaver. Okay, not too bad versus Viper, by the way. Gets on top of him easily, shreds him down fast, but at the same time, if you get hit a couple of times with the Q from the Viper, the acid spit, whatever it is, and then some nether toxin, like Weaver generally doesn't have the highest pool, can die. And you see, they still get the Tusk even versus the Jakiro.
That is a bit of a surprise, though. I feel like that's very risky.
You have tag team with Weaver and you have tag team with Pango, so it's nice with both of these heroes. It is risky for sure, like you said. Like the Snowball versus Ice Path is annoying, but not something that's going to prevent you from picking Tusk, for sure.
Looking at Yakult now to drop off their last pick of the phase. I wonder what they're going to be banning for. I'm curious to see what Yakult are thinking about. And here's this Ursa that won the last game, But I will say I don't know if it was the Ursa that led that game. I think it was more the Quap.
He did enough, but
Yeah, of course.
it was the Quap that made the biggest difference. Ursa did a lot still, and I think this just makes the Pangolier even more of an offlaner. But we'll see. Like, they are banning out Enigma. They can ban out something else that they consider strong into the Ursa as well. But if I was GamerLegion, I would seriously consider just putting Pango on offlane and getting something better versus the Viper mid. But you gotta keep in mind that Spirit Breaker plus Viper, never mind. I think Viper needs to be mid. I was gonna say Spirit Breaker and Viper is playable on offlane. It is, but versus these heroes, it kinda isn't. Like, playing into Weaver and Chen with Tusk's possible rotations could be really nasty for the Viper.
Mm-hmm.
This hero is can dominate lanes, he truly can, but if you try lane him, it tends to feel really bad early on. And if he doesn't have an early start that is good, he falls off, just like in the last game.
Ban the Enigma.
10 seconds remaining.
What will this final ban be here?
What else do you need to ban versus the Ursa? What are you worried of? So they ban out, yeah, they're expecting a bit of Pango on offlane now, and so it is the Viper offlane.
Interesting. Okay, so maybe you can keep Pango there. Well, wasn't there a puck offlane yesterday or something like that? Maybe not in our games, but
I didn't see that. Was there?
I don't know. I felt there maybe was. Don't quote me on that.
There was a carry role pick rates, carry once and 91% offlane, mid lane. Sorry.
Did it play in the offlane though? That's my question. That's what I think happened.
You mean it's connected to the player and not? Yeah. It's probably connected to the player. You're right.
But it was it was in the carry role. I think it was Pure who played it, but he played it in the offlane or something.
I see. Cool approach.
Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to watch every single game at the same time. I try to hook the cool things up.
Well, right.
And this Beastmaster is gonna be offlane, so they're gonna keep the Pango mid.
I don't know what it is about Yakult Bros, but they're having so much fun in these drafts. Like in the last draft as well, they were laughing. Is it like, this Beastmaster has 16% win rate, haha, like we got him, boys, or what it is, I'm not sure, but in any case, they lost the last game and they were having as much fun in the draft, so it doesn't matter if they're winning or losing. They did set things up a bit differently, of course. Like I gotta say, RCY will be playing the Pango. The matchup versus Puck is all right in the lane later on. The Dream Coil is annoying, of course, and the silence. I think you go double shield crash anyway here. The Viper on the offlane is an interesting one, because this is a hero that can completely dominate and win the game for you when he's played as a 3, or he can be the one that just gets gone on and dies too many times. And I truly feel that there is a huge opportunity for them to dominate this Viper with the Tusk rotations early on, like a creep skip into an insta rotation or something like that, and it could be really difficult for the Viper to stand his ground. And keep in mind that Weaver plus Tusk early on is one of the strongest combos that you can have, with like 1 point of Gemnet attack and attack team. So let's see. I sense we might have a very interesting game, one way or another.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting here at game 2 and what it's going to be, as Beastmaster, okay, he went Crown first item with the 3 branches going into the Helm of the Dominator, no surprise. Looking, see if anybody went anything kind of crazy here, but it doesn't look like it. I want to see what Zeal builds, as he's also into the Caustic Bath. He's going Helm of the Iron Well.
Dominator probably, like as he's playing from the offlane. You can you can definitely build it in a different way than if you were playing mid. And you should build it in a different way than if you're playing mid. But overall, the Puck is a pretty good pick because not only like your mid lane might be a bit weaker, but you're getting Dreamcoil into Weaver. Like you have some pretty good catch now for him, which you lacked before. Now you have Puck with the Silence and Dreamcoil, and on top of that, you've got the Charge, of course, so you can keep vision on him through the fight.
Smoke, wrapping, finding Fly. Oh boy, he is in a bad way and potentially very dead. Who's it going to be first blood? Yamson gets it. Oh boy, man, GamerLegion, they are coming in hot to this, this day.
They truly are. I was thinking if they're switching things up because they were moving top with Tusk and the Weaver, but absolutely no reason, I think, to keep the Weaver away from the bot lane. Not sure who's going to be playing with him. Boboka top? Maybe he's dead, actually.
Yeah, there's a couple of heroes here to get this kill, and Tusk is going to get it. Bignum's got it with the help of that Satyr Mindstealer, and now he's going to go through the Twin Gate and show up bottom. Or no, he's going to actually just TP.
So they will be laning the Tusk and the Weaver. I actually like it more than the Chen and the Weaver, so pretty cool.
I'm a little sad Fade doesn't have the boars from the new Monster Hunter collab.
The big boar, yeah.
Not a hashtag ad, but I just like the boar.
I don't think I've ever even seen what that game looks like.
I've never played a Monster Hunter, but I know my friends really love it.
It has to be a cool game, I guess. With the collab and stuff. Is it like an RPG
series? I don't know what it's considered, but it's like you run around capturing monsters, you fight them in big battles, kind of like a
I see.
weird JRPG style, or like Final Fantasy style-esque, or newer Final Fantasy style-esque.
So like the stuff that Pokemon are trying to make their own right now.
Maybe. Yeah, not the same way, but I know what you're talking about, because they're like patenting capturing like creatures or some shit. Like
Exactly,
it's something crazy that Game Freak's trying to do. This is RCY's best hero. So I am ready to see him up against this Puck, which for me is one of Emo's best heroes too.
For me, Emo is like Puck, Storm, right? Like these kind of guys. For RCY, Tinker, Tango, I guess. Didn't cover too many of RCY's games in the past, but what I have seen in both cases, he's the one that does well in his team, no matter what. Like, win or lose, he kind of at least draws his lane or does well.
Right. Now, RCY, a while back, you know, when he was playing with Team Dogchamp, we were covering him for DPC NA.
Oh, Dogchamp, I remember, I think a little bit. I dabbled in the NA DPC a little bit. Wasn't there for way too long, but
Well, 1K lead early on here for the side of GamerLegion. They're going to snowball go for Zeal bottom. They want this kill with the tag team. Charge comes out, but the swarm and the damage and the Geminate attack. Yamson's got an easy kill on this Viper. Currently 0-2-1 on his build, by the way.
You see what I meant by the way now? Like, the Tusk plus Weaver, it's... if you have a friend that wants to play Dota with you, and you're playing offlane, like this is one of those first combos that you learn are absolutely nasty. The second one is, of course, something like Viper plus Veno, you know, or Viper Jakiro Fade top lane.
Yeah, they threw the blood grenade. They want him with the dual breath as well as the liquid fire, but Fly getting backed up a little bit. Can't quite commit in.
Viper is jungling in at 4.
Yeah, I have a suspicion that's why he, I mean, different to what we saw from Emo, but did go into the Nether Toxin a little heavy, knowing that he has to back up. But a free lane for a Weaver is scary. They're gonna Shikuchi over and charge, but now that you've charged, you have no way out. Oh boy.
He charged, I think he tried to charge away, but the tag team slowed him so hard that there was a chance for Bignum to use Snowball to break it. So he wasn't charging into the Tusk, he charged into a different lane. But it just got broken anyway.
This is, oh boy. not good at all. If you switch to the net worth real quick, you're gonna see Weaver is so far ahead. They do get Fade here top, which is very big for them because they need to start slowing down the progression here. But Weaver is so farmed.
Yeah, this is nasty right now. They do have ways of dealing. You've got yourself the puck, the Spirit Breaker eventually. You can still play this game. You can still make it really hectic for the Weaver to, find the right angles. Game start.
Dream Coil used. Leashed up, surviving, and now going towards Emo. He's going to be silenced with the Waning Rift. Now the Bash connects. Snowball extending his life, and Puck actually jaunting back towards mid and giving up on this kill on Bignum. Getting a lot of help from the one regen on the Divine Favor. The extra armor is good too.
The extra armor is amazing. Charge mid. They don't have Dream Coil though, and he's got regen. This isn't basically going to do anything.
Yeah, it's not a possible kill at all.
He might even go with this region. He might go into the shrine.
Weaver,
and Weaver is so big. He can do the same. They're gonna lose the shrine.
Weaver's gonna come over, and that's gonna feel bad for this Viper too, who wants to just continue to farm and get this helmet the Dominator, but he doesn't have the health or mana to really go after this. They are gonna swipe this, and Yamson, who's not only getting a lot of net worth out of the game, he's getting a lot of experience out of this one, and this is just going to be he's going to be a problem quicker than I think that they're going to have the available answers for him.
He's already
obviously
a problem.
Yeah. But like a problem and willing to fight, because he's going to get this Deso at a decent time. Viper might just be dead after TPing here.
Gotta say though, if they go on him, it is a bit dangerous now, because Puck also has a TP. He's on 50% HP, but if they go on Viper and they don't kill him fast enough, I think they're
actually going for Puck mid. He's got the Dream Coil, and we'll see. Does Bignum make the play with the Snowball? If he can get it through the trees and surprise Emo, that could be pretty big here. And he already used the Illusory Orb forward, so he can jump back to lane. But
Weaver's
now
there.
he's in trouble. The Swarm is going to connect. Speed's dead off screen, but Emo now running away.
Dude.
And trying to get out of this. Will pick up and refill the bottle while swiping these bounties, and Yamson's not even going to go for him because I don't think he knows that he stayed for the bounties. I don't think they saw him.
They didn't. And now they're going for the Viper, and they don't know that Puck is right behind.
With full health almost.
Yeah, now they do. This could have been a disaster for GamerLegion if they went on the Viper. Because he's level 6 now, level 3 Nether Toxin. Tag team is great, but not that great when you don't have attack speed. Attack speed slow is 50 now on Viper, so quite a lot.
Wi-Fi level 6. Speed, he's level 5 here, so is Fade. Fade trying to get to this level 6 to have that Primal Roar. He's actually behind in experience by a lot from Zeal, who is in the jungle. Courier comes through the Twin Gate, so does Yamson, as well as this Tusk. And Bobica, he is dead to rights. That's going to be a kill for Speed. Meanwhile, mid, shield crash down onto Emo, and they'll Dream Coil this Pango. Pango's surviving for a while. curveball, thinking about the Rolling Thunder, but ends up dead to Emo instead. Bingham just not there in time to swipe a kill. And now a charge is coming top towards Fade, who still does not have this Primal Roar, and they're going to have Fly run in on him. Charge connects. And they are on the chase, but do they have this? Fly needs to be careful. He's actually forced to use that ult. Bringing in Bobica too. Dual breath. Here comes the Chen. All of a sudden, this is turn. Tian Ming's gone. That gets Fade level 6. He'll throw down the Primal Roar. There's no enrage. This Ursa's dead. He cannot get out of this one, and that's going to be 2 kills here for GamerLegion, and that just sloppy play from Yakult.
Dude, that's like 2 heroes versus 1. They don't get the kill, and they get turned on by almost no rotation. Okay, Chen rotates.
But they stuck around, and I almost want to say get lazy on it. Zeal is going to die as Yamson is now dominating.
Yeah, the play was a bit lazy because you're going into a Beastmaster that has 2 boars alive, right? And like to get to him, you kind of have to deal with the boars first. The slow is just way too big at this point. Very nicely done by Fade. He had a rough lane, but now he's fully recovered. More farm than the fuck.
That just gave him everything that they needed. This game is I know it's only a 1K lead, but the Weaver, man, he's got Desolator. He's got a 12-minute Deso. 11, really. It just has to get shipped out. And he's got same-day shipping. Well, really, Marcy has same-day shipping. He's got 1-day shipping.
Marcy has instant drone delivery. He's got same-day, let's put it that way. But yeah, they have a diffusal on him, and the Deso is being shipped out to the Weaver. So diffusal, RCY, Weaver, Deso. This is the kind of a game where whenever I'm in this position, I feel like I'm gonna throw. I don't know why. It's like only 1K lead. It's not massive, but when you look at the items, like these items are doing way more for Radiant than they are for Dire at the moment. But if they make 1 or 2 bad plays, it can all backfire heavily.
Zeal's dead, inhibited, and he'll Viper Strike, but it doesn't matter. He will. Ooh, God.
You see what I mean about the Weaver going on him? Like, if there's the puck here with the silence, that may be a kill, but they're just attacking Zeal, feeding him to the bugs, I guess.
And you've got the 2 extra charges. So that's quite nice. Wi-Fi gets a tower, though, so he's, doing well. Keeping up. Doing his thing.
He's got Battle Fury. It's flying out. So. Yeah, absolutely not the worst.
Not a terrible time
for him.
Yeah. We are really reading each other's sentence structure minds right now.
Sentence structure minds, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Especially with the extra.
Especially with the extra.
Oh, gosh. Fade. He's still almost got the Helmet Overlord. Yeah. 4 seconds slower than the average on this Battle Fury, but now you got time to kind of come back into the game. We'll see how hard they're looking to pressure. Yamson's sitting back looking for a Dragonlance. I wouldn't be surprised if he does want to get this Lincoln's before really playing too aggressively, just to stop that Viper Strike from being a problem. But there are ways to break it. They do have charge. There's not many ways to break Lincoln's, though. But with Weaver farming so much, I could see them playing a bit more conservative until he gets these next 2 items. But they took out the vision in the opposing jungle, and Yamson's already playing in that area of the map. He's not farming it. He's actually moving over to try and maybe take over mid.
Shield rune, though.
That being said, Emo, yeah, he's got that shield rune, and making this move is going to be a little bit difficult. Illusory Orb. Yamson coming from behind. Storm going to be thrown out. Bobica's already in trouble. Rolling Thunder. Ice Path. Good placement for it to stop them from being able to really chase Emo. He knows he's dead already. They're going to get a tier 1 tower afterwards.
That is such a beautiful item, by the way. It made him way tankier than you'd expect a Jakiro to be when a Weaver with Dazzle minute 14 is gunning you down. They're getting some things, like, all things considered, you know, like the game has started off pretty poorly for Yakult, but only 2k lead, 15 minutes in. It's definitely playable. Like, the Viper is finding farm. He's, what, 600 gold behind the Beast. Unfortunately, interrupted in his farm. He made some stacks, but they want to smoke instead.
Trying to get the Ags for the nosedive. Beastmaster, he's got that Helm of the Overlord.
They see Pango.
Soon.
Charge.
Yeah, Macropyre, and now he's kind of snapped in the Macropyre Viper Strike. There's the kill. All of it needed to get the kill on RCY. It's a good kill to get, and they want the tier 1 tower mid.
Yeah, they can tank this, right? Like, with the shield drone, he doesn't even have to go back. You have Jakiro with the fire as well. Icebreaker Jakiro once again, by the way, in this game as well.
Fastest Dragon Lance on this hero. Beastmaster has finished off that Helm of the Overlord, so now Ancient Creeps are going to be pushing.
BD now for Puck. So
Puck's been controlling these power runes, and this can actually become a problem for GamerLegion if they're not too careful. They've got the charge coming out of the Fade. They've got the TP over from Fly. Now Emo coming in with the amplified damage. They're going to need to respond to this. His charge is actually taking a long time. And Fade, not really maybe expecting the charge, is staying closer than expected. And the charge will be stopped, so they won't chase this, as there's a tier 1 tower that the side of GamerLegion can TP to, and they don't want to risk that.
yeah, they twin gated through, but they're gonna go all the way back. And one bad thing for GamerLegion is the vision that Dire have planted. Just look at it. It's everywhere. Like, they have currently 4 observer wards on the map. They're scouting everything. I don't know how he even managed to plant all of these, but good job. They see it all. They see all the moves.
Fade now with this Ancient Creep pushing top with some help. TP over from the Jakiro. Macropyre just to try and stop this push a little bit, but Bignum here shards, Ice Path, Walrus Punch, the control. And he's got this Pavis, but tries to reactivate that Ice Path. Primal Roar, Swashbuckle in. RCY gets the kill, and they get the tier 2 tower top.
He TP'd just to the delay. Like, he knew that most likely he will be falling. Of course, you don't want to die. You want to just use Macropyre and try to run away.
Ursus caught up, by the way. Top of the net worth now.
Yeah, no, they definitely are finding farm. Asher on Earth at this time around next. I mean, it's probably better than a BKB at this point, especially in this game. But BKB will be necessary as well.
This is Magus now for GamerLegion. And Yemson's still sitting here without a death. He's going into the Lincoln Sphere. Working on this, and we'll see what his progression looks like, how quickly he can kind of get to it.
One of the rare carries that actually enjoys the Lincolns, right? That's not too bad on him at all. Especially when you're playing into Spirit Breaker. Viper, Strike, and Charge. I mean, just Charge, it's enough. Just whenever you're playing into a Spirit Breaker, Lincolns is justified on any of your heroes. Like, supports or carries, doesn't matter. Cores, I mean.
Speaking of Charge. Fly, by the way, not only out farming now this Weaver, but the experience difference is pretty significant too.
they've been running together. I think that's like one difference. Yakult, they've been chilling, farming on their own. Aghanims on Viper, like BKB will be the first item instead on Ursa. So yeah, they're splitting the map and finding more outfits. Lane?
Yeah, mid. This is Weaver now in trouble, and Timelapse hits this Dream Coil snap, and now they've got the Hand of God. He's gonna try and run, but he's lost this Aegis, and he does not have a Timelapse. Ice Path's already ready with the Icebreaker, and this is a dead Weaver twice. He's alone here across the river, and the supports were trying to maybe help, but all of a sudden this Weaver dies, and we're starting to see this game just really clawed back by Yakult in a position where lanes didn't exactly go that well. Bottom was free for Weaver, but they've dealt with it pretty completely now. The farm from both the Pango and the Beastmaster is slowed down, and it's starting, it's getting a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, it's a free Tormy as well for them.
They're going to the Twin Gate.
Yeah, they can't. I don't think. Okay, maybe they can try. They did
What will
lose a
they
lot of
send
HP.
through? They're faking it with the boar and these creeps.
I feel like
everybody TP's out.
Out of all the carries that are being played right now, Weaver is not the easiest one to how to put it. Like, you're very elusive, but you can get punished super hard if you're out of position. Even with an Aegis, you saw what happened there, right? Like, they managed to take him down. And that's another problem with the Linken's build. It does save you from some of those spells, but if you have some AoE disabled like they do, then it becomes a little bit not questionable of an item, but yeah, it comes down to the fact that, okay, I buy Linken's, but I still need a BKB. What's happening? I need 2 defensive items, basically.
BKB faster than the average. And what did GamerLegion need to do to really like solidify coming now back into this game? I want to say, because they're starting to fall out of it. The gold is being picked up in droves for Yakult.
I think they might need to get some extra catch for the puck as well. He might break this smoke at first.
Snowball, puck, in some trouble. Rolling Thunder, now they might have a way out. They blink and they get away. Illusory Orb, the jaunt, and that is Emo escaping.
See what I mean? Like, he even used the orb offensively, giving away his position. They were smoked up, and they still cannot kill him. Like, they still don't have the proper control. I think a blink on Beastmaster might be necessary. Like, he needs to be there with the roar. It's not like, look, like, Blink Beast isn't something that should catch puck. Like, pucks of this level always juke the roar because it's too much of a wind and time. But maybe you can follow it up. If the Rolling Thunder connects, then you can follow through with the roar. He's buying Yules instead, so doing the same thing that we saw in the last game. Yules, this game has multiple, it's multifaceted, like it's versus the Spirit Breaker, versus the Ursa. Not too bad versus the puck at all the time, so I get it, but once again, I'm not sure that that's exactly what they need.
Beastmaster, 1 Radiant win. That's not confidence-inducing. Although now Dream Coil is used, the shards are perfect. The BKB, the kite is going to be here. We'll try to TP out with the Enrage, but they've got the roar, and now Fly, he is in a lot of trouble and will die here to Yamsun.
Ignum was attempting for another catch on the Viper, but nosedive a bit too strong. That was a little bit of Fly mess up, right? Like, he could have saved the Earth Shock for the shards. He didn't. Like, if he does that, he's pretty much free to run away.
Ooh, now they have found the puck, and he's got that AN disc, but the charge on the Bignum, the turnaround attempt, Got to be careful. Nether Strike. They don't have a roar, but the silence is there, and Tia Ming might be in trouble. Behind them is RCY, who gets hit with the Ice Path as well as the Macro Pyre, but it's not going to matter. Hand of God is there. Tia Ming getting chased back, and the charge away, and this is actually towards the Weaver. He has to stop that while Bobica ends up dead to RCY, but here comes Emo again, going for RCY, who's pretty tanky. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but there's the blink into the Walrus Punch. They've got some control. They'll throw down a Fireball, and they'll look for him, but he is able to get out, and now jaunt away.
He's playing them with this puck. He's 3-0-0. Of course, I won't say that they're like winning the game or anything like that, but this puck I feel like is winning. He's having a good time. What do you think about the Aeon disc that he purchased? Very defensive. You don't see it all too often on a puck. This early
Keeping
on.
him alive, I will say that. He is 3-0-0.
The cooldown does, increases every time he uses it, so it does become a bit of a worse item over time.
Just even still, the leads have not been massive.
My X factor this game is truly the offlane Viper, the hero that got absolutely demolished in the laning stage.
Mm-hmm.
A hero that is now almost the same net worth as RCY's Pango, and he's getting Shivas. But I want to see how much he'll be able to do. Wait. On this.
And disc, and another strike, Fireball down as Snowball TMing caught with the Walrus Punch and the damage, but the charge is there, and he is able to escape. They just don't have the continued lockdown to make sure that he doesn't get out. Charge actually over to RCY, but will be stopped before it hits him.
Gotta save one of the disables, basically. The Snowball or the Punch, and I think you can break him, but it's kind of hard to stop the charge with Bulldoze.
Does anybody get a nullifier? Like, is Weaver going to go for one? Not at the moment. Fly is caught. Used that Enrage already. Charge coming through with the Bulldoze is kind of annoying, but the Rolling Thunder RCY goes back up onto the high ground after hitting those steps, and they've got this time enough to get the kill here onto the Spirit Breaker.
Right now, I don't see anyone buying Nullifier. Like, you could buy it. Like, all of their cores kind of can. They do have Yules already, and maybe that would be enough. There's a sentry.
Pretty even odds.
Real hard hero to go on right now.
Yeah, very tough hero to go on. They're going to try Croaker, and the damage now backing away, but Zeal, he's going to be dead here to this Weaver.
Okay, never mind. Not that hard. That looked pretty simple with the Croaker stuns. He used Nosedive, and like the cooldown is still 20 seconds.
Getting the kill now on RCY. Fly.
Charge.
That credit there with the charge coming through onto the Chen. Nether Strike. And the Walrus Punch, the turnaround attempt. Dream Coil now onto 2. The damage onto Tia Ming will be enough. As Fly thrown up into the air, he's going to be forced to use that Enrage. The turnaround, he's got some help with the Ice Path and the BKB. But is popped now on Emo. A blink away from Fly. He doesn't get completely out. He does have a TP if he needs to go that direction. Bignum also looking to try and close the gap. He had already blinked, and Bobica reactivates that Ice Path, and they won't be able to chase anymore here on the side of Yakult.
There's a DD on puck, and the Viper is up, so they didn't want to overcommit, but Rosh is up as well. They have the bugs in 4 seconds. You have tag team. That's so this should be very quick. I'm not sure they could want this time. Yeah, they won't even try.
And they're not even going to contest this. Wow.
They might be feeling on Dire that, sure, they're not too far behind, like 2K. but they weren't ready. Like, not all of the heroes were in the same spot to go and contest it. But also, they might be feeling that the scaling is on their side. Like, you've got Puck, Ursa, Viper. All of these three heroes are going to scale quite a lot. Zeal, yeah, he died a bit quicker than I expected in that last fight because of all the physical damage from the long-distance Weaver shots. But he has Shivas, and now he's going into Ghost to prevent that from happening. All he has to do in these fights is just stay alive for long enough for his dots to do the work.
They are smoked.
He just
looking for a play. And the blink. Bignum silenced. No way to get the control there initially. There to get the kill into this Tusk. So that going to be the Walrus Punch taken out of this. But he's going to buy back. Forced to buy back. And this right now, Viper not taking a lot of damage. Evo's up out of the high ground. They've got the Dream Coil down. They're trying to get the kills here and turn this one around. Fly with the BKB going after this Beastmaster. All are healed. Walrus Punch gets some control. Looks for the snowball. BKB's going to run out. Nosedive down. And Bignum's going to get some space with those shards. Viper Strike, Fly in. That's going to be a dieback on this Tusk. And they just can't get the damage out. The fight is chaotic. And eventually sort of won here by Yakult.
Not sort of, definitely one, right? Like they take down Bignum twice, and they're playing into an Aegis as well. The way the fight started couldn't be any worse. Like, you go on a Viper that has nosedive, he goes on the high ground, your Pango gets stuck. At the same time, Tusk gets instantly blown up. Like, everything. They were really quick, and they were positioned really damn well to take this team fight. So, nice little bait by Zeal, I gotta say. The positioning was beautiful.
This is go now. Weaver has this Aegis, looking for a Daedalus, sure to that, and like they just weren't putting any damage on Azil.
He was on high ground. Like, that's one of the problems that was happening. Weaver on low ground, Viper on the high ground. You're missing a lot of right clicks. You can't even get them properly. Like, it's really not a good position to take a fight in. They mostly lost that fight because of the positioning. That was like the biggest problem they had.
Rasma on Emo. He's going into the Ags. He's putting out some decent damage. Meanwhile, you know, you're just not completely feeling the damage here. Ursa is just 500 gold away from now having himself his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, they're finding all the items. Ghost can be purchased by Zeal as well if he wants to complete it. He has the gold. So they're finding a lot of these defensive tools. Like, you've got Aeon Disc, you've got BKB Aghanims now on Ursa, Shiva's probably Ghost on Viper. You won't be able to blow them up, possibly even with the Daedalus that is on Yamsen now. It's a lot of damage though, of course.
So you're working with this Aegis, and do you just use it now to farm? Seeing how that last fight went.
I wouldn't mind if they still took a fight, like if they still found the right angle. Do they have any smokes though? I believe they do. One is up on Tusk. He's got another Yule Scepter as well, so I think that he can use on Ursa himself or the Spirit Breaker once again. Zeal is in vision. It's a hard target to go on. He could be, he's definitely baiting again.
Yeah, that deep is tough. And they're thinking about it. Shikuchi forward, it's right into the bait. They've got the silence. They'll go to the dust. They've got the bash, and down is that Aegis already. Beastmaster is far away from this fight. They're going to reactivate the Ice Path. They go to the Dream Coil. They've got the Hand of God. They'll pop the Lincolns. The charge is going to come through. It's going to be out of the Weaver. He's still waiting for the Dream Coil to go, but again, popped, and now the charge is there. Can they get the kill out of the Weaver? They can! Emo dominating, killing off Bignum again. They get 2 kills. They kill Weaver twice. And again, with this Aegis, the Weaver gets caught well out of position.
This man right here on the screen wasn't even close. Like, he couldn't connect. They still go onto the high ground. You see these circles? You understand that there's absolutely... I love it, because this perfectly wants to say in picture what I was trying to convey. like you have vision on top. You know that they're not bottom, no one is pushing in. You still run behind the tier 2 tower while your beast cannot connect, and you go onto the high ground exactly where like 99% all 5 of them are. Like, you don't see the map, but you should have a good idea that they're exactly there. This was like, once again, the worst position that they could take a fight. I really don't think that they're weak. I don't think that they don't have what it takes to take a fight. It's just that they're taking these fights in really bad positions.
And this is really considerably bad for them, those fights. And now Dream Coil, Beastmaster, charge, connects, Nether Strike, gonna have even more control. Snowball, the turn, the attempt, but the jump in from Fly, the Yules. And now he's got the Enrage, the Silence, the Ice Path with the Macro Pyre, and Fade will roar to leave this fight. Try to survive. TMing is dead. Yamson, though, he is in a bad position with everybody jumping around, and now he's gonna come back into the fight maybe with the Rolling Thunder going around. RCY, they get the kill on Bobica. They're gonna buy back on TMing. Look for RCY as the charge is coming from a long distance away. Zeal still full health. Big Gnome ends up dead, and maybe they chase for more with the charge hitting onto RCY. They want to continue to go for this. Yamson off to the side and ready to go. If they do come into the fight, it's Fly, he backs away. Back and forth we continue to go.
That was pretty good for GamerLegion, considering how the fight started, right? Like, I expected a quick kill onto the Beast and maybe a free kill as well on the Tusk, but just beautiful from the Beast to save himself, to use the Yules on the Ursa to roar him, prevent him from making an easy pick-off on the Beast and on the Tusk. So at least it's a trade, and the buyback, of course, on the Spirit Breakers. So
Speed still with the Cobalt Cup.
Yep,
Has greedy on it.
I think the problem in this game right now truly is the Viper, at least for GamerLegion. It's not a problem at all for Zeal. Like, he's had like the worst lane that you can imagine. There was no laning stage for him. He was jungling, but now he's turning into an absolute beast. He's gonna get hexed next as well. And he does have a way of breaking Lincolns, so he can basically break Lincolns and hex the Weaver as well if it's not broken already. You can, of course, always global charge, break the Lincolns into the hex, which is another option.
The Hex is going to be finished soon here for Fade. Abyssal now for the Ursa.
The two offlaners are really having, I would say, the most impact in the game right now.
Yeah.
Fade absolutely, and Viper kind of getting there as well.
Definitely agree with that.
BKB is up, by the way, on Weaver. That's one big item that is flying out of him. So maybe it changes things. They do have some BKB piercing abilities, of course, but it might change the way he takes these fights, and both teams kind of getting these big items and smoking up immediately after.
They're smoked on mid. Meanwhile, the side of GamerLegion is smoked top. Fresh BKB for the Weaver. As they'll try to make their rotation. If they can catch and kill somebody on Yakult quickly, especially with some buybacks have being used.
Charge and Chen.
Ooh, there's a banner in there that they just pinged, and Roche. Nobody likes banner. Just don't pick it up, you know? They're wrapping Zeal. He's a hard target to go on if you don't have yourself that hex. They're going to try and go for him. The BKB, that gets popped. They'll get the kill on a Zeal. They were able to zone them out really well with those shards, but the smoke, now Yakult, it's like they want to go and then maybe buy back with Zeal. They do have a tier 2 tower to TP into if he buys back and tries to go into the fight.
He has travels as well. Keep that in mind. And they have the outpost on the Radiant side, so there's no BKB on Weaver. This could be actually good.
Good smoke break here from Bignum, but the question is, do they still engage? Ice Path, Hand of God, keeping him alive. Buyback's used, and where is he going to come into the fight? They go to the charge and cuts across a couple of these heroes, and now they get the kill on a Bignum. They'll look with the Nether Strike, and now the nosedive. But what do they have? Ooh, they might have Fade. He's kind of away from his team. Charge connects. Abyssal is there. Where is your heals? Where is your help? Nobody coming in. The Storm's going to be thrown over, but for what? There's nothing to help him out. A TP attempt from Speed. He'll be able to escape this one.
They disengaged.
Are now near Roche, but I don't know. No Beastmaster for 70 seconds.
Yeah, no Beast. BKB is up in 20 for Weavers, but you can't really test this as well, dude. The outpost. How's Rolling Thunder? They have it. So maybe with Rolling Thunder they can play.
This Obs is
really
going to
hard.
be taken out. Just placed that sentry. Knew what they can get. Roche getting a little bit low. They need to be careful. Do they have a way into this? They have a Blink Dagger from RCY. He's looking for the Rolling Thunder. Oh, can he pick up the Aegis? He's got a slot open, and now it's going to be Aegis on the deck. Somebody's got to pick it up. It's going to be snatched by Fly. It was the kill there for RCY. But now RCY is die. Or what would have been probably funnier, bye in sync. Still,
I need to hear that from you.
It was so close. That was a great attempt, but just didn't quite grab the Aegis.
What is it with Pangos and getting stuck in the pit all the time?
Getting stuck on these cliffs, on these weird walls.
Especially in the cliff, there's just like so many little places inside and outside of the pit where you can get stuck. Not very unfortunate for him. He, like I said, he gets the kill, but he doesn't find the snatch. It's actually Ursa that snatches the Aegis. And Refresher shard. Now the cheese is on Jakiro.
So they didn't get anything out of that.
And they lost the gem, right?
Oh. That is not great. Not exactly what you would have liked here. But man, all of a sudden you've got this Aegis, you've got Refresher Shard, and a game that has continued to stay even just it progresses that way. Fade's got this Hex. He wants Boots Travel. He wants that Wind Waker, which would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of looking at what the big items are going to be. It's Wind Waker next for Chen 2, but that is like so far away.
I wonder if a Refresher on Beastmaster would be worth it at this point for the double roar, because eventually you won't be able to kill these heroes in one go, in one roar, that is. Like, they managed to do it to Zeal last fight. He's probably their best bet. Like, the game is only even because he doesn't have buyback at the moment. But I think if they can manage to kill him first, it could be like a very good start to the fight. But he's got cheese now, given to him by the Jakiro.
Zeal, cheese, BKB in 9 seconds, fresh, just like the cheese. And they smoke again on GamerLegion. They want to kind of pound in here, but that's going to be tough fighting into the Aegis. Weaver almost level 25. That would give him that extra Geminate attack. You might want to wait on that, truthfully. He's working on 2 more items, but where he'll fit this into the equation, I'm not too sure. I mean, it's got to be the treads get taken out, and then maybe even that Dragonlance as Legion. They're going to pick up this shard now for Shen. Is that the last shard? No, they still need a shard on Beastmaster. I was going to say maybe the next one, if they get there, is a good amount of gold.
Yeah, the shard on Beast isn't that bad as well. When both shards are good. In this game, you already have the Helm of Overlord.
They found RCY.
That's so quick.
They're all there to go and get that kill, and That is a Pango that is dead for 80 seconds. They might be able to force his buyback.
Weaver will
Still
maybe
continuing
try
to be tough.
Yeah, he might try to rat off. Seems like, at least.
Might need to be the play. There's the glyph. Both teams using that glyph. They've got that, or well, they've got that banner pushing mid, and Spirit Breaker shows up, and Yamson's down to about half health. You might want to be careful. The TP is coming back. They'll go to the dust, and the chase is on. They'll use the Yules, but Emo's off to the side. Can he find a way in?
They could def
at the
now.
moment.
If they TP fast enough, like they could def. There's no puck, no Spirit Breaker, right? Like this generally is your time to catch someone, but they also don't have any catch, unfortunately, because Pango is dead. So not gonna happen.
Buy back.
Yeah. Generally, when you're ratting like this, your goal is not always to just take a side. Your goal is to force a rotation of someone, and then you TP back to base and fight, right? But wasn't available here. 25 on him, 25 on Ursa as well. Do we have any other 25s? I don't think so, right? Not at this point. Just the carries.
Who's close? Not really anybody. I guess Emo's close. He's the next closest. And then Zeal. Yeah, the experience lead is 7 levels for Yakult. That's quite a bit.
I can't believe that this game is still sub 1K lead.
Yeah, the highest net worth lead was 7,000 for GamerLegion.
Yep. They had such a wonderful start, but and that's the power of Weaver and Tusk, and it kind of did fall off eventually. The Weaver is not falling off. If he gets caught in a Dream Coil, though, he still can't die. They have more than enough control, and that's the problem. He's just not as survivable as an Ursa is at the moment. But he's got the Butterfly, he's got Daedalus, working towards Satanic. Like, this is almost as good as it gets. Would you
like the Satanic first? Before the Butterfly?
I think Butterfly is really important here as well.
Yules. And the Shards, BKB, TMing, thinking about the Roar, the Nullifiers on them, and they've got the damage big time from Weaver.
This is as good as it usually can get for a Weaver.
Who also didn't go to the Geminate attack. He went to the extra Shikuchi cooldown.
That's an interesting one. Yeah.
Wants to stay elusive in the fight. I mean, now it's a 3-second cooldown on Shikuchi, which is going to make him more mobile. But if they catch him with the Abyssal and the Dream Coil, as well as having the fact that, you know, they are going to have level 25 on Emo in a second, he's most likely going to take Dream Coil Pierce's debuff immunity. If he takes the other one, I don't know.
Sure. Yeah,
I'd be shocked. But, you know, you're going to be stunned up for a while. That maybe the BKB helps you out. You're not going to get Ice Pathed as well. But they can go Dream Coil, then they can go into the Abyssal, and you might be really, you know, a tough spot.
They're setting up on both sides.
Ooh, Hex. But the turnaround Abyssal play from Fly going in with Emo. They've got the silence. They don't have any kills just yet. They're going to nosedive in with the BKB being popped here by Zeal. Dream Coil used, and there's nowhere for RCY to go. He starts the TP. Oh, can he get out? Just barely, and Tusk ends up dead too. But they don't get anything. They jumped for Zeal.
They're reading them like a book right here. Like another attempt from Radiant that just instantly gets punished. Like, he doesn't even manage to roar. Like, he jumps in with a Hex, but instantly gets bashed and killed off by the Ursa and Pug. Like, they're just reading these moves. They're setting up perfect bait on the Viper.
Oh, they've got the scan on RCY. Speaking of being read like a book, they also had the Watcher over there. Scan connects. RCY now knows he needs to leave. And Fly even thinking about just jumping in. He's under the tier 3 tower trying to go after RCY. And the Nullfire's going to be in, but they've got themselves the silence with the BKB being popped. They're going to force this buyback coming up from Bignum. Hand of God comes through. Fly might be in a little bit deep. He is in way too deep. They need a little bit of help, but they go to the Ice Path. That lands under the Weaver, who doesn't have a BKB at the moment. He finally pops it. They're still going to try and get this coming to Fly. The chase is on. The damage is there. The charge not in time. RCY is caught. He's hit with another strike. They get the kill. They'll take him out. He's got buyback. Gem's going to be picked up here by TMing. And they'll back up this GamerLegion side. And 30 seconds till Roche. Ursa not going to be up for 90. We'll see what each team chooses to do.
That's the most fly thing that I have seen today, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
You see that Weaver has a Wind Waker, by the way, instead of the D-Lance, so he didn't complete the Titanic.
Yeah,
and he saw the Dragonlance. I mean, not having Dragonlance for me is what bugs me the most here.
Yeah, the extra damage from the Divine, I don't know, man. I don't think the Divine... I think the Satanic's the right call. And because they got the Roche in the previous attempt, and it was snatched, it roars, it gives up their positioning. I mean, the assumption is that they're there. Zeal's going to want to go in. Illusory Orb, Shiva's from a distance. Roche sitting low.
He has the Harpy Scout, the best creep at this moment, right? Like, you just keep him in the air. Oh, we'll die. Didn't do a lot.
Well, 1,300 hit. Ursa back up in 5. They'll have the ability to get back into the fight. They go to the Hex. They find it on Zeal, but now they've got the Macro Pyre with the Axe down. Dream Coil, they're standing in it. BKB, Bingdom trying to go in. There's the Wind Waker. So he's going to be backing out of that. They go to the Nether Strike. They're trying to get the damage onto Roche. This is a bad idea. They cannot help out yet. Ansem forced to get away. And now an amplified damage on Fly. It is time to ripcord out. I don't know if you can contest this anymore.
Kill Roche before he gets there or something.
Like Fly's going to clean up whoever he goes for.
Absolutely. They want to, though. It seems like they still want to take this fight. Attack speed low from Hero and from Viper is just incredible.
No Macro Pyre, no Dream Coil, and they'll back away from the pit. They'll give Fly an Aegis, a Cheese, a Refresher Shard, and another banner all over for Yakult.
They were really indecisive in that last fight, right? Like, you had to decide to commit to Roche and take it before Ursa respawns. Weaver? Good thing he took that talent 25.
The cooldown, yeah.
Yeah, keeping him alive here.
Gosh.
They truly had to decide either to commit to a fight or to commit into a pit. They didn't commit to one or the other, and they wasted way too much time. Ursa respawned. They had like a number advantage, and they didn't manage to utilize it to take down Roche. Very nice delay, of course, by Yakult. Zeal just recognizing how easily tanky he is at this point.
Now his bots too.
Radiant are scanning.
I'll also agree with you, by the way. You said it a long time ago. You thought the X factor was going to be this Viper, and that's exactly what it is.
Rapier.
Oh, fire now on him too. This Viper's, I mean, they tried to jump him and he just stands tall.
Shield rune on top of all of that.
Oh God.
You know what I'm noticing is in these fights, it's not even yeah, they can't go on, can't get through the half of the shield rune. There's that.
Okay. Silver linings. That's the way you're looking at it. And the God, RCY, he's dead. Refresher, the jump, the Abyssal, the chase is on. And the charge not even going to be needed. They'll get the kill onto both RCY and Fade, who have buyback available and are most likely going to be forced to use it.
Absolutely. With the Aegis, even against the Rapier, I think you can pressure and push high ground now. Puck has 7,000 gold, by the way, in store, so maybe an extra item on him is an option before you push. How do you do this? Like, what is exactly the play? You have Rapier, but you can't attack. Like, the attack speed is always massive.
You gotta hope you have the damage. this is another set of racks, and he's got the shard. He'll work on the tier 4s. What's your way in? How do you beat this Aegis cheese and everything combo? Did already use the shard. Some decent damage on to Zeal. Dream Coil. Now the Wind Waker. Lincoln's popped. Yamson back into the fight. They go to the Hex. It's going to be the damage there. They hit the Roar. Can they get the kill here onto this Puck? But they've got themselves another strike as well as the jump in onto the Weaver. They get the kill on Zeal. They'll take it to this Viper. And he's going to buy back immediately. Bingham in the macro pyre. The Walrus Punch is going to be on a 5-5. 5-5 trying to run away. They get this lockdown onto RCY with the Abyssal Blade. He's dead after buying back. 2 minutes gone with the BOTs, 2s. Zeal's back into the fight immediately with the BKB and helps to get that kill onto RCY. But now without the Pango, now without the roll, the gems are picked up, and they've got the vision, they have the control. Can they slow this down at all? Can Weaver, with the Divine Rapier, even do anything? Viper Strike, Lincoln's popped, has the Wind Waker, damage on a fly. He's got the Aegis still. They'll go to the Abyssal Blade, they've got the control, the charge comes in. Primal Roar is going to be used on Zeal once again. They've got the Ice Path under his feet with the silence. They get that kill. Divine Rapier down. GG is called. We're going to a game 3.
When you saw the laning stage, I'm sure that 90% of us did not expect a game 3, right? Like, looking at the way the game started, like, you'd think, yeah, they've got this. It should be kind of simple. It should be kind of easy. Viper is in the jungle. Like, he's unable to lane at all. They're winning all 3 lanes, more or less. 6-0 at some point on the Weaver.
Right.
But it still wasn't enough. I feel like they let themselves go a little bit to say first what kind of went wrong for Yakult Brothers. They lost 2 Aegis timings for nothing. Like, they just fought in bad spots. They took bad fights, truly. Like, this one is probably the worst one.
Mm-hmm.
Beast is so far away. You have Aegis. You have the advantage as well. This was like the good advantage they had. But you just lose the fight. Straight up. Beast didn't even join in the end. That was one. They had a couple of these. They had another one with an Aegis that they lost. Nothing really forcing their hand to play like this. They could have even pushed the tier 2. But okay. To say what went really well for Yakult, of course, is this recovery. The fact that they had the Viper that got completely destroyed, that manages to find all the farm. And by the way, keep in mind, like, you have a Rapier on Weaver with the Beastmaster and with Penitence. And he's still unable to right-click in some of these fights because of the attack speed slow that is applied to him. Like, buy Baboka and buy Zeal. Like, they have 2 heroes that just slow your attack speed. I believe Zeal is 50 attack speed slow, and from Baboka it's like 100. So it's quite a lot if you get caught in these spells. Like, you can't even dish out the necessary damage.
And not able to dish out the damage, then all these items being picked up here for Yakult, the Ags, for this Jakiro as well, these macro pyres, where these fights are just kind of stonewalled into the macro pyre for so long, and you see just so much overwhelming. Azil ended up being that X factor. He really did, and you see it this last fight, Weaver just unable to move, silenced, lockdown, Nether Strike, jumps in with the Abyssal, and there is nothing Weaver can do.
Absolutely nothing.
Overall, just a great game from Fly. A couple of bad decisions. Jumping into the tier 3 was a little bit of a Fly decision. But overall, I mean, they really recovered after what looked like a laning phase that might just shut them out.
Yeah. You gotta give it to him, though. Just jumping the tier 3 like that, that's the XIG move right there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta respect it. Forcing a couple of buybacks, if nothing else. But yeah, definitely wasn't his highlight of the match. He had some good things, like the good itemization as well. All of them on the side of Yakult, I feel like itemized and played well. The vision game was really strong from Tianming as well, something that we don't talk about all too often, but he had a perfect game in that sense, setting things up for everyone, having the charge ready at all times. Bear down, yeah, I think he deserves the MVP for sure. I mean, all of them do. Zeal as well. I think he deserves the MVP considering how bad his game started and how badly he was set up in the laning stage.
This is 7-4-12, and Fly gave up that first blood, but ends up being the one who gets the MVP. And forcing a game 3 now, an elimination BO1, basically. as GamerLegion, they had their chance to close this out. They had their chance to wrong direction. They had their chance to really figure out a way to kind of move on to tomorrow at 2-2. But now both teams just a game away from being eliminated, and it's a very stressful spot to be in. And we'll see who ends up pulling it out. Is it going to be GamerLegion? Is it going to be Yakult? We'll find out after a break. We'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Să-mi-l omoare pe cel moldovan. Încă. 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 Încă ơi și cu cel vrâncean. Uiței bersane, tișne, zdrevane și de-a fi se mor, încât timp să spui lui Vrâncean și lui Ungurean ca să le facă aici de aproape în strunga de oi să fiu tot cu voi. Astea să le spui, iar la cap să-mi pui, lui raș de fac, lui raș de os, lui raș de soc, muzicei cu foc. Când abate plâne, răzbate șuile, să strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni, măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe câmp alergând, de toți întrebând.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to some even more Dota action for you. As we're gonna have to move that over a little bit. There we go. Just don't look behind the curtain, the curtain that's behind you. But we got ourselves game number 3 between GamerLegion and Yakult. As we come into this one, it was Yakult who took game number 2, and a very impressive, I will say, comeback based on the way that they ended up playing to come back from the laning phase, because I thought that that was very it was a very tough laning phase to recover from with the way that the Weaver was playing. I thought maybe Weaver would be out of control enough where it just overwhelms
He was.
the side of Yakult overall. And
He was out of control, a little bit too out of control, unfortunately, as it does happen sometimes when you're owning. I think there is a very reoccurring storyline that happens sometimes to carries when they roll out of control, like when they're like 6-0, 7-0. Very rarely do I see an absolutely clean game after. You know, it's always like 7-0 into 7-4, 7-5, 7-6, you know, and then you start sweating a little bit. But
then you don't know what to do.
I think he had a good game overall. It's just the draft from Yakult was really ingenious. Like I think the switching up the Viper to the offlane definitely hurt them in the like short run, but in the long run, it worked out perfectly.
Right.
A bit of a different start, by the way, with the snap being first phased. So a bit of a different banning stage as well. Like Axe getting into the first ban, DK and Timber, that's something that we have seen before, but
5 seconds
yeah,
remaining.
Tusk still left in the pool for both of these teams. So far, Tusk lost both games, right? Game 1 and Game 2?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Not very fun for this hero.
He's not impressed with what he's seeing, by the way. That's the impression I'm getting.
Radiant team ban.
Doesn't look like it.
Night Stalker ban. I mean, okay, just banning out some of the comfort zone heroes as well, but most likely
10
getting
seconds
some
remaining.
backlines like a puck or some sort of a spirit on Yakult, so making
5
sure that
seconds
Night Stalker
remaining.
doesn't mess with them. That's usually what I get from that kind of a ban.
Radiant
Right.
team pick.
Because it's not really a hero that everyone plays, right? Like, Night Stalker is not as unpopular as he used to be. But you still see some games here and there, but he's not like ban material, at least not right now, unless you know for a fact that they like to play that it's like comfort zone pick.
10 seconds
So
remaining.
Night Stalker on one side, on the other side, the Huskar definitely isn't. Viper is still left in the pool. So far,
That was going to be my question to you. Are we going to see Viper again?
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind seeing it. I wouldn't mind seeing it into a puck as well. And that's the Night Stalker ban into a puck pick on the other side immediately. But what other heroes could you pick into the puck, by the way, right now that are left?
10 seconds remaining.
Some of the spirits, I suppose, right? For Yakult are
5
still left in the pool. Like Void Spirit for Emo is maybe the easiest approach.
Yakult Brothers turn to pick.
Ember as well.
Early Ember, yeah.
One of the spirits was probably
Radiant
going
team
to get
pick.
picked one way or the other.
And there's that Sky that's been getting banned in the second phase constantly.
I love the 3 chickens, by the way, that followed him over the screen. It's a pretty good intro. Respect.
10
Yeah, the
seconds
silence, right?
remaining.
Like this is a hero right now that whenever you play
Radiant
Sky,
team pick.
you go 4-1-1, you max out Arcane Bolt, you deal like 200 damage per Q hit per Arcane Bolt. It's ridiculous, absolutely. But in this kind of a game, it's about the silence. Like I think you can even max it
10
out into a
seconds
puck.
remaining.
It's one of the longest silences in the game with the damage
5
amp.
seconds remaining.
And as you're playing into a puck, you can just catch him. Not too bad at all. Not amazing because of the Photic Shield that they've got right now. So something that GamerLegion have picked up for themselves. But
Yeah, I mean, now you can't really focus the silence anymore, right?
I mean, you still can early on in the game. It's not like they're going to play together in the
Okay.
first 15 minutes. You still can, but you probably don't want it maxed in the lane at least. So one level of it should be enough. Chen usually
Yakult Brothers turn to ban.
not too bad versus Sky. Versus these heroes in general. Like having some extra heal, having some creeps to mob them through the game. Okay, they picked themselves an Ember and a Viper. Viper into Abaddon with Nether Toxin is not too bad. But I want to see some frontline, some actual frontline from Yakult. Like Zeal eventually becomes that, but I think they need a carry that accomplishes that a little bit better.
Imagine they put him on carry, the Viper, get him in all 3 positions.
Why not? If they can find a better offlane.
Just would be fun to potentially see.
It's going to be a nasty lane, right? Like Sky or Jakiro plus Viper, like one or the other. It's yeah, Ursa kind of a hero that I had in mind. You know, these like heroes that don't mind jumping in first from a position 1. There aren't many.
Right.
Like, Ursa is probably like the best. Back in the day, Wraith King was played. That hero is, I don't know where it is anymore. Is it in the dumpster? Is it in the landfill already buried? Like he's nowhere to be seen, at least.
This time Ursa banned.
GamerLegion, they need the offlane, right? Most likely. Abaddon could be the offlane, and you could pick something different on a carry. So there is that flex potential, of course. But I feel like they need their offlane, and on the other side, on Yakult, you need a carry. When it comes to the carries, you can either go for these kind of guys that I talked about that jump in first, because I think that that's what they need as a team right now. But when you look at the Abaddon on the other side, maybe getting something that deals well with him is not too bad. Getting some sort of like a Terrorblade with reflection, you know, something like that could work.
Yakult Brothers turn to ban.
This Abaddon core, we haven't seen a lot of core Abaddon recently, and I'm a little worried for it.
Yeah, you and I, we haven't really been covering too many, if any, Abaddon games in Wallachia so far. I think Liquid has played it
5 seconds
with
remaining.
interesting success rate. And overall, I feel that the hero has fallen off a little bit, but he's usually banned when it's a good game for Abba, so you don't see him because of that as well.
Yeah, surprisingly, we've kind of avoided all the Abaddon picks. It's got
Yakult Brothers turn to pick.
decent win rate. Now Nature's Prophet. This Yakult lineup seems deadly. It seems very deadly.
It's deadly, but it's also so damn crazy. Like Ember is the only melee hero. They don't have any. I don't know how to put it. It's like it's very deadly. I'll stick with that. I'll stick with your description. Sure, it's very deadly. I feel like there's something missing in it, though. I feel like there is a way for you to abuse it. They have no stuns. That's one of the ways to look at it. You have Ice Bat, and that's it. You have some roots, but absolutely no stuns on their side.
Searing Chains, I mean, that with Silence, maybe Rod of Atos for the Viper.
Lotus
That's
Orb.
the build.
Bam. Manta. Bam.
True. Nego Centaur, which is not much of a surprise. I mean, this hero has been pretty popular in the offlane. He's a hero that gets an earlier Lotus, too.
Yep. I think it's a really good Lotus game for them as well. Getting that on him. Where will the Prophet be playing, by the way? Do you play the Prophet on the safe lane? Most likely Red Fly Prophet. It's like a good Prophet game. They have... You know what's really cool this game on the side of Yakult? Like you're playing into Abaddon, you have a built-in silence on a hero, like a really good silence, and you have a built-in break on a hero. So you might be able to kill Yamsen before he even manages to use his ulti.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it'll be Fly Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
No surprise. I'll be honest, I like this Yakult lineup. I know it lacks a little bit of lockdown, and that is usually a sign that it may not go well.
Mm-hmm.
But truth be told, I think this lineup kind of gets online very quickly.
And it needs to stay online. That's one thing that I'll say. Like once it gets online, it needs to stay online. If it doesn't, things are going to go south real fast. GamerLegion, they have a way more of a stable Dota draft. You know, like you have some really good combos. You have a Photic Shield to deal with everything on the other side. So Lotus Orb, I mean, sure, it's necessary, but you already have a built-in Lotus Orb on one of your heroes. You have Dream Coil and Mortimer's Kisses. Yeah, overall, I don't know. I think in general, I would like GamerLegion's draft a bit more. I think it's well-rounded. I think it's just nicer to play. On the other side, it's kind of cool, but you have to play the tempo too fast.
Right. Yeah, we'll see what they can do here for Yakult and GamerLegion. I'm if GamerLegion can kind of hold out on this level 6 timing and honestly these early movements from Nature's Prophet, I think they're in a decent spot.
Mm-hmm.
But it's gonna be tough. They are tanky on their off lane and their safe laner. They're going to have Chen for a little bit of heal. Maybe that helps them out to kind of survive these initial onslaughts, but we'll see. It's not looking like an easy one. Viper still caustic bath, no surprise. Smokes from both teams.
Insta broken on the Ember.
RCY breaking it on Emo immediately.
30 seconds to battle.
That sends the side of GamerLegion north instead.
We have seen First Blood in both of our games of this series so far. We have seen the First Blood on the rune, that is, so maybe it happens again. If Fly
could be Fly. Smoke broken immediately backs up.
The battle begins.
But now it may even be TMing. He'll try to go for this bounty rune. Nobody else coming over. It's just speed. He'll lose a little bit of mana thanks to that mana burn creep. Bobica going bottom and 2 for 2 on the bounty runes.
2 for 2 with one observer being devoured, so that's something. Some gold and X for the Skyrat.
Extra 100 gold for this guy and a little bit of extra experience, which he's gone Shield of the Scion. We saw the other facet the last time. We saw Skywrath Mage, but Shield of the Scion feels very strong. See what his build ends up being and what Zeal's going to want to go for as well. RCY and Emo already trading heavy amounts of damage over mid.
Do you think that he should switch things up on Viper from the last game?
I assume in this game his lane is going to go a lot better, so he's got more options, right?
Yeah. Or he's got the same option but faster.
Yeah. But I wonder, like, is Bobica just going to be the one who wants to go for this Rod of Atos, or maybe we're going to see Zeal want to go for the Rod of Atos, or both? Like, what's the question, or what's the answer here from them?
I would rather see no one going for it. Like,
really? Just because there's a Photic Shield?
I mean, just because there are other items, other ways of dealing with these heroes on the other side. But yeah, like you said, you're playing without any stuns, so we're bound to get an Atos, I think, on someone. Most likely on the Sky.
There is a Lotus Orb that's probably going to be built on Centaur. That seems to be the build-up, right? He goes into the Helm of the Dominator, then Lotus. Might make things kind of difficult.
Just a lot of good items for Centaur this game. Like Dominator, then after that you have this trifecta of the Lotus, Pipe, and Crimson. All three are good, so we'll see what he goes for. I'd like to see the Lotus, but he might think that it's redundant, seeing that there is an Abaddon as well on his side.
Getting a significant amount of denies here in this bottom lane. 6 between the two heroes on the side of GamerLegion. Getting a lot of those ranged heroes denied. Fly from the safe lane.
Well, don't
see where he ends up going.
Don't be fooled by the Chen denies, by the way. They're very often just his own creeps.
Well. It was it twice, but it was also, I think both him and Abaddon have gotten a range creep each.
It's massive, of course, getting that little bit extra help with the XP.
Teaming, dual breathing, and they will get access to that Lotus first in the top lane. I like the idea that they're going for here in this bottom lane with Zeal and Bobica. If they can catch somebody in the Nether Toxin and concussive shot him. Good damage. Goes to the same build in the off lane, 0-2-1. Top lane, Bignum getting this pull. Trying to get this creepy equilibrium and the lane to feel a lot better for them. Teaming also got himself the pull. So a lot of these creeps just kind of being denied in this scenario as Viper orders a mango to grab for himself, and there's not a lot of mana regen on the Skywrath Mage. They didn't get a lot with the mana that they used in this bot lane. They didn't get first blood or anything. And with the lack of mana now, it kind of just opens up the lane for GamerLegion, right? Like, yeah, you'll throw another toxin down, but at the end of the day, you know, it's hard to sustain that mana with the fact that Speed's just constantly got this Satyr Mind Stealer on you.
This Mind Stealer is basically winning the lane. Imagine if this Viper even went for Q instead of another toxin, it would be even worse. But of course, you do go for the toxin now, for the nether toxin most of the time. But yeah, just a free farm for Abaddon so far down bottom. Like, usually you'd expect this kind of a lane to be a bit more aggressive, to be a bit more punishing, but they're the ones being zoned out most of the time.
Right. Makes me think that eventually the Viper just gets a couple more levels, maybe in lane, but it just backs up into the jungle, right?
Doing it right now, even. Just for the stack, though, it seems like. Yeah.
Why not at all? Looking as mid level 6 already for RCY, and a pause from Bignum. Going ready. Okay.
If Emo steps to the left, like, he will be scouted. I'm not sure it's a kill though. Like, he's got raindrop and 10 Magicon charges, so it's probably a hard kill for Puck alone. With Bignum, there definitely is some potential, but he's 6 now.
Six-minute rune coming up in a couple of seconds. We'll see who gets it. Bobica coming over. RCY, he's got, like I said, that level 6 of the Obs on bottom and the Remnant on top. And it'll be top. It's a regen denied. At the same time, Speed getting that first blood on Zeal.
A lot of movement flow, right? Like, we talked about Viper and how slow this hero is in general, not only in the laning stage. And then add on top of that the frost attack from the Ghost. Like, it's this or the Harpy, two best speeds that you can find with Chen this early on. Plus, of course, Curse of Awareness, Abaddon running you down. He has bases, by the way. Level 5 plus base boost, they might go again.
Yeah, Bobica's got no mana. He does have 7 charges in that wand, but not an easy route for him. And they want to back up probably to get this shrine. Wi-Fi taking some damage. Scatter Blast, Blood Grenade. Ember coming top, trying to help Sleight of Fist. But they land the stun. They've got the Dream Coil, and the leash is on to the Nature's Prophet. He's trying to survive. They get the kill on a TMing. They'll end up trading Fade, but down goes Fly. RCY with a double kill. Cookie connects. Another Slight, and Emo will be forced to TP away.
Yeah, just a perfect counterplay. Yeah, you lose the Centaur, sure, that's not great, but perfect counterplay by Puck. Securing the Wisdom Shrine and the stacks. Yeah. Quad stack, I believe, right? So pretty nice one for RCY.
Not that great for Fly in that situation. We thought this lineup would come on a little bit more from Yakult, but instead it's the other way.
He had like nowhere to rotate as well. I think that's one. I really like Prophets right now, but I really like him as mid. Like, as carry sometimes, especially if you're not rotating, if you're not pressuring the map, I feel like some of the strengths of this hero are just underutilized. You know, you have this possibility to be everywhere on the map, and you're just never using it as a core, as a carry. Some carries do it, but Fly so far just didn't find the right angle. No rotations down bottom versus the Abaddon, no rotations mid against the Puck. Heroes were always way too healthy or just way too maneuverable for him to make a difference. So it's like, yeah, you're just stuck farming.
How do you bring this game back for Yakult down this much? It seems like a lot already. This is a rough...
last match.
It did, but I think Ursa was doing better, and mid was a little bit more even, right?
They are getting something. So I think these two supports right now, once they get 6 as well, will be pretty difficult to deal with. Some of Dominator is completed on Viper, so they're finding some things across the map. It's not terrible. Plus, when they're pressuring like this, as 3 heroes, you can have a Prophet in mind. If we just discussed, you can join in at any point, so it's hard to defend. I would even say that, yeah, they're 3k behind, but taking objectives is maybe easier for them. Nice Dark Troll Summoner on top lane, by the way, trading the tier 1 for tier 1.
Both offlaners getting towers. It's going to be Kaya first item by the Skywrath, by the way.
It's always like that. It's like no talisman into boots, into Kaya. I feel like it's a must. What you buy with the Kaya is like a question mark. Do you keep the Kaya alone? Do you switch up the Kaya into Meteor Hammer or Kaya Sanj? It's all very situational, but Kaya isn't. Kaya is like the first item you want to go for. But no Atos, I believe, was your point, right?
No, just kind of looking, just announcing. But yeah, you know, maybe no Rod of Atos. I'm a little worried with the control, or the lack of control for them, especially with what we're seeing so far from the side of GamerLegion. It looks really good for them. Like, they just are pressuring the map and making things a little bit more difficult for Yakult to kind of react. Also, 3rd straight game for Icebreaker on this Jakiro.
This game in particular is good because their catch is pretty damn bad, so at least having the double ice path is not bad. They have the damage. I expect the ice path to be maxed out next. Okay.
Going for Zeal, and he is very dead. Even committing that Dream Coil. Bobica's level 6. They've got Ice Path, but Loser Orb and the jaunt forward. Bobica dead, and look for +1 on TMing. RCY avoiding a shot there from the tower, just continuing to heal up with the bottle and also
Still
using
chasing.
the Puckish. TMing. He's fine. Again, just a 5,000 net worth lead, and yeah, you know, can you get this if it goes later? Sure, but you're gonna get overwhelmed. The net worth lead is a significant margin where when it's this early in the game that you're behind, it's an item or two that you're behind around
absolutely.
the team.
You know what's crazy as well? Prophet is one of those heroes that can, and usually does, swing the favor of the net worth in for his own team. This time around, it's just not working that way. What's going to happen?
He has the borrowed time and healed back up. TP attempt, and he will
Just TP,
get out.
Right?
And just TP.
No stuns. Stampede was necessary. If not for that Stampede, he absolutely dies. So it saved him, and it made sure that the silence doesn't go all the way through. He had a higher level of ancient kill, by the way. That was a kill, I gotta say.
Silence. Dream Coil. Problems here for Emo, and by problems I mean he is dead. It is 6-1 at the moment, and now it's on to push even further and continue to just kind of cut this map out.
This is the kind of a game that Chen loves playing. 7k, I mean, everyone loves playing this kind of a game. 7k advantage, 13.
Hurricane, double Hurricane. Fly can't leave the lane, and now they have the cookie. They get the kill. They take him out. Zeal comes over. It doesn't really matter though. double hurricane from from Speed to pull in these heroes.
Double bounty rune as well for Puck now to regain some of that lost mana. 8k lead now, 14 minutes and 76% win rate. Yeah, this is... Look, when I saw this draft from Dire, from Yakult, I expected some sort of a tempo. I expected them to be playing a bit faster. They just didn't find anything on the map so far.
Mystic Flare, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chain, Stampede used again. Bignum able to escape. For now, the arcade move! It might kill him, it will.
Green Coil mid? He's used, by the way.
No follow-up. A bit shocking. Getting croakered. Just leaving Yamson to just about have this Radiance, by the way. Smoke used, they'll go top. There's no Stampede. Almost a pipe for the Centaur War Runner. Forgoing the Lotus at the moment.
The pipe is so good, right? Like, you're playing versus Sky, you're playing versus Viper, versus Jakiro. Everyone has some sort of...
They're TPing up Fly. Macro Pirate with no Stampede. This is certainly a kill. Starting to pull back a little bit. Slowly but surely getting these kills and trying to cut into this significant lead from the side of GamerLegion.
That one kill gave them 1,000 gold. That one single kill on the Centaur gave them 364 for the kill and 600 for everyone else. Kind of crazy. Like, this early on, I mean, it's a lot. But they also have a crazy lead this early on, so I guess it's understandable.
Silence out of the Puck. And Hand of God now is able to phase shift. And Illusory Orb with the Silent Dream Coil. Can he even turn this one back around? Mortimer's kisses on an emo, and the Remnant's too late.
They have Stampede, by the way. But probably not going to go any further.
That is really unfortunate. As emo, again, just kind of getting killed and getting caught out. And trying to get that kill onto the Puck. Fly getting chased. Stampede ends up being used. They're right on him, and they'll get another kill. They'll croaker him up into the air. No reactions available. This is all, by the way, without Abaddon.
Yeah, they're playing without their carry right now, and they're still winning. Like, the way that, you know, it's kind of weird, the positioning in which Firefly is farming. I'm not sure if he's trying to bait or is this, like, intentional, but he's farming in places where he would farm with Ursa. And Prophet isn't that kind of a hero. With Prophet, you're always hiding. You're farming on the outskirts of the map. You're not farming in front of your tower because you're as glass cannony as it can get with this kind of a build. If you have Blade Mail Vessel, sure, you can. But if you have Maelstrom and the stick, like, an indentation.
That's a Nature Dream Coil and a Remnant up front. Hoof Stomp and a Double Edge connecting. Bobica now trying to run, but they've got the Silence and the Illusory Orb to get this.
Jakiro on the other side was also gone on, by the way, but he manages to TP out away from the Chen and Snap. One survives, they lose the other one though. This lead is growing. I'm not sure what we're waiting for anymore. I guess the items on Viper and Mjolnir on Prophet, but once you get those two items, I think some plays are necessary to get this game back a little bit at least. This big combo of Silence plus Break will be nullified once Abaddon has a Manta. That's when it stops actually working.
Abaddon's just, they might even just get a two-man Dream Coil once it's off cooldown, but it's still 10 seconds away, so they're not able to really get that. Yamson free farming basically the entire time. Macropire used mid. Chen's having a very good game. He's only 2,000 gold behind Emo, who is struggling so far. Jakiro's in a pretty bad spot. Ice Path gets used and body blocks from Bignum. Ming, he'll try to get away, but eventually it is Speed who gets that kill.
Did he throw a blood grenade there in the end? I
Yes.
think I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Secures the kill with a blood grenade on a hero that was already dead, no matter what. But okay, worth it, I guess. You know, style point for sure.
Looking for emo. Now, how much is delaying this game going to make a difference? Like, they're so far behind.
I think sometimes when you're this far behind, it's inevitable that you delay the game because you have to. There is just no other options. They did find a couple of big items, though, I gotta say. So I would expect a smoke. You have Kaya-Sange, you have Aghanims. Maybe they can do the same thing that they did in the last match, and that's put a bait on Viper. There's also a Tormentor, by the way, so pretty good timing to smoke up.
Yeah, smoke used, but an amplified damage on RCY, and he backs up and has the smoke. They know exactly where they're at with the illusory orb, but the smoke's going to break and Speed's going to back up. He's the one who's got the hand of God. He's the one who needs the help. They use the Dream Coil. They get the cookie. He gets him out of the Mystic Flare. Now they'll go for Zeal. He's going to nosedive down. They'll go to the Stampede. They get the kill on Emo. And now they'll look as the Viper Strike's going to be thrown out. But Zeal, he's in a bad spot under the kisses. Yule's used by RCY. Zeal getting quite low. Bobica's going to fall. They'll get the kill to the Zeal. They'll look over at TMing. It's going to be 3 now, 4 dead. And it is just all too overwhelming from the side of GamerLegion.
Oh, absolutely. 11k lead now. Tormentor will make that, what, 12, 13 at this point. Just way too many items, way too much utility. Prophet, yeah, on the other side, with the Mjolnir chilling, not joining. Wonder if there was maybe an option for him to make a play here, help his teammates, even just popping the Mjolnir on someone, but decides to just continue farming.
Just kind of gets caught out here, and they don't even get that kill onto the Chen. He's got this mech. He's going into the Force Staff with drums. Like, he's got all these items that have felt so good for him. Lotus is soon finished on Centaur. Bignum with this shard helping out and keeping his allies alive. Very good run so far from GamerLegion, up 13,000 net worth 21 minutes into the game. Finally a BKB here for Fly. But with the way these fights have been going, it does not feel like it's going to work out too well for him, even with that BKB. And they smoked up. They've got Dream Coil. They might catch TMing. Smoke gets broken, and they've got the Obs and the Sentry down, so they know exactly where they're at. They'll try to TP out. Cookie misses off the mark, but they've got the Yules, and the TP won't be in time. So TMing, it's just a matter of time before he's dead to Bignum.
Kind of unfortunate for TMing because he was positioned so damn well, breaking the smoke, setting up obs as well. Like, he's been doing God's work in these last 2 games when it comes to breaking smokes, taking some aggression, and also warding. So, unfortunate for him that his good work isn't rewarded by a TPL. Usually like that.
I really don't know when they're going to be able to fight back in this one.
As Fly, I think. So far, he hasn't joined any of the fights. 0-3-3. All the fights were kinda forced onto him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Going for crit next. It's got Mjolnir, BKB.
For GamerLegion, you know, there's still outer towers. There's still a lot of objectives to have to take to finish this game off. How do you plan to really start to tighten the noose?
Yeah, you just go on them at this point. Like, you're 15k ahead. I think that they probably understand just how far ahead they are. And tightening the noose is as simply as going into the area where Viper is playing right now, securing it. You can see the circles. Secure that area and just creep skip mid and bot. It's the easiest way to just take a lot of the map away from them. Zeal.
Just getting pushed away. They'll go in. They'll try to find Snapfire, but again, Wrath of Nature can cookie himself. Mortimer's Kisses down, and maybe even get Zeal with this. A lot of damage being done. Would love to have some help. The TP, they do finally get Big Gnome, but Zeal on the run, and RCY is here. He's going to nosedive and attempt this TP out. RCY can't find him. He did have that Yules ready to go.
I think he got blocked as well somewhere while the Kisses were raining. He was kind of out of the fight. He wasn't able to help. But in the end, a trade that is definitely worth it. The hero now, if he falls, that makes it even sweeter.
Oh, God. RCY feeling himself right now. And they will get this kill. It's RCY on the monster kill streak. He's 808. No heartbreaks right now.
Okay. It's got to be KB on Fly, so it's kind of hard to kill him.
He stop the TP.
No,
and now he's stunned, and he'll BKB TP.
Maybe not. Good Sprout, by the way. Without the Sprout, he dies just to the sheer right-click damage of the Abaddon, Radiance and Manta. But the Sprout delays that
Immediately
damage.
Basher. But, all right, I need this Basher.
I think Basher is good. Orchid isn't that bad as well this game, but Basher probably better. They're 16k ahead. Like, I know last game Viper was a kind of ace in hand, right? Like the Joker. This time around, it's obviously not as easy to do that, but high ground defense might be a little bit difficult to reach.
Another kill on Emo there, and he just does not have a way to escape any of this. He wants his BKB, but look at how far away he is from it. Snapfire has as much gold as Ember has.
Not a good sign. Usually, not a good sign. You see these like drawings by RCY? That's basically saying this is where the Prophet is going to farm. Almost catches him with a snap. What they need though is usually versus Prophet. Like back in the day, they were called Tinker wards. Right now, they're like Prophet wards. Like you need these wards that are kind of on your side of the map as well. Scouts for him. Has no BKB, but up in 1 second.
Up in a second, Cookie won't matter, and another BKB TP out, but another defensive BKB. It'll make life even more difficult as the future goes on, and you have to fight without having as long of a BKB.
Yeah, absolutely not what you want. Speed, insta D ward. By the way, this was like absolutely fresh ward. He just planted it.
Nature's Prophet, dataless. Wi-Fi is the one keeping them alive in this game, but now Jakiro dead to RCY, who is godlike, and he's got beyond godlike if he gets one more after the 909. Right now saying to Yakult that they can move over once, maybe even move over twice, as they are looking to finish off this game number 3. And a 20k net worth lead is what stands between Yakult and a comeback. They have 4 kills to the 20 of GamerLegion. Nice.
Very nice.
We'll see if they can even bring this back, and it does feel like it all falls on the shoulders of Fly.
I think like Fly plus the Viper in the high ground
again. Silence Coil and the Illusory Orb, the Gale Guard trying to stay alive, but now beyond godlike for RCY.
Yeah, he's just not having a game. Oh, Another one that isn't having a game.
Fly. Oh boy.
It's your boy Speed here.
Mambo, mambo.
That's
Whoa. I
really
love this.
last minute addition with Yakult getting the ability to play at TI, so they had that voice line, which has been very prominent. Mortimer's Kisses with the silences coming in. Ice Path down, but they've got the Lotus, and now Zeal taking a lot of damage from those kisses.
I was thinking if high ground defense might be where they break GamerLegion and maybe reel this one back in, but when your cores are dying left, right, and center, there is no high ground defense.
"23 seconds till Fly is up."
One item after another just being available for Radiant. They just have too much utility and too much damage on everyone. The Glimmers, Solars, Pipes, Mechs, Lotus Orbs, like everything is there. You know, like they're playing very schoolbook, textbook Dota, getting one item after another, building up their lead just very slowly but surely. I mean, very slowly. They're 23k ahead. There's nothing slow about this.
Just dominating on all fronts of the game.
We had some question marks when it comes to this draft of Yakult, and I feel like our questions are unanswered. After 30 minutes in the game, maybe later, we will find some answers, but it doesn't seem that way right now.
Doesn't seem like they have much of a chance, but these kill streaks, money in the bank, right? Right? If they could get these kills.
Yeah. Kill streaks, and when we're playing versus such a deficit, like every kill, hitched the ride by himself, dodged the smoke, but they even care if they dodge it. I feel like they would like to run into them.
Long Roche respawn time, by the way.
Are they just waiting for the... They're just waiting around the tournament, I guess, for someone to go through the twin gate or something, but the read is
now
wrong.
They're coming back. Yeah.
Because they're pushing. They're not even interested in taking another Torm.
Top tier 1, or top tier 3, sorry, is going to get killed, and Silence with the Waning Rift. Lotus Orb purges Silence away from RCY with Bobica using that Ancient Steel. The jump in, the host stop, the kiss is down. Zeal's going to nosedive a little bit further away. The kisses are on him. Dream Coil on 3 heroes. Mystic Flare not doing anything. No follow-up to the Dream Coil on 3. And Jansen's going to pop the borrowed time. He's in a little bit deep, but does have the ability to get out with the blink and the help from the cookie.
Yeah, valiant defense, considering how far behind they are. These heroes are still really hard to kill in the back line, especially the Viper. Like they use a lot of their initiation and damage on him, but he still survives. It's going to be a smoke up from Yakult now. Fighting low ground is kind of difficult for them, but there's no ult on Abba. There's no... And there's ult on Puck, but no ult on Abba is probably the most significant one.
They kind of think that they were going to go after they dropped that 3-man Dream Coil, but...
This portal illusion... They can't put on.
Ward's down. Phase shift, Ice Path. They've got the lockdown. The Mystic Flare. Oh, RCY dead for the first time. This game gives up 2,400 gold to the side of Yakult.
I think he was given some false sense of security, which I was given as well because of the illusion rune.
Ice Path. Side of Fist. Steering Chains. Now a buyback from RCY. Jansen's just in on this. He's got help from the Dream Coil. They are leashed within it, looking for the Meteor Hammer to drop down on RCY. That connects. The damage onto the Centaur is starting to pile up, but he'll go into the Hitch Ride. They get the kill into both supports. They'll look over at Fly. Now they're cleaning up with the Waning Rift. The jump, the double edge, and now looking forward with this Abaddon to try and get Fly, who's surviving for now, but eventually falls to RCY. Down goes Zeal. The rest will follow. Emo trying to get out, but the Steering Chains rampage here for RCY, who bought back in and cleans every single hero up.
that's a statement right there. Like buying back, even when you're this far ahead on your puck. I mean, it's kind of important, right? Because they were caught. He had to buy back. He had to join back in. So they secured the fight and they secured Rosh. If they lost that fight because puck is dead, that could pretty much mean a turning point for Yakult. Like they would be given a breath of fresh air, but he denies them that. Really good buyback, really good plays by the puck once again.
Just a great fight there from RCY, committing the buyback. Let's take another look at it.
They need a hex, right? Like, just a great puck. But look at the puck. Like, he goes in. You'll see it in a second. He's, like, so deep. And he doesn't even... Like, usually when a puck is this deep, that means that his game is absolutely free. And that's exactly what it is. Like, they have to ignore the puck. And this is just a hero that is unignorable. You cannot.
Definitely cannot. They grouped up for him, and then he just cleans up house here. He even gets hit by a meteor hammer. He gets hit by a couple of things there that maybe made his life a little bit more difficult. But overall, he ends up still cleaning up everybody. Really well done. So he hits that level 25, and now the Dream Coil piercing that debuff immunity. Got to be careful now. 35 minutes in, 28,000 net worth lead, working with an Aegis on RCY, who did buy back. But are they willing to push now? Because I do kind of wonder, right? Like, that fight goes horribly for Yakult, but the damage numbers started to show.
Yes, they do. They do. They have something in their tank, for sure now. Phylactery, by the way, on the Skybrad. I think the hex at this point already. We are playing into Abaddon once again and the Lotus Sword. Even the hex does not save you versus this fuck. Just raw damage is necessary then, right? Maybe a rapier at this point already is in someone's sights.
Potentially just go for broke. Might have to be the move. Icebreaker, Mystic Flare. But Lotus Yules and backing up towards the tier 3 tower and grabbing it.
Satanic by the Prophet. By the way, he take it to the secret shop.
He's not coming back. I think they're set right now. As he'll TP up towards top, they'll go in. The Meteor Hammer's going to be dropped down. They'll go and try and get Zeal here. Mortimer's Kiss is right on top of him. The Viper is dead with buyback available. But if they use it, do they have the numbers to get these kills anyway? Nosedive in. Silence on a Zeal once again. He's in the middle of the fight. They go to the Stampede. They're going to try to escape. Viper Strike comes through and hits onto the puck. But overall, they don't get anything out of this. They try to get the first life out of the hands of RCY, but they can't even do that.
This is the easiest reset now. If you are GamerLegion, just go back. Reset. There's a DD waiting for you in the river. A reward for your troubles. Yeah, Flacklife was a little bit late to that whole engagement. He had to, he had to defend top. I don't know if you noticed, but the creep was pushing in top lane as well. One from Fade. So he decided to defend the top racks instead of fighting with his teammates, which kind of cost Zeal his life.
And ultimately his buyback, right?
Yeah, of course, the buyback too.
Still has the Sages for a minute. See if they will push in. They're all grouped up by the outpost. Smoked on a couple of supports. Getting these next few items. And Abaddon just in your base. What do you even do to him? You're going to try and make things happen, but the Dream Coil comes in. They got the Mortimer's Kisses. They're going to get another kill here on Azil. He is dead for 95 seconds without the buyback. Fly getting chased by Yamsun. Scatterblast connects. Fly nowhere to go. They'll take out this Nature's Prophet. He doesn't have buyback. They'll call GG and GamerLegion. They knock out Yakult. They move themselves to day number 5 in the group stage as they're now 2-2.
Yeah, very nice from Zeal. Wishing them luck in their future games, right? But kind of sad from Yakult as well, because I don't know what happened in this game number 3. Like game number 2, game number 1, were definitely more competitive, right? Like we had an incredible comeback from them in game number 2. What is it? It's like they used all the fuel they had in the tank in that game 2 to make the comeback. Game number 3, it's like, I don't know, it felt like they didn't play on any of their comfort zone heroes. I think this lineup with Fly playing the Prophet looked so weird. And it wasn't only him. Emo and the Ember just didn't have a game. Like, usually, whenever it's like this Emo Fly combo, it's easy to bash on Fly because he's kind of a sacrificial position 1. But Emo also didn't have a game at all. He ends at 1-7, 0-6 on the Prophet. One thing that that was obvious from the get-go is that they weren't utilizing this global presence of the Nature's Prophet to maybe rotate across the map, get some extra kills, get some extra bonus damage. And in the end, they end the game with the maximum amount of kills on their side was on Boboka, and that was 2. Like everyone else had 0 or 1 kill. And the one with 0 kills is actually Fly.
Yeah, that's really not good, especially because you're expecting this hero to kind of rotate around and do something, but he ultimately does nothing. And RCY, he's the one who gets a rampage in this game. He continues to just be so aggressive, and this last fight here seals the deal and ends up pushing them to day number 5. And just overwhelming the side of Yakult, and really just a big mental boost here for GamerLegion coming into the final day, where they've got to go up against elimination again. Like, this has just not been fun to be up against elimination constantly on the back end. You know, they end up in a last-ditch effort now, and they're going to have to see who they end up being up against at the end of the day, as you know, the losers of the 2 ones will be down there, and then the winners of all these will be down there, and the competition is going to be fierce in that day number 5.
Yeah, day number 5 is basically make it or break it, like, right? Like it's also the hardest day. And when you look at Yakult and GamerLegion, maybe they're not considered the favorites. Whoever won this series is probably not considered to be the favorite going into the next one. But you know what? Like, winning like this might switch things up a little bit, because it's a morale boost, right? Like you end the game with what was the score in the end? Like 30-5, RCY 16-1-11 on the puck. I think when you win like this, it feels good going into the last game. You know, you get some extra confidence, which is definitely necessary when you're in the elimination game.
Yeah, definitely. That is the way. And GamerLegion, they end up taking the series 2-1. RCY looks oh so good in this game, and they give him the puck as he just dominates with it. Overall, just a pretty solid experience here for the side of GamerLegion, and knocking out Yakult, as that's now going to be 2 of the 4 Chinese teams eliminated. Now, another series coming up next is going to be that Tundra against Tidebound, where another Chinese team is facing elimination, and things continue to stay rough in that region. But Tundra, who have been faltering a little bit, who have looked a little weak as of late, as they've lost to Heroic, and they have found themselves also losing to OG. Now they face elimination as well, and we're going to be back with that series after a little bit of time. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in a little moment.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Dumioara mea, să te Ciobănaș cu oili, bată-mi de pâili, că ai lăsat oili și-ai plecat cu fetili. Și-ai plecat cu fetili, și-ai plecat cu fetili. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-ru-du-ru-du-ru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, du-ru-du-ru-du-ru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un scârdioi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut. Din păscuțel le-am păscut. Prin pârloage tot să loage la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din căpriu râdu.
What is up, everybody? We are back here with another series of potential elimination as we go back into the 1-2s. It's Team Tidebound against Tundra Esports in this BO3, and we'll see what ends up going down here as we should be getting into the draft pretty quickly. And already, Tundra giving us a Tundra special in the Lycan. So this is comfort, and then immediately answered with what should be the new MOUZ.
Yeah, like I'm kind of hyped to see Tundra. Like I did see that they had some struggles in the tournament so far. We didn't really cover any of their games. I know that you've covered some of them in FPG and here as well now versus Tidebound. So a pretty cool matchup. Lycan instantly picked up by Tundra. By the way, it was banned out first phase in our previous series. So the hero is on a rise, but whenever this Lycan is on a rise, so is Mars, because you get to cage the dog, right? Like you get that arena, he can't run around freely. But I wonder what prompted this move from all the Axe first phases and all these kind of offlaners into a Lycan.
Yeah, I wonder what it will be. And then Mars kind of gives you options, right? Like you can see their draft if you need to. If they pick save heroes, you just go to Bloodsport. You know, maybe you want to try Victory Feast, but there is definitely ways to go about kind of maneuvering your draft just within the facets for Mars, which is always interesting. Fans of Chen, Marcy, Timber, and Naga. With Jakiro, DK, Troll, and Phoenix. And now that Gyrocopter.
Snap still left in the pool, like right? Like basically, these bans are very simple. You ban the Troll and Gyro as they're like one of the best heroes into, probably the best heroes that you can get into the Lycan in the lane. Then you ban out the Phoenix because they play it a lot on the other side, and there's a Mars, so it's like a pretty good Phoenix game. But we'll see what they'll combo up with their position 5. Not this position 5, that's the one that's going to play with the Lycan.
And Hoodwink getting picked here, giving some more control for Tidebound and some more damage. You know, you pick up that shard, you've got the Hunter's Boomerang, all of a sudden you're really starting to do quite a bit. You've got the Sharpshooter that adds on and makes life pretty difficult. I like what they've got in both the Mars and the Hoodwink. We've seen this combo a couple times before.
Yeah, like the lane itself is one of better ones with the Mars. I think that's something that you get from the Hoodwink. People have started straying away a bit from her, like picking some other heroes. Like Skyrat even has been picked a bit more than the Hoodwink. Like they're finding different ways of getting that bonus damage that isn't the Hunter's Boomerang. But honestly, Hoodwink is still like nothing has changed. Yeah, she got nerfed a little bit. Like Hunter's Boomerang went from 25 to 20%, but still, it's an amazing spell.
Bane almost solidifies that Bloodsport will be the fast hit for Mars. Now they pick up the Muerta, so having that extra bit of layering on save, the Deadshot, usually see this from save on BetBoom, and this is a good combination for supports.
It could be the Ari Muerta. We have seen some mid Muerta as well, by the way, so kind of keeping it interesting on Tundra. Like the Axe build from the mid Muerta was a thing a couple of times as well. I believe they played it. I believe it was BZM as well, so cool pickup right now. So.
After the way Blast went, I'm a little surprised with the way this tournament is going for Tundra.
Do you feel like Tundra are still kind of exploring what the right strategies are for them? Because looking at FPG, now going into Blast, and now into Wallachia, I feel like so far that has been the storyline of this team.
You definitely have the opportunity to kind of, you know, you've been on top for a couple of events to maybe experiment a little bit more or test some things.
10 seconds remaining.
Terribly,
Not
by the way.
too surprising.
Will be tested versus the Lycan, right? A very good laner. You don't care about Howl so much. Like that's what makes it so good. Like you get a lot of armor. The illusions versus the wolves as well. So you have 2 cages now. Like they're building a zoo. They have Mars with the arena to cage the wolf. You have Disruptor with kinetic field that can cage everyone else, or the wolf as well. After the arena, you have Glimpse versus Lycan as well. Like all these things are nice, but if 33, which I assume will be playing the Lycan, if he has a good time, then he doesn't really care too much, and he's just running you down, gunning you down with all the summons and Helm of Overlord. So even as a disruptor, you have some tools to deal with that, but it's still not easy.
And there's that Ursa. Ursa, in this situation, I mean, there's already a lot here to kite him.
They have some silence as well from Disruptor. You have the spear in the lane. I think this is an interesting Ursa pick. I wonder if they're hiding something. I wonder if this is like some... because we have seen a lot of flex happening with Muerta, with Ursa as well recently. We have seen a couple of teams try this Ursa into the Terrorblade lane, if you remember, right? Like just putting the Ursa in the TB lane. I still think, seeing it's Tundra, that it's pretty straightforward with the Ursa safe, like an off lane, but yeah, you're not taking Helm of Dominator hero away from this guy. Like the one on the screen, I think he holds the papers and he wants to control all the zoo animals as well.
Team Tidebound's turn to
Sand King getting banned. Same with the Quap.
So basically, they're expecting mid laners for both teams, right? Like some backline catch with massive magic damage would be really good for Tundra.
10 seconds remaining.
Sand King could have been good, I think, for them as well, but
5 seconds remaining.
they can't really pick it out of the phase like this because they don't have the ultimate last pick. This might be a bit hard for BZM. When you look at normal BZM heroes, are you seeing anything like super crazy here? Like, is this like an Invoker game for him?
Esports turn to ban.
I don't know. If he had the Tidebound lineup, I would have said it's an Invoker game for him.
Yeah. I think this was like a really good Spirit game. So Storm Spirit banned out. Anything really, Storm versus TB always felt good. Like, if you go historically through all the Dota years, two mid laners, like not two, but there's a couple of mid laners that really dealt well with the TB. Storm was always on top. Secondary was Zeus, but that hero is just not played as mid for the longest time now. And then you'd have your Linas and other burst heroes as well. But as long as you can get on top of him easily with your mid laner, like even an Ember can work. Just that you don't have the last pick, so it's hard to pick a lot of them.
Storm gets banned. What's this ban going to be finally for Tundra?
Do you worry about Echoes playing Huskar? You probably don't. I feel like Tidebound, they play honest Dota. You know, honest, down-to-earth, good old, humble Dota.
Well, Huskar could just get kited, right? Deadshot, Nightmare, Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, it can
worrisome.
get kited, but you can also pick it into, let's say they pick Ember here and then you Huskar and you feel pretty damn bad. You know, that it's not only about, like,
10 seconds remaining.
you can view the game in a macro sense, but you also have to look at the micro sense as well. Give themselves the shaker.
How does that do against Huskar potentially?
It's not too terrible. I won't mind Slardar here. I'm not sure if Echoes is willing to play it, but
5 seconds remaining.
the mid lane itself would go well. At least it's a good pick versus the Shaker. I'm just spitballing here. I don't think this hero is, like, it was really popular on mid in FPG and then it kind of fell off a bit.
Right.
What about Viper? We have seen it a couple of times already.
I think it does well against the Earthshaker, right?
Yeah.
Heavy on the Nether Toxin, in theory, should do pretty well.
Yeah, a lot of magic resist as well. There's always like this problem with the Viper. You're slow. You're playing into Earth 9. Like, okay, I should trust myself a bit more.
Melee, mid lane.
I mean, it's melee, but it's Slardar into Earthshaker. Earthshaker wins a lot of matchups, he shouldn't win versus Slardar. Like,
Right.
in general, he just shouldn't be winning that lane. Slardar has the Sentinel, River Sentinel, Water Sentinel. I can't remember which kind of Sentinel, but that's his innate. So you get a lot of armor region in the river. The Shaker with Enchant Totem like can only play around denies and just out CSing you, but he can't really pressure you like he pressures some other mid laners. So I expect at least Echoes to do well against BZM on the mid lane. And the question, of course, is always with the Slardar, what does he do after the laning stage? Because sometimes this hero falls off very quickly if he doesn't find the right rotations, the right kills.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll have to see when we get into this game. I'm trying to look and see if there's anything. It is ending up being Victory Feast for MOUZ.
Mm-hmm.
I'm maybe a little bit surprised at that because I feel like Bloodsport would do pretty well against this lineup, right?
It's not bad. It's not bad versus. I really feel like these two these two facets right now are maybe even 50-50. It's all down to the player, how he feels and what he thinks is necessary. Because it is nice to get that extra HP, right? Like when you kill someone and everyone heals up, suddenly you get like a new boost and you can take a fight, and it's a lot. Like you heal quite a bit from each kill. So it's like when you're playing versus a Darkseer and he levels up. You just get caught off guard a little bit. So I like Bloodsport. I like the Victory Feast as well. But in general, I'm mostly interested about the Slardar mid and the Lycan on the offlane. Like these two heroes can make a huge difference for me.
Right. Well, we'll have to see how it goes. They've got the Lycan, which we didn't see in the last series. They've got Earthshaker as well, and Ursa as 3 melee cores. That is potentially a problem, I would say, but I don't know. With Arena and Metamorphosis, maybe that ends up being the issue. And if they can kite this Ursa, like there is certainly a way for Tidebound to win this game.
Yeah, for sure. They have so much damage into the corrosive haze as well, right? Like whenever another thing about this lineup is that it combos nicely with the Slardar. There's a lot of physical damage coming from the Mars, coming from the TB as well. So they have the damage, they have the control, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have the execution is left to be seen.
Move forward, Shiro.
Did he just ward? He did.
It got spotted.
Yep.
I believe.
The dead giveaway as well was the Iron Branch in the backpack, by the way. Whenever you ward like this early on, you want to move the branch back in. Make your inventory look as natural as possible.
Oh, I'm on. He gets caught and he ends up dead. Echo's getting that kill. 3 heroes up top here, and maybe Shiro taking the right attention away. That's a bit of a shocker.
It's a full Vaunt instantly for the Slardar, so those totems aren't going to be that great from the Shaker. He needs to spam them, right? So a lot of Magic Wand charges for Echoes.
As those 5 branches, as a couple of tangos doing its thing. Bounty runes will set up. Shiro and Y coming over. Thunderstrike used on Ari, but had that dead shot doing good damage to Shiro. He needs to be very careful.
Mm-hmm. Has to send out an extra set of tangos for sure as soon as possible.
Echoes here up against the Earthshaker. We'll see how this goes. BZM, just on paper, should be the better player, theoretically.
At the moment,
the matchup should benefit Echoes a little bit, right?
At the moment, BZM is having more success. Let's put it that way, for sure.
Yes.
But I feel like most of these mid laners, man, like it's such a tight margin between players, it's crazy. The game is not necessarily, for them at least, usually decided in the laning stage. It's what you do after, and God forbid, but I gotta say, mid laners don't have as much impact as they used to. Especially if they crush the lane. It used to be if mid lane gets crushed, the game is over, basically. But we have strayed away from that kind of Dota, luckily.
Easy, I'm just trying to use this totem, get as much CS as he can out of the lane. Which is a fair amount. Both 6 and 1.
The way this lane kind of goes is like you're gonna trade last minute, but
Lightmon getting
killed again.
Destroyed here, yeah. Another kill given up. Bottom lane also getting pressured pretty heavily with Shiro in the Metamorphosis, but just pressure, nothing in conjunction really doing much.
There are some lanes that when played into Lycan, even take his tower, just pressure him completely out of the map, right? Like he has to go into the jungle to farm the stacks or whatever.
Right.
Terrorblade is not necessarily that core that does it. Terrorblade farms and deals well with the wolves, but he doesn't truly zone you out. Doesn't truly kill you. So we should still see a pretty fat like. We should feel like the Helm of Dominator in a decent timing.
Seems like everybody's still getting the Helm of the Dominator. That didn't get changed much at all. Like it's been so long with this item. I can only assume that everybody's ready for it to leave.
I would be sad, honestly. I feel like Helm of Dominator in the last patch, in the TI patch, was maybe a little bit overtuned, overbuffed. Right now, I feel like this item is enabling a lot of heroes to be played. And if you cannot find a better way of enabling those heroes, then maybe the item deserves to stay. My hot take.
Fight between these two mids is Echo's just trying to fight back from these totems as the Seaborn Sentinel trying to do what he can. Spear. Ooh. Missed that tree. Not sure he would have survived if that tree had connected. But didn't get that opportunity, and they've been using this bushwhack, this acorn shot, try and line it up with the spear from Niu. So far, so good from Tidebound as Tundra. The lane's not going amazingly. Not going horrible, though.
Oh, that's shot mid.
Deadshot, Fissure, Totem, and trying to body block him. Blood Grenade, the calling, and the kill. Really well done by Tundra over mid.
Honestly, beautiful, because he had many opportunities there to maybe even get the kill on the Shaker. Like, and this rotation from Huerta, like, usually you see it around the minute 6 mark, right? Like, to secure the power rune. But Shaker was already kind of suffering in mid lane. He was falling behind in CS. And he needed the rune desperately. So, a very good rotation. The dead shot on point and the calling to prevent the Slithering Crush.
Really, really well done. Got to be careful for those movements. Got to be careful even, you know, now with the 6-minute rune. It will be interesting to see how Echoes now plays this behind a little bit on this Earthshaker. Sure. And just pressuring the Mars a little bit. Huerta is kind of inching by. Innocence is near. But 6-minute rune is still about 45 seconds away.
Yeah, this was their opportunity to strike back and maybe take down the Shaker, but only level 1 glimpse. So he was never truly in range to bring him back into another crush. And unfortunate. How's the stack game? The stacks are kind of nice in the triangle, nothing crazy. Triple stack and triple ancient stack as well. double ancients actually. Something for BZM to fall back to.
See BZM getting spotted. Bushwhack Echoes coming over. And they might be able to get this kill onto the Earthshaker. They need this speed, and Nightmare pushes him away, pulled off. Still trying to go over, but it's an Arcane Rune that's picked up by BZM. Slithering Crush and a Blood Grenade. Maybe thinking about going in. They've got themselves Fissure in 2 seconds. Oh, Bushwhack connects with a Slithering Crush. Acorn shot. BZM now throws a Fissure over onto the Hoodwink. The calling is down. There's no way to get the Slithering Crush out, but BZM still ends up falling, and now they've got a glimpse back towards the Crush. New Dead Soul to Pure. We got the run on, and they've got this Corrosive Haze. They'll move forward. Acorn shot. Whitemon even maybe the one they want to go for, but they can't get any with this Nightmare just messing them up.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes there, right? Like the Crush was too far away from Ari. That's one thing. The second thing is, like, the Bushwhack was so damn late onto the tree. It got QB'd immediately. But overall, not too bad for Tidebound. Like, they get a kill on Shaker. It's still pretty good, even with all the supports rotating in.
Eventually, Earthshaker will just come over here and take these stacks.
He
The Echo Slam.
He did lose the tower, by the way, on Lycan still. Even with all the, I guess, with all the support rotations, it did allow TB to just pop that meta and destroy the tower. Why?
Fissure.
They're coming, though.
Kinetic Field. Deadshot hits on Echoes right into the hands of BZM. And maybe they can get the kill on Ari. They'll glimpse back. They've got the calling, the right clicks. They're in the river. The Seaborn Sentinel, keeping him pretty healthy. Shiro coming in. Planet on the run away from BZM. They're not going to have glimpse for 10 more seconds.
Bushwhack in 5, but you cannot really... Can you dive this? I mean, it's scary when there are creeps around. He is level 60. He still has Echo.
Nothing doing just yet.
He's probably gonna just go and use the Echo Slam. I should call it Echo Slam, considering what's the nickname on the other side. So he's gonna go and probably farm these ancients. Yep.
Yeah. Just pull them over. Hello.
They're coming though.
Now they're still trying to invade on this. They've got the kill on Ari. They're overwhelming them. They've got Metamorphosis. Now they're gonna be able to steal some of these stacks. Didn't get the chance to Echo Slam them, and all of a sudden, the stacks are taken by Shiro. You've got a very significant lead for the side of Tidebound.
Yeah, he was, by the way, under the influence of Corrosive Haze. So his movements were kind of... I mean, they had all the info to do exactly this, to invade. And the problem is, like, when you're level 6, you've got level 3 Aftershock, you don't instantly kill the Ancients. You don't instantly kill them. Like, you still need to finish them off after the Echoes. So probably considered that he might just beat them away instead. So he didn't use it.
BZM struggling. His net worth is pretty low.
They're TPing in the Slardar.
Can't find him though, and the creeps now there, I believe, spotted him. But Whitemon maybe. Oh, no, Nightmare.
Nice disengage. Nice read as well. By Pure, of course, he has a lane ward, so it wasn't really like a very difficult read to make. He saw exactly what was coming his way.
Not getting anything out of that movement.
Kind of scary situation for the Shaker, by the way. He went phase boots, so it's not like brown boots, mid lane Shaker, instead it's phase boots. He's level 7, so at least he should be able to clean up the Ancients fairly quickly. This game phases are necessary, like we're playing into Slardar as well, like you need a bit of extra armor, but what this does is, as well, it delays your blink. Be a problem down the line.
Bushwhack spear, but they can't really get this kill on a Pure anyway. Just can't quite get him, but right now Terribly is the one that is leading the net worth. They're going to put pressure on the tier 1 over mid. Will there be any answer coming through from Tundra? I'll even commit the Metamorphosis to secure this tower. Fissure's used, but it doesn't matter. They'll get the tower. And let's see if they can get anything with calling. But Ari and BZM, they're just going to retreat, and Slardar again going up towards top. There's still this ward.
Yeah, there are
sees this rotation.
Yeah, there are
of course. I'm just saying, if there weren't creeps.
Unfortunate a little bit for Y. Like, he used the glimpse. It was a nice attempt, but his kinetic field was still on cooldown, so he couldn't really catch the shaker. If he did have kinetic field, that was a kill for sure. There was no mana on BZM, so he couldn't contemplate it. Icon wants to fight top though. Maybe he's thinking about the twin gate.
He's backing away from it. They lost this tower already.
3 towers lost. 2k lead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Shiro taking over with the TB, going into the Banta. Only 800 ahead of the Ursa though, who is about to have this Battle Fury.
A pretty decent timing, right? Like Power Treads, Magic Wand, Battle Fury, you kind of expect it around minute 12, 13. Not too shabby for him. Keeping up, considering that there are 3 tower worth of net worth chunks in the TB. They're still very close.
Blink Dagger now for Echoes. At least they'll have that better possible initiation.
Mm-hmm. It's a straightforward
show that off,
him, right? Like, it's like a blink into most likely a shard BKB, and that's it. Like, you don't have to overcomplicate things this game.
No, not really. Not at all.
Oh,
need to overcomplicate. BZM, and there's the sharpshooter. As one more shot needed, Echoes is going to get that kill, pick up a good chunk of gold. And then another 100 there for Planet.
Next one.
Getting that extra gold for him, and you know he wants to get into a Yules. He's got good gold already. Planet at 3,300 net worth, and they're gonna find another Helm creep. This is gonna be 100 for Echoes.
It was really important for 33 to survive, though. The blink out, he's sitting on 2.7k. He's so damn close to the Overlord. These kind of deaths hurt you the most as a Lycan. You know, you're just, or any other hero, you're just about to get that crucial item, and then you lose 100, 200 gold. Puts you backward even further.
TP out of here. It's 14 minutes. They'll pick up
one.
This shrine. They had the wolves there, so shrine's taken. Nightmare trying to get it, but the bushwhack, it's still going to line up in which the Bane. Oh no, the glimpse gets him out of the shrine. It looked like it wasn't going to be possible as the Nightmare lasted a lot longer, and now with the Static Storm, they've got a bushwhack again. They get the kill and they get the shrine.
Dude, just denying the Bane. Like, that's everyone kind of expects this play, right? Like, it's always done by Bane players. Because it's so easy for them to snatch it. They just sleep you out, like sleepwalk you out of the range. A nice little play by Y, of course, recognizing that, TPing in on time. We're playing the map very nicely.
Play by Innocence.
Mm-hmm.
Some would say cheeky. Wouldn't be me.
Honest Dota.
Is Honest Dota just a synonym for cheeky?
Not
cheeky Dota, Honest Dota.
There's honest and there's Dota that isn't that honest, so it's not just cheeky. There's more to it. BZM, Understrike, Spot, or is
they've got help from Echoes, but they've got other heroes around. Sharpshooter flies through. Shapeshift's going to be used by 33. They get the kill here on the Y. They've got at least that. They'll look for Planet, but Shiro's here with the Metamorphosis, and now you got to be careful, but they jump in. BZM, they've got the arena. Can they get a save on him? The Fiend's Grip, and they'll get that kill to Shiro. They'll take him out, and now they're going to look towards the rest. Echoes back in. They slither and crush, but they just don't kill BZM. This shapeshift lasting for what seems to be like forever. And the spear connects as New's still on the run, but running away from these wolves, and the fissure and the help from that Overlord creep gets the kill onto New. That Prowler finishes it off.
Yeah, that's the best way to use pack leader. You know, like get one kill after another, extending your shapeshift duration. That's why it does look like it lasts forever. And you know what, like during the draft we were talking about Bloodsport. I'm pretty sure he regrets not having it, at least not in that situation, because the grip wouldn't have been possible.
Sure would have been able to pop off in that fight.
He would be
I
able
thought it was
to
a
wonder.
given, considering there was a Bane in the game. But, you know, they think otherwise here. Whitemon gonna get killed. Nothing he can do to avoid that, unfortunately.
To be frank, it's a really difficult Bane game to use your grip the way he did in the last fight. The reason why he was able to do it is because both of the supports were already kind of done, killed off by the Lycan. If the fight doesn't start that way, like you have a glimpse for the grip usually, and usually as a disruptor you save it.
Shard now picked up for EZM, and the net worth now favoring Tundra. Just overall, Tidebound kind of losing that lead that they had by losing Shiro, who just picked up his shard, so he'll have the Demon Zeal to try and get that farm up. But for Tundra, they're happy with what Pure's gotten out of the map.
What's next in store for him? Is it the BKB? Yeah, of course it is. Battle Fury, Blink, BKB. Sometimes you see some bashers, but into a Terrorblade, BKB is basically a must.
St. Jim Prowler, a bit of a problem. And TPing away now. They've got this vision on Niu. You know exactly where he's at. And they get this kill onto the Mars. He's already thrown his spear now.
No sleep on the Slardar.
And Echoes, he's going to have to be careful when he wakes up. If he wakes up, they already got the kill on the planet, so they're going to have no help with him. They've got the Fiend's Grip. They have the calling. They'll get the kill. 2 heroes dead. Tundra's starting to take over.
Vision is basically winning this game. I feel like Vision is just winning the game. They have all the info necessary to pick and choose out of all the targets who they want to go on. The bait was set, by the way. It was a bait on Mars. Wasn't a good bait.
Yeah, got to go back into the tackle box and find better bait. Yeah.
Something a bit shinier, maybe with better colors, you know.
Or you just got to go to the typical worm. Arena, spear, that connects. Whitemon, he'll die, but piercing the veil, sharpshooter not going to land, and now the run is on from Ari to try and get away from this. They've got the gap close with the Slithering Crush and the Glimpse with the Vision, so they will get both supports, but they did pick up an Aegis here for Tundra.
Yeah, they got the prize. They got what they came for, because they also couldn't fight after. They didn't have Shapeshift. You're absolutely not fighting without it. This Aegis will propel the Ursa into not buying a BKB, by the way, but a Basher instead. This is something that happens very often in an Ursa game, right? Like if you get this first Aegis, you don't have to go BKB immediately.
Smoke on 2. They're going to bring Ari top as well. Shiro's going to run out of Metamorphosis. Fissure. Oh, God. Innocence just dead so fast. Why? Never able to have a chance to live in that situation, which means this is just Torm as well for Tundra, getting more objectives out of the map. And a shard will be there for, drumroll please, Ari, which is probably the worst shard to get.
Probably, yeah, absolutely the worst shard. Maybe one of the worst shards in general for a support, or for a support.
Just could have been helpful on anybody else. But you know what the silver lining is? The next one will be a good shard. It has to be.
I like to go about doing my chores like that as well. You do the worst first, and then the rest look like, okay, I got the worst behind me.
Yeah.
Now
Exactly.
it's all fine. I see your attitude. I like it.
Oh, you know, I gotta clean the dishes. Maybe that's the worst one, and then you just make your bed or something like that. Making your bed's the easy one. Or you gotta mop the floors and vacuuming as well, you know?
Oh, there's a core ahead of them. They're smoking up to perhaps get a kill on someone. Let's see. Maybe triangle is an option. Maybe going bot lane as well. The vision they're working with is not that great. There are these pesky wolves running around, revealing everything. Shaker though.
Ooh, Arena. And the Radabatos onto the Mars, but the sharpshooter in. BZM is dead. They'll pierce the veil once again. And I think it's just a matter of time until Ari follows him in the grave, and 2 heroes dead.
The
as
shapeshift.
Tundra lose a couple.
Shapeshift got used, by the way. A bit of a waste, I have to say. They can't really take a fight with it. So. A pretty big cooldown that they won't have for the next minute and a half.
That'll run out in a second. There it is. Back and forth, just, you know, and I will say Tundra's still getting a little bit more out of the map. They are leading in the net worth by 3,000, 2,000-ish.
Yep.
And the one of the things that is the biggest issues with Slardar is, you know, you don't exactly farm that well.
He's doing all right, considering.
I agree. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's what I was gonna say. Is he's doing okay, but like, you'd want to see more, right?
Well, you always want to see more from your mid laner, and I was cutting you off, so no reason to apologize. But he's keeping fine. Like he's 1,000 gold ahead of the Shaker. Nice little glimpse. Can he get away? Seems like he might be able to. For now. Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
As long as you are doing better than the enemy mid laner, who cares? You know? If you have 6k net worth and he has 5k, it's good enough.
BZM, Kaya, Yasha is next on the list. There's that Blink Dagger, Ags for... Ooh, they're trying to go the Man Bear Pig route, and that is biting onto the Ursa. That's the sound of the bite.
Climate change is real.
I'm super serial, guys.
Super serial. Come on, you guys. It's a good man bear pig, like you called it. Like, especially when once he gets the BKB as well and is able to roam freely in the backlines. Maybe he has enough firepower to blow up the TB in a single BKB go. Option. I just want to see some offensive items on the support. Like Y is queuing up Blink Dagger. It's okay. I would like to see a Ghost as well. Something to survive versus just the units, nothing more. Because 33 will be sending them your way.
Top tier 2 is not being contested. Mars is still down here bottom, so they're not going to contest the take of this tower and kind of give it away for free. And by kind of, I mean they do.
They cannot approach it. This triangle has been completely taken over. They have vision, they have the high ground advantage.
You just down here looking for that BKB. I'll TP back. Ags is next on the list for Echoes, but he's far away from that. He's finally got his BKB. And, oh, man. Lycan switching off the Axe, going BKB Nullifier for the Thought. That was gold for Planet, by the way.
It's a lot. 250. I saw them setting up that gank for the Thunder Hide. They were waiting for it to approach. Yeah, the Nullifier is also pretty good. Specifically versus like Mule Scepters versus the Ghost Scepters as well. Not too bad. Unfortunately, no Super Serial.
He could switch back. You never know.
Werewolf, yeah.
We'll have to see.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's
Always a possibility.
It's a nice word from Bane. If you can keep this alive, they could maybe even get the fight in their own triangle. It's all about vision right now, and he's keeping it alive for now. Win.
They are all TPing back. They've got the Nightmare, and they want to jump, but Yules, now going the other way. The arena's on the Muerta, and they back away, realizing these heroes were coming over. Shapeshift, the attempt to try and go to find the Mars. Spear throwing him back. And he will get all the way to the tier 2 tower. They're still looking to follow this up. Like, BZM is right there, but they're not going to commit to this this attempt just yet.
They didn't find the ward, though. The one that Ari planted on the cliff. So they did still have some vision, so they know where they are on the side of Radiant.
Getting caught in a pretty bad spot. Thought they were going to get the Muerta in return. They need to stop. The big stopgap for Tidebound, if they want to bring this game back, is to stop this Roche from being taken by Tundra.
Guaranteed to respawn in a second, so you know what? They can take it as well very quickly. Like, you've got the Shard and Slardar, those days as well. For now, he's settling a score with this Black Dragon. But they might go into the pit after.
Easy 250 gold.
Yeah, it's kind of hard though. You're playing into a Shaker, right? Like Fissure, Echo Slam, not really the best hero to just YOLO it into the pit. If they could get a pick off first and maybe ward up the area, then it would be possible.
BKB flying out for the Lycan. Smoke picked up. We'll see how Planet and the rest of Tidebound plan to go around that. Gleipnir for Ari soon. He is got it in 30 gold. The items are starting to get there.
For both sides. I gotta say, if they could force this fight in the river, it would be quite an advantage for Echoes if no one else. Right, just getting that Seaborn Sentinel through, even without using Slithering Crush, could be active all the time. But they smoke up instead. This fight will not happen in the river unless they go into the pit.
Don't go in the pit, they smoke, but the other side smokes too. Tundra, they're grouped up by the tier 2 tower. Earthshaker off north.
He's kind of low on resources on Shaker.
They don't commit to the fight. Neither side goes in just yet, and they start to back up towards the river. They go to Roche. This is the fight that they kind of want, but they know that they're there. They've got the wolves. They have the vision. And now the blink, the God's Rebuke, but nothing doing. They'll start to back away the calling, and now a dead shot from a distance. Mars gets caught. Mew dying to Pure, who pops that BKB. Yules into the Bushwhack, but the Bushwhack too early.
It's free rush without Mars. What do you think? Will they commit? Seems like they will not for now. They're moving back.
Still meta available, but you've got Shapeshift. You don't use anything from Tundra. I would assume you still feel okay going into the pit, but they're not going to commit to it. They'll just send Ursa top.
They aren't committing. Even I guess one of the biggest reasons why they didn't go for it is the BKB on Ursa, right? Like that not being there. You have your ult, sure, but without the BKB, you can die in the pit very easily.
Right.
Because this Terrorblade hurts right now. He's got the butterfly on top of the Pike Manta. It's kind of spooky.
Like the way you said spooky there. Another 250 gold, that for Shiro. MKB finish. This is a big item for them. This really hurts Shiro's life. His positioning needs to be really good. And Roche now bottom, benefiting the side of Tundra. That might have been why they were willing to give it up as well. Links with their crush off the mark. Sharpshooter coming in. Ooh, Ursa's going forward. They go to the arena. They get the kill on the planet. It's going to be the first one dead now. The kill Y. Both supports out on the side of Tidebound. Pure looking to get back into the fight. They use the Metamorphosis Fissure on the edge of it. Totem to continue to lock him down. Force staff onto the high ground. Pure maybe looking to follow this up and follow him into the river, but they just can't keep up with him just yet. Manta, Fissure from a distance. Now they can. They turn the bash. No, Shiro can't live.
He couldn't even thunder if he wanted to there, like, not the bear at least, right? Like, he couldn't thunder yours, and now this straight into the pit. They made it look kind of simple, honestly. Like, this fight was very straightforward. Like, Ursa literally just jumped in without a care in his world. Destroys the Star Dart, does not kill him. It was sufficient enough to remove the Star Dart from the equation. It couldn't join in. It was too low. He used the BKB as well. They might get the shard at least. With the Star Dart, it's kind of easy to get it. Twin Gate, they gotta be fast. They gotta be so fast. Ooh.
Odd. 33 trying to see if anybody's there, but now we'll just work on the Torm himself and get a shard for Waymon. Feels a lot better than getting the Muerta shard.
It's good. It's decent. He doesn't even have Brain Sap maxed, of course, but not too bad. Helped you out with the farm, nothing else, a little bit.
Always nice to get a little bit of extra help on the farm.
Especially on lane, right? Like, this hero just isn't and has never been the best when it comes to clearing waves.
Tundra, with that last fight and everything that went wrong, it just jumps to this 15,000 net worth lead. Didn't feel like it was that far away from them, but you see where the two other cores are at for Tidebound, and it's not too surprising.
It's the Lycan effect, right? Like, the difference between Lycan and North right now is massive.
Oh, another kill on Planet. He is just melting every time they see him.
Oh, here comes the wolf, by the way, the bear wolf. Why is it so chromatic? I don't know, like, he's got some purple metallic color. Looks really nice.
It does. This should be what Shapeshift looks like all the time. Is it the Ursa items that are doing this? I don't think so. Maybe it's just Ursa in general.
I'm investigating.
That's what I'm doing. I think it's the infused claws of the Ferocious that change him up a little bit when he ends up getting shapeshifted.
So you don't think
it's
a
tier 2 tower mid?
To the Lycan? I guess not, yeah. It looks cool, anyway.
How do you defend this? And it's Aegis still for this Ursa for another 2 minutes. Like, there's just so much time for really Tundra to kind of do whatever they want and get anything they want out of the map. So if you want to choke them out, get another item, and you want to slow this down, you can. You can get the Blink Dagger on the Muerta, you can get the Blink Dagger on the Bane, and then say, hey, you know what? We got these items. Now we feel good enough to have the positioning. We can fight. But with the Aegis, you're pretty much free to to play.
Yeah, they just smoke up. They're trying to find someone on top lane. They do have a nice ward in the lane. At this point, I would usually be clicking on Disruptor and saying, oh, hold that thought.
Yeah, they wolf it. They'll jump in again anytime they see Planet. Anytime they see Planet. He is just dead. The squirrel. He's only died 5 times. But it feels like he survived the first, 15 minutes. Now, anything since, he has just been ending up dead.
Yep. His other support, by the way, Innocence, why? He's had a decent game as well. Died 3 times.
Fissure, Totem, Shiro in some trouble. And they get the kill on a Y. But now Pure jumping forward. BKB forced out of this Terrorblade. And he can't really go in anymore. Look to get the tier 3 bottom, but they use that fortification.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bottom tier 3.
Can you def
racks as well?
At all? Like, can you def mid? Maybe the creep skipping isn't truly there. He's holding it for now.
Ooh, sharpshooter spear. And now they've got the bushwhack. They get the Aegis. And they follow this up with anything. Blink, Slither, and Crush. The Fissure comes out. They go to the BKB from Echoes. Now, Yule's in the air trying to Earth Shock away. And they've got the kill on a Pure. So much damage from Shiro, dead for 100 seconds.
That's the
no buyback.
And that damage was insane. He didn't even manage to pop his BKB like he has it. It was still like just unused. Now that was level 2 corrosive haze, by the way. Now it's level 3 on the Slardar. Like, damn, defending the high ground. They still lose melee rack, sure, but with such a deficit, I'm surprised that they managed.
A hold's a hold.
A hold is a hold, exactly. At this point, I'd usually check what the structure is doing, like how his item progression is he close to the Axe? Because that could be like a big, massive game changer, but he just cannot buy it this game. It's like maybe down the line. He invested way too heavily into defensive utility items.
I mean, he kind of has to, right? Like this Ghost Scepter, it feels like it has to be on him. No Fire now is going to make it worse, and hey, that Ghost Scepter may not matter if you end up getting Echo Slam, but for now, he's not dead. Slither and Crush, now they find BZM, and all of a sudden, Tidebound, dead Ursa, dead Earthshaker, and they're crawling back.
Slowly, but
the early
steadily.
days, early goings, they're just crawling right now, but it, you know, crawling turns into walking, walking turns into running, and running turns into sprinting. And maybe you're back. There's a little SpongeBob reference for you if you.
I see.
Yeah,
I thought, yeah, as
You're
long
in
as
the
you don't
know-how.
hurt your ankles or anything like that.
Oh god, my ankle is still really bad. Should not have played that softball tournament. 33 looking to get a Swift Blink. And Ursa looking for theirs too. So they're looking to have Swift Blinks with the Wolf Bite, and now you've got extra damage with the Daedalus on Terrorblade. Like, the high ground defense, as we've just seen, is very possible.
There's a Hex on Mars. It's absolutely possible. Like, if you can Hex the Ursa before he uses BKB or Enrage, I think those couple of seconds in which he's Hexed are more than enough to just kill him off with the Terrorblade, especially now with the Daedalus. The defensive tools, like, what are they on Tundra? It's basically just the sleep, right? Like, they have one, that's the sleep mountain. He has to be very careful with it. Maybe it will be necessary to save one of these cores. And I'm saying this like they're playing from behind, but they're 14k ahead.
And they're still not playing scared, but playing objectively, right? You want to wait for Roche. You got to just chill out a little bit. Kind of hope that you know, get this Aegis and work towards whatever's next.
And they have the wolves, right? Like in every lane, pushing in. That's always a good thing.
Swift Blink completed on the Ursa. Now, I will wonder if Tundra is going to force this in.
I think the high ground jumps right now are a bit spooky as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's just even 15k ahead, you're playing into Mars Arena. If he positions himself well, but they have a Wolf on Mars and on TB. Shaker did TP out, by the way. So he's not really there yet.
Blink, Slither, and Crush. Hex And the spear. Do they have the damage to get the kill into Pure? It's not looking likely. He turns this one around with the BKB. He'll Earthshock away with the silence on Echoes, but he still has the BKB going. The calling was there. Fissure from a distance. And nothing definitive yet.
Yeah, BZM, by the way, TP'd out completely to the tier 2 behind his own outpost. So they took that side 4 against 5. They still couldn't really get anything done. If the BKBs are down, then perhaps you can, because the arena is not as irrelevant in that last fight. It kind of was. So they just traded big shells, basically shapeshift for the meta and the arena, of course, being used.
Refresher on BZM now. Roche up, the illusion in, but Cure's in on Roche. They hear the roar, and they are kind of close, but this is going to be a very quick Roshan. They need somebody to answer, and they're just not going to be there in time. Oh, though, slowed for a second now. He just picked up. Doesn't matter. So now another Aegis for Tundra, and while they ended up losing both lives on Ursa last time, now maybe you can go up there a little bit more precisely.
I'm sure that this rush didn't catch them off guard, but the way they moved looked like it actually did. Because they moved all over the map, and then when Rush streamed, they started TPing in, right? Like that for me, that's like a that giveaway that they wanted to take this engagement, but they couldn't in the end because they were too far. So they just decided not to. And they're not really in an easy spot now. We're playing versus Aegis Cheese, the Fresher Shard as well. Aghanims will be completed by Ursa before the next fight, most likely. He has the goals for Aghanims. He wants the blessings, because the slots are kind of bobbing for him.
Another Torm. 33. We'll be picking up a shard for nobody, because everybody in the game has a shard, and that will be a lot of gold for the side of Tundra. So again, sticking to being objective, sticking to not, I mean, after losing the Ursa on the high ground, now not forcing the issue anywhere. It's 3.5 minutes with this Aegis. We'll see when and where Tundra finally look to strike.
I have to say, a very close game, by the way. So far, a very competitive game considering they're 18k ahead. It doesn't truly feel like they're in absolute control. It might change, like the next fight, maybe they will just obliterate them. I think the biggest difference between this fight upcoming and the previous ones is the refresher on Shaker, right? Like it just allows him to perhaps even blow up the TB. We'll see how he utilizes it.
Smoke attempt, now trying to go again. Nobody making their move just yet, hiding behind these trees. Still kind of just holding out. In Pure, he's got everything that he wants, right? He's very farmed.
He still has boots that he can maybe at some point replace for something else once the Aegis is reclaimed, but yeah, he's basically... Oh, goes in!
Goes in and then again almost takes all that damage to the face and dies, but has the Enrage. Now the arena, that lands, but here's the Veil, Hunter's Boomerang. Sharpshooter misses. BZM's off to the side. Nightmare, Slither Crush, Echoes gets a kill quickly on Ari. Fissure, Echo slams! Oh, Shiro blown up! They're going to bring him back into the fight with the BKBs being popped by Pure, as well as this 33 Lycan. Echoes did without buyback. Spear connects, but the Fissure does too. BKB with a nullifier. What can Shiro do to try and defend no metamorphosis.
What a beautiful fight, by the way. The static storm was just a little tiny bit too late. Like,
Yeah.
if he managed, because there is no BKB on Shaker, so if he managed to use it just a slightly bit earlier onto the TB, maybe the fight is completely different and the Shaker is blinking in without even managing to activate, right? But it's so hard. He was so quick on DZM. Keep in mind that Planet was doing some pretty good things that whole fight. His Acorn shot actually stops Ursa 2 or 3 times from blinking in, just connecting onto him after the Wolf Bite was utilized. Still not enough. Still this lead from Tundra is a little bit too big at the moment.
Disruptor close to getting this Ags. But he is going to need some time. Ursa in. Still has an Aegis. Speared, though, back towards the effigy.
We have X,
And
by the way.
BZM looking for the fissure. That lands. There's the static storm. And Pure's in again. He's just... nobody helped. They tried, but Pure... Oh, man.
I think we're getting to a stage where we have 50 Pure, 50 Pure, or something. Some jumps that he makes are absolutely incredible. Like the jump into the outpost, baits out the meta, falls back, he's able to re-go once again. And then there are jumps like this one where, yeah, he probably regrets them afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say so. You'd think you're watching Fly with a play like that. Sorry, Fly, catching strays. I'm sorry. I felt bad.
Oh, he was doing that with an Ursa today, so it's understandable.
Literally
he was
earlier
literally
today.
doing that play earlier. Yeah, just a couple of hours ago, he did the same play without an Aegis, of course, but still, he died.
And now, all of a sudden, you're going to get that time. Innocence is going to get his Ags, and the Static Storm's going to be upgraded even further. Fissure, the jump, BZM in, and down goes Echoes. Where are you at? But they've got the spear. They do not have the Ursa for 10 seconds, and BZM just surviving a little bit longer. Needs some help here. The spear, the run, the Nightmare still alive. Oh, Whitemon, the MVP. They got the kill on a Neo, and now they need to run. Ursa is back alive, and he is coming into the fight. Deadshot connects as Hero's forced to pop the BKB. Can they get on him? They've got the Abyssal, and he had just fought back. But can he get a Thunder off? No, he can't. That should be the game. All off the save from Whitemon to make sure that they save BZM, and that whole fight turns around as Tundra should have locked it down there, and the GG is called. What was thrown away by Pure is brought back by the rest of his team.
Sleep truly does rejuvenate you, I guess. You know, they say you need to get a good 8 hours or a couple of seconds this time around was enough from the Bane. That was a perfectly timed sleep as well. It saved him so many times. Like, they saved him a couple of times. It was first the Ghost and then the sleep, and the fact that he still had that fissure to walk over the cliff. Just absolutely wonderful playstyle by Tundra in these last couple of seconds. BZM, who's had kind of a rough game, completely turned everything around once he got the Refresher Orb, right? Like, the Refresher Orb kind of did change things, killing off Terrorblade once, and now getting that Refresher kill onto the Slardar too with the double damage. Just a beautiful play by Tundra in general. I mean, even by Team Tidebound. This game was high skill, you know, not without its mistakes here and there, like some crazy dives, like Ursa with the Aegis a couple of times, but overall it was a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, a little late back and forth. Just getting caught here where I don't really... Tidebound had their chance. And I'll be honest, they had a couple of chances. There was a couple of times where they were able to kill Pure like this and never really grasped it back. But that is definitely something they're going to need to work on coming into game number 2, because that is a devastating way to lose there. And that goes with this starter. You can see, honestly, on your screen right now, it's like, you look at the difference between the offlaner net worth, and it is a full 10,000 difference, where 33 is just able to farm so much with this Lycan, and you never really get as much out of the cores on the side of Tidebound. And this last little, that Ob Sentry that just got placed gives them so much information, and they're going to watch Whitemon here save the day. How, man? The Ghost Scepter comes in clutch.
Yeah, and the sleep.
And then, oh, God.
I think the Lotus was fed to him as well by Ari. Something healed him up in the second. But here as well, by the way, as they were chasing Shiro, Ursa, if you notice here, he gets, his blink gets cancelled, but he refreshes. Refresh into a blink, into an Abyssal. So he can catch onto the Terrorblade. Just very well done as well by Pure. Overall, just a lot of really good plays. Going back to the draft, I think both drafts had it. I think this is a very playable game for Tidebound, even after losing. I think that this was a draft that they could have won with. That one Rosh fight was pretty bad for them around the tier 2 on top lane, which kind of gave away a free Rosh, and it snowballs off of that, but they still managed to hold their high ground. They still managed to play even into a huge deficit. Lycan 6-0-11. I don't really need to talk about Mars too much. It's just about the Lycan. By the way, did he go for Bloodsport in the end? He did. He had Bloodsport. We were wrong the whole time.
I don't think he did.
Well, my post game says that he had it, but for some reason I also thought he didn't, because I never saw anyone healing in the arena. In any case, this man is definitely the standout player, not only because of the way that he played, but because of what his hero forced the enemy supports to build, right? Like, they had to go for all of these defensive items, so you basically never had the Aghanims on Disruptor. Usually, in the current meta, Disruptor is picked a lot because he's strong in the lane, his shard buffs him in the mid game, and then you get the Aghanims very quickly because of one of the enchantment, like you get Greedy 75 or 100. But this game, he needed a Ghost, he needed a Blink, he needed to buy himself a shard because Lycan is taking the Tormi all the time. It was too difficult.
Yeah, and, I just want to, before we go to a break, shout out Ari. He made Deadshot look like that was a targeted spell, especially in that last fight. I mean, that was insane what he's able to accomplish there, and it ends up being that they take themselves game number 1 on what could have been thrown away, but they ultimately hold it together and hold it steady. So game number 1 goes their way. Tidebound 1 game away from being eliminated, and Tundra looking for day number 5 in the group stage. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a moment. Stay tuned.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Got a treat for you today. It is Ari from Team Tundra. So good to see you here today, Ari. How are we doing?
Feeling good. Excited to be here.
All right. Straight off the back of your big win that came out last week, how does it feel to be the only guy from the UK that has ever achieved anything in Dota.
I mean, to be honest, I guess there's not much competition from the UK because it's just not a big game there. But like more importantly, I'm just happy to be now among the best players in the game rather than just, you know, someone from the UK.
Yeah, and I think that's huge. I mean, it kind of came, I wouldn't say out of nowhere, but certainly pretty surprising for people watching. A lot of people have said that you've been a standout player in all of your teams, you know, going from, I think it was Na'Vi into, what was after Na'Vi?
OG into Na'Vi.
Whatever, OG, we don't talk about OG. OG into Na'Vi into now. I'm just gonna be blunt, how did you get on Tundra? What was the process of that?
I mean, I guess I'm kind of carried by my MMR. I'm always high and I grind up. And then if you're really high rank, then you just catch people's eyes. Like maybe you're someone that's really talented that just hasn't been given the chance yet. To be honest, I think this is what separates you from, you know, other people that could be given a chance.
Oh, interesting. So that you weren't pulled in by, like, I assume like a BZM or something. I mean, you have experience there and.
I mean, I think I'm on good terms with BZM. Like he would be happy for me to join, but it wasn't him that's like making the choice. I guess I also played with Moon and Whiteman before. It's mainly Moon and Netta that will decide who joins because like coach and captain. It was actually Netta that messaged me in the first place. But
oh, really?
This is also off the back of like them discussing who they could bring in, and then BZM and Moon suggesting my name, having worked with me before.
Yeah.
So it just comes together like that.
I think you've had one of your best performances out of your entire career on something that was like your make or break moment. Did it feel that way to you, or was it just like, hey, you know, it's just another team, it's just another chance?
I mean, I was aware that I may be under a lot of like scrutiny because I'm playing with very accomplished players who are already very proven, and I was someone who just won nothing and not really proven myself that much before. But I also have a lot of belief in myself, partly because of like pubs or, you know, just experience in the past where I felt like I was ready for the opportunity, and it would just be a case of just executing it calmly. So that's just what I tried to do, and that's what happened.
Absolutely. All right. Do you believe in the OG curse? Whereas if someone leaves OG, they become this fantastic player. Is this, this a trend? Do you believe in it?
I mean, there's no curse, but there are reasons why. I think I said in the previous tournament in some interview, I was saying that I think there's two factors to it. OG are known for having a very specific play style, and I think, to be honest, there's not many people that can actually like pull this play style off and really believe in it, which is why I think the TI winning roster they had was like really special, because they just managed to get people who are like ready to commit to this, and there's just not many that can do it. And I also think that OG often have picked up players who are on the rise to becoming really good players, like I was, BZM, Amar, Whisper, BZM, all of these people, they weren't really yet like proven tier 1 players. They're more like, they're clearly scouted as people that could become the tier 1 player.
Right.
And then it just happened to be that during their time in OG, they were growing into that player, and then by the time they leave, they're now ready to win.
Right.
But they weren't at the start, maybe.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. All right. Thank you so much for your fantastic answers. It's good to know that you're still on the grind. You're still, you got the fear of God in you still, that anyone could crush you at any moment. It's good to hear that it never ends. And we cannot wait to see more of you. Anything out there to say to all the new Ari fans that have been popping up around the world?
To all the fans, very grateful for the support, and just know that we're staying humble and working hard to keep winning.
Stay humble, work hard, win games. That's the Tundra Esports, baby. And you're going to see a lot more of them and Ari coming up at PGL Wallachia 6.
minte o mare baciu și cu cel râncean. Uiței bersane, tișne, zdrevane și de-a fi se mor, câpti mohor. Se spui lui Vrăișan și lui Ungurean ca să le toate aici de aproape în strunga de oi să fiu tot cu voi. Astea să li spui, iar la cap să-mi pui lui raș de fac. Lui raș de os. Lui raș de soc, cum zicei cu foc. Când abate prietena, răzbate șuile, s-o strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni măicuței bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când mă alergând, de toți întrebând și la toți zicând, cine a cunoscut?
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? We're back here with game number 2 between Tundra and Tidebound, the battle of the T's. And we'll see who ends up being Iced Tea, which would be, I guess, the winner. But anyway, we'll see who wins this one. And if Tundra can send Tidebound packing, or if we're going to another game 3 in this 1 and 2 series. But Tundra, they ended up winning game number 1 after, I would say, trying a little bit to throw it away in some aspects, but overall, they looked pretty good.
They definitely did. They looked solid as hell. Not without hiccups, like you said. I don't think it was like any big throws, just a couple of wild dives, but that's pretty much it. Overall, they looked like in full control, and even those wild dives, there was method behind the madness. I know it looked a little bit silly, but as Ursa, you want to be jumping in the way he was jumping in most of the time, because if you jump right, you get a kill straight up. And if you don't jump right, you might bait out a meta or something similar. But let's leave the past in the past. We have a Chen and Bounty Hunter. Now, like this matchup right now that we see on the screen is already very interesting to me when it comes to like from the strategical aspect of the game. Because, like with the Chen, it's kind of hard to play around against Bounty for multiple reasons. One of them, like you're constantly under vision. He can set things up for his teammates. He can follow you through the trees and stuff, like through the woods. But that was back in the day. Right now, I feel like if you combo Chen with enough of these type of heroes that can snowball early, like Chen Dragonite, Chen Viper, you know, like these heroes that just want to snowball and push earlier with Divine Favor and Hand of God, Bounty can feel a bit out of place. You know, just unable to get any team fight going your way because you're playing versus too much utility and too much firepower early on.
see what they want to pair with it. And the way we've seen some of these drafts, we've seen some pace. I would be surprised if we don't see high pace from Tundra.
Yeah, I gotta say, these games are ending. Like, if you go back to TI, this TI was probably the longest average games possibly ever, right? Like, it was, I can't remember the exact stat, but it was like so many of the games went over 60 minutes. Average was like maybe 45-ish or something, which is still pretty damn high. Maybe a bit below, I'm not sure. I don't want to deceive with the numbers, but the numbers were high. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of our games, at least that we've been covering, ending anecdotally, of course, around the 30-minute mark. So
right.
A lot of games ending faster, quicker pace Dota, and I mean, we haven't been covering too much of Falcons. I think that's one of the reasons as well. Like, here they are not, of course, but in other tournaments as well, and the games that we have casted, we're not necessarily with them all the time.
Abaddon band, making sure they can't get rid of that track. Timber, of course, very strong, getting banned here too. What is still available is Dragonite.
Yep, I would like to see it maybe for Tidebound. Not too bad for Tundra as well. Like, both of these teams do have a mean Dragonite, or maybe two mean Dragonites on the mid lane or on the safe lane. Let's see what they complete it with. They complete the support duo with the Bane pick.
More of that single target, maybe pick off potential.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
What do you want here as your double pick? What's the ideas for Tidebound for your double pick on this one?
QC the two supports. I feel like already it's a little bit easier for you to draft around them. Like, you can already think about your mid plus position 4, or maybe something a little bit ambiguous plus the position 4. There you go.
There's
like
the DK.
Yeah, can be safe, can be mid. This is one of my favorite combos right now in the game, like Chen DK. So much innate armor from the DK, and then on top of that, Divine Favor, which gives you plus 20. Very good. The position 4 plus something that can go in different lanes. This is like the best way to open up a draft in this situation, because it keeps you open for some maneuverability. Like, you can move the DK around. You're not giving way too much away.
Remaining. Tundra Esports.
Going to the Tide. Big team fight, stable laner, then once again going to this Ursa.
Protecting the Tide a little bit as well, right?
Yeah.
Because DK could be mid, and then you pick the Ursa. So
10 seconds remaining.
I'd like to see
5 seconds remaining.
something mid that can go online pretty quickly for BZM. I know when they go to this Tide, sometimes he's gone to this Invoker.
It's an option. I feel like Tide serves multiple purposes. Like, the Shard, of course, is nice. But you get a hero that can stand in front of DK and the Chen creeps. Like, in general, not the best hero into Disruptor because of Static Storm. I mean, it's not that you're not great into Disruptor, it's just that it's nice having Static Storm versus Tidehunter, because it's one of those things that he cannot just crack and shell off. For Tidebound, what's left in the pool that if they want to put the DK on mid, there's something like Gyro into Ursa. Still an option if they want to play it on Shiro. Monkey King probably not their style into the Tidehunter. Or from mid lane, like if you snatch up something like Storm and put DK safe lane, it's not too bad, but they get themselves a brew, a new brew master. How do you feel about that? Did you see the Meteor Hammer brew, by the way?
I didn't, but this is a new classic, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like it kind of fits the agenda of having Chen DK brew, just a lot of tanky boys running at you, taking one objective after another. I don't mind it. Early on in the game, when you're fighting the Ursa without the BKB, you just put him in the air. If you're not gripped, you're probably not dying, and if you're brewed up and you get gripped, you're still not dying. So the Brewlings themselves aren't that great versus Anchor Smash and Tidehunter, though.
Team Tidebound's turn to ban.
They banned that Invoker that I was talking about.
Good job. Like, your call was pretty good. BZM Invoker would do pretty well here, and they would get some extra scaling from the mid lane, which is something that I think Tundra might need. Storm could be maybe a good ban here as well. Like, you have Disruptor, but I don't think Storm minds. Banning out that hero into the DK probably wouldn't be the worst.
Team Tidebound's turn to
Pop
pick.
instead.
Tundra Esports.
They do go for the gyro.
Gyro, okay.
Like we talked about the gyro a long time ago, right? Like, my idea behind the gyro was the fact that you could have maybe a bit of a better lane into Tide. Like, laning DK into Tide is not much fun. It's basically, I mean, you're gonna farm on DK, but so is the Tidehunter. Versus Gyrocopter, it kind of goes both ways. Like, there are definitely chances for Gyro plus Disruptor or Gyro plus Chen to get some kills here, or at least pressure the lane. It's not too shabby of a pick. Later on, Ursa, if he's having a good enough of a time, can blow you up, of course, as he jumps you. For Tundra, I still feel something like a Storm would be good. Now you know your matchup, though. You're playing into the DK, so BZM gets to pick and choose what he wants to play with. Honestly, an option, for sure. And not a bad one. They would be very slow, though. Like, absolutely no playmaking from any of the cores. I think they need something flashy. They need BZM to be a little bit of a playmaker here.
Right.
I think, but honestly, that Viper hero is looking pretty damn good right now.
A lot of time left, 30 seconds, You got moments.
Yeah, they've got a couple of options. Imagine putting Tide mid, by the way, and picking something that does even better versus Gyro, like a Centaur with Blade Mail. You get the Tide into the DK, though. Like, there were patches. This isn't the one, but there were patches when that was Huskar, of course. Why the hell not?
So final pick Huskar. That's something that can definitely get going quick. And all of a sudden, I feel like this draft is pretty quick, and Tidebound are going to have to figure out working around this Huskar.
Yeah, you have heroes that bring a lot of physical damage, at least. Like, you have Gyro, you have DK. The Brewmaster, maybe not as much, but he can even buy a vessel for the Huskar, even versus Cauterize. I feel like it's still a decent item, so maybe an option for New to go into the vessel and not the Radiance, or whatever it is that he thought of. So yeah, I don't know. It's a last pick Huskar. Like, it's always on your mind. Like, I thought it's into Dragonite as well. Dragonite is a kind of a hero that can play versus almost anything in the mid game, in the mid lane. And the Huskar is definitely not an easy one to play against, but you should still be able. A couple of bracers, you tank up, you have your innate to work with, so you'll have a lot of region
Right.
But it won't be easy.
Yeah, it won't be easy. And I'm looking at the fastest this time to make sure that I'm not getting them wrong. Corrosive Dragon for DK currently. They haven't loaded in yet, so it's not locked in stone. But secondary strikes for the gyrocopter. We've been seeing more and more gyrocopters go to secondary strikes over the Afterburner. It's been getting a little bit more favor, whereas I feel like Afterburner was like kind of the default for a little while.
Yep.
But,
Both are fine. I think Afterburner is really good if you need to run someone down in the lane. Honestly, I still think it's good versus a lot of heroes, even versus Ursa. Afterburner is not bad, right? Like being able to keep away from him at least.
Right. Yeah, well, we'll have to see as they go into game number 2 as Tundra looking to eliminate Tidebound here. Tidebound trying to stay alive, and Yao has cooked up this draft to try and keep them there with the DK mid and the gyro safe lane, giving you his patented Brewmaster. But I'm a little unsure about the Brew. I will say that. We haven't exactly seen much Brewmaster where I have like this instant confidence in it.
Oh, I get it. Like in general, the hero has been played just a few times in most of our games as well. So let's see what New can do. It's definitely one of his heroes. When he just got into the scene, I remember his Brewmaster being pretty good. He's queuing up the urn into a Radiance. I think he has to play with Disruptor, right? Yeah, of course. Whenever you have a brew, you need a support to activate Cinder Brew, and Shen cannot do that, so you need the Disruptor in that lane.
See if there's any first blood. Doesn't look like they're going to meet each other just yet. But maybe they cross paths with the cut back from Tidebound. I want to say if BZM gets off to a hot start, I feel like Tidebound's percentages go down pretty quickly. And it won't be any trades, any first blood. It'll just be 2 for 2 on the bounty runes. And how does DK match up 1-1 against Huskar?
Let's see. I feel like Dragonite should be a hero that kinda holds his own, but it's still a Huskar pick. No one matches up that great into a Huskar. There's like 2 heroes that do it well in the whole game, right? So you're a melee hero, and the block was bad. I already don't like this for the Dragonite, so I'm taking that kinda back. There are 2 ways of blocking versus Huskar. Blocking really damn well, so that it's on your high ground, or not blocking at all, so that it's under his tower and it pushes in. Echoes did get a wave under the tower at least, so he got some farm. But we'll see how it goes for him.
Top lane, Whitemon on this Bane again. He has looked good in the past with it, but getting pressured pretty hard at the moment. Not going to end up dead. He was the savior of that first game. And Pure back on the Ursa, so a lot of comfort still here for Tundra overall.
It's an interesting lane, by the way. You're playing into basically a Thunderstrike spam. That's it.
Right.
Like every time Cinder Brew is off cooldown, Thunderstrike is off. Oh,
gosh,
oh.
Huskar.
Okay.
That should not be happening, I would say. But
that
first
happened.
blood
That
for
just happened.
Echoes. Yeah.
I mean, this lane is already won by the Dragonite in my eyes. It's over. The lane itself, like, he gets a full wave under the tower. He kills the Huskar, delays his armlet.
I can't believe he got that. But he did. Ori still just level 1 here, and went to that first level in the Janata.
You know what's kind of cool about the DK now that I think about it? Because the Rose is Dragon, right? All of his abilities are physical damage. So it kind of works well against the Huskar, right? I love how PZM is trying to get to this, but he just gets hit by the tower a couple of times, moves back. He tried contesting some of the last hits. He's 7-6, by the way, 6 denies versus 1 denied, but 9 last hits on the DK.
Easy, I'm going to sit in the lane, and he's 7-6. Does have a good amount of denies, but wants to try and bring it back. Meanwhile, Pure taking a lot of damage, and he's going to be glimpsed. Almost ends up dead. Heals up, and Niu just in the face of both Whitemon and Pure.
They're pressuring them super hard top lane. There's an urn already on Brew.
No, kind of understanding that they need to, right?
Mm-hmm. It's like
these lanes have to go really well.
And also this particular lane, there are some lanes where the only way you win it is by being super aggressive. If you aren't constantly aggressive on the Ursa, like, he will run you down. But if he's low on HP all the time, he doesn't get the opportunity, the luxury to be aggressive. And it's mostly down to the support to make sure that he's constantly hitting and harassing the carry. Might go for him.
Pure again. He is alive for now. Blood grenade can connect. And now Planet getting chased by Whitemon. And there's a salve. Maybe Pure jumps back in. They're going to glimpse Thunderstrike. Cinder Brew. Pure can't make the commitment. And Whitemon burning pretty low. But again, will still survive.
It's such a fun lane to watch, you know, like there's so much going on. Meanwhile, on bot lane, just Mountain Hunter, creep, skipping, dodging everything, just Resident Sleeper versus an absolute bloodbath.
Basically. This so far is looking really good for Tidebound. They've got a 1,000 net worth lead. They got that first blood over mid. BZM, he ultimately is, you know, 60, 100 gold behind. It's not the worst thing in the world. Echo's taking this creep wave far ways out.
BZM managed to at least connect to the range creep, so he denies that one. But the range creep...
Oh god, Niu ends up dead. Whitemon getting that kill, and now all of a sudden that lane is going to open up for this Ursa.
Yep, that's the moment where they didn't really manage to get any of those kills on the Ursa. He healed up. Now Bounty Hunter is rotating top. If they kill Panda again here, it's going to be a rough time for Niu. They have a sentry though.
Echo's taking some damage over mid, getting pushed out a little bit. Blood grenade thrown over. Thunderstrike already here. Now they'll look for Niu. They've got the glimpse back on the Ursa. So they'll try to keep up. They've got Shadow Walk. Maybe they can get the continued lockdown. They will with the Nightmare. They're going to wait for him and then finally have that right click with the Shadow Walk. Niu's going to be dead again. Thunderstrike now. Cinder Brew burning. Pure in trouble. He might get traded. That's not what you're looking for. But can these two supports clean up? Planet on the run, will end up dead, but Ari getting chased. Breathe Fire. Echoes makes his way into the top lane, and he's going to come for Whitemon, who doesn't have any way to really regen any of that mana, but he does have a Fairy Fire. I don't think it's going to matter all too much. Gets into the trees, and now Breathe Fire once again. He's burning quite low, but still not dead. TP attempt out. Y ends up falling. Whitemon survived for a second, then kills himself to the neutrals.
He had to. Mana burn was there. Yeah, the Setar Mindstealer was catching up to him, so he had to get denied to the creeps. In the end, I feel like Ari is maybe the happiest when it comes to that engagement, because he got a couple of levels. He was very under-leveled. You need track as soon as possible on the Bounty Hunter. Might die mid, by the way. Speaking of him, Bounty mid lane.
Ooh. He is glimpsed back, and he is dead. That's unfortunate for the Bounty, who really wants to get into that level 6 as quickly as possible. Huskar is here. Huskar's level 6. Already back into the mid lane. Planet showing up. They've got a sentry, so they'll start to run. Nightmare pulling him back in. But Planet, he's okay thanks to this Chen.
The classic standoff mid lane when Dragonet hits 6, right? Like he wants to take down your tier 1 tower. They want to prevent it. The enemy supports are trying everything that they can to help the DK out, but the Dragon Form is out, so it was unsuccessful this time.
Tide, meanwhile, just kind of farming bottom alone. He's been keeping up to the DK. Still waiting on getting this armlet. Need some gold. BZM, once he gets that, probably going to play a lot more aggressive afterwards.
Tide has 53 last hits. DK has 29. And DK was almost ahead of him this whole time. He was ahead of him up to this point in net worth. Just because of the first blood, of course. The solo kill that was on the hot one.
We're now top of the net worth is the Gyro. Ursa trying to catch up. Everything's pretty clumped up except for this Brewmaster. Nightmare gets pulled off. Start to try and clean up some vision, and they will. Clean up that vision. They take the tower. They keep the pressure on these objectives. Now the armlet is finally picked up. Ari's got vision and information, but unfortunately he's under a sentry.
Glimpse, not there though. They weren't quick enough with the glimpse. Maybe with the glimpse they could have killed him, but of course there is a sleep as well from Bane, who is about to hit 6 soon. They'll have the grip. Like you said, level 6, not quite there yet on Ari. It's not the worst timing, of course. As long as he gets it for the next minute and a half, it should be fine.
Planet. Uh-oh. Echoes is here. Dragon Tail. And now the call down used by Shiro. BZM getting run at. Thought the Disruptor would die first, but ends up dying later down the line. And they kill BZM for the second time. His game not going as quick as they would hope. And another sentry down there. Ari just can't find any wiggle room.
He isn't feeling too comfortable, I feel like, on the Huskar so far. Right? Like, he's died a couple of times. And he did get some counter kills, of course, but usually not worth it for the Huskar. You want to be snowballing at this point. Everyone knows how the Huskar works. He dominates your face until minute 20, and then he makes one bad jump. The game is lost. At least in pubs. In competitors, it's a bit different bot lane.
Bot lane with the Nightmare, but Planet ready to respond. They do have the Fiend's Grip. Nothing doing just yet. Maybe Whitemon wants to get that Fiend's Grip out there, and they can work with Ravage. Do they have the damage? And they're bringing a lot of heroes down here. They're going to start to go.
Oh, that's
Static Storm placed up. Now they've got the Ravage. That's pretty well placed, but they've got the Hand of God. They'll get the pull back on Apira, who came through the Twin Gate. He is going to ultimately end up getting run down here. And Echo's now dominating.
They just had such a nice ward that was giving them vision off the Twin Gate. And they saw the Ursa moving through it, and they waited for him to move, and they just waited until the perfect timing to use the Static Storm. Well, a lot of big ultis used, by the way. We had the Ravage, we had the split Static Storm as well.
The reads right now from Tidebound are pretty good. Holding them off, and they finally do have track, but now can you make use of it?
Yeah, that's always the question when we're playing Bounty into Chen. Do you get track fast enough, and is your team strong enough to fight into Divine Favor and Hand of God? Right now, I think they are. They just need to find the right angles. They're not that far behind.
Can they do it?
My question would only be, like, which core do they play around? Because Huskar isn't really that Huskar that you usually can count on. You know, like he's having a rough start.
Yeah, middle of the pack right now, not exactly ahead or anything like that. DK up by about 400 on the net worth, which isn't crazy, but you know, if you do get a couple of kills, all of a sudden the net worth with track ends up being what can push you over the line, right?
No, absolutely. If they can get these track kills, like one team fight changes everything and puts Huskar back up front. But I feel that at the moment, at least for Tidebound, with the heroes they've got, it's more natural to make plays and it's maybe a little bit easier to fight. They've got just like the innate strength of the heroes that is working in their favor. If you have a split, which they do have right now. Sleep.
Nightmare Huskar. Now the Fiend's Grip is through, but can they get the kill before the Fiend's Grip is over? Hurricane silence, still not enough. Hand of God.
See him now.
Got the pull with the Hurricane, and White gets the kill without really the help of this Brew.
He dispelled him. That's like the only thing that was used, and now the Cyclone on the Bane. This is an extra kill, I think.
Oh boy. Yeah, the stun is there, back to form. Whitemon, he is in a lot of trouble. They've got the urn on him, the Thunder Strike, and there's another kill. Tidebound still moving around the map really well.
Yeah, to me, they're only 1k ahead, but this game does not feel like it's only 1k ahead. You know, the only reason why it looks this way is because of the Tide. Like, he's been having a really good game. He is, like, he has Vlad, he's going into a pipe. This is a hero, sort of an offlaner that can have a lot of impact, but down the line, I feel like at this point he's more of a please fight me kind of a hero.
Right.
Which is something they're not doing at the moment.
This is Tundra just not really catching a break at the moment, but they do have the Battle Fury on Ursa. So life should be okay in that aspect, but now Ari caught, and he's got these tracks out. Maybe they can start getting some kills. There are a good amount of tracks available, and now they go to the Ravage. Can they kill some of these heroes? Shuriken bouncing, all the double kill for Ari! With the Shurikens coming through, and now they want another track, they want another kill. They'll throw the blood grenade, triple kill for the bounty hunter.
Just beautiful, just beautiful. They forced the fight when Brew didn't have split. They didn't have Chen ult as well. Dragonite wasn't even near, and he's actually slept right now. They have grip, but no follow-up. This shouldn't be a play. Just a
big gold for them on that. Wow.
2.2k gold, 2.3k gold swing off of one fight. Just beautiful. And the way that 33 also rotated from the mid lane. Good positioning and wonderful Ravage.
That was pretty great triple kill for the bounty.
Is there a dust on Brew? There is no dust.
Ooh.
DK? Ah, nice attempt.
Trying.
Not quite though. Why he went for that is just because he has a disruptor there. The Glimpse is level 3. If you dust him even slightly, the Glimpse will make sure that he's caught and killed off. And they also want to force fights. Tundra forced fights with Ravage. Now I think it's on Team Tidebound. Maybe do something on the map.
Problem is, can they in time? Now, you know, you're again getting pushed by that track, and look at where the net worths are for the side of Tundra. Especially Tide compared to Brew.
It definitely helps them. Rissa now has a blink as well, so he's kind of ready to fight.
This time they're ready with the Sentry Ward down. Static Storm even being committed. They want this bounty hunter.
Brew sticks around. They have grip. They have Ursa with blink. They might go on him. Hand of God is available, though. I think they're just baiting a reaction. They're not actually committing to this.
No reason to. 33 has Ravage again. They're going to glimpse him, but they don't have Static Storm.
But they don't have anything to kill him at this point.
Yeah. Oh, picks up the Invis rune. Blinks past him and swipes it.
He's feeling himself.
33 going to continue on the tower. Yeah, he is. Blade Mail and Shard are going to be pretty good for him. It's a bit worrying that they're not really getting everything out of the map here for Tidebound. They had early pressure, and now I feel like Tundra, yeah, they win that fight. Not only do they win that fight, they've got themselves the ability to get the farm and Ursa without really feeling much pressure. Yep. On top of which, you've got a lineup that you've got two heroes that take Roche really easily.
I think the reason why, while we were talking about that, our hero observers were showcasing New and what he has. This hero is really slow when it comes to fighting without ult, especially when he doesn't have the Radiance. That's the main reason why they weren't able to do anything. He does have it now. Good play to get though.
Aegis.
Hit in the back.
Can they get Whitemon? Not really. BZM cycloned up. Planet ends up dead. And looking to kill off these Brewlings. They hit the Ravage. It lands onto this Gyro there to use the life break, but they've got the Blood Grenade. The jump is in. The Hand of God's not going to be enough. He stands his ground. He knows he's dead. There he goes. He's gone.
They're hunting for more. Chen is still under the tier 1 tower. And they know where he is. He's got no TP. Nice jukes. The Yukes, he's going to run into a ward though. Still too far. Engage probably is going to save him. Rue also has a T. Okay, farming is definitely an option.
All right. Silence, the life break.
The tree.
And an easy kill. BZM. Now, I mean, they're all online at this point, ready to go, and they've got themselves a Shard on Ahri, which is so good. I mean, the Shard on Bounty is definitely one of the stronger ones, especially when he hits that level 15.
Even before the level 15, it's good because of implications, right? That you get a lot of map control with it. Move.
And they bring back 33. Static Storm is there. He's got Pipe. He's got 21 charges, too, if he wants to still maintain himself, but the chase is on, and now he's got the shield. He needs some help. Anybody here? No.
He needs a friendly shadow. It wouldn't have worked, of course. They do have dust, they do have sentries, but if he tried that, he probably just dies together with them. Understandable that he abandons 33. Okay, Wisdom Shrine? Yeah.
Is this the fight you want to take? Pure? Oh, actually, he's the one who gets focused. They found him, and he's got a BKB if he wants to turn around. Whitemon now. Ooh, there, but the TP with the BKB, and he is able to escape.
Oscar is still here, though.
Yeah, he's still here and silencing, going, trying to fight. Aegis is gone. Where is the rest of your team? Because they ain't there. This is, well, maybe not the greatest of spots to be in. Now everybody has shown up for Tidebound, and BZM just ends up dead in a really poor position. That's a bit tough.
Getting you in a bad position, that's Disruptor is 101.
Yeah.
Until you have BKB or some way of dealing with it, of course. So Aegis, I feel like in the last two series, every single Aegis got wasted somehow by a solo carrier. Like losing it, like dying twice in a row.
The thing about it is, Huskar's dying, but Ursa's going to take over anyway. He's going for the Basher. EKB will be back up in a moment. Tidebound looking for an Aether Lens, try to land from a little bit further away. Is what Shiro's getting enough, do you think?
I think he's farming well considering the state of the game. Like, he is playing versus Bounty Hunter with tracks, so some of these networks on the other side are a bit inflated. Might need the BKB before the next fight though, but they want to take it anyway. Level 12 Panda is here. It's split.
As split, they've got the Static Storm, but he got the Ravage off before the Static Storm was able to connect. And now the jump in. This is going to be here from Pure. He needs to be careful. The damage is pretty heavy. 33 ends up dead. They've got the Cyclone onto BZM. Pure running away. BZM trying to help him out as best he can. Whitemon's here to help, but Thunder Strike, Pure, he needs some heals. He needs some help. He's going to be glimpsed back, and he's probably dead off this one. Invis is invincibility? No, not really. Get the kill on a Pure, and despite the track, BZM, he's trying to survive, trying to armlet toggle to freedom, but he gets stunned up, not once, but twice. And now the Fiend's Grip doesn't matter. They get the kill onto this Huskar. They'll hit another glimpse onto the Bane. And despite the fact that they had all this lead with the track, it turns into them just missing out.
Yeah, that was an 8K lead, more or less just evaporating in one fight.
Getting overwhelmed. And it's a little bit surprising because it's not like the gold is theoretical. Like, they have these items that should be able to help them win in these fights with the BKB, the Sanjin Yasha. They've also got Tide, who's got a pipe of Vlad's. He's looking for a Blink Dagger. So it is a bit shocking that, you know, even with this significant lead of an item or so, they don't have enough.
Yeah, it's just a bad position to play in. And it's also a very disconnected fight from Tundra. On the other side, everything was there. Static Storm, Brew, Dragon Form, Gyro, they all kind of played together, perfection. Meanwhile, on Tundra, it was staggered entrance by one hero, then another. Then you go a little bit too deep with Ursa. The BKB was completely wasted trying to take down DK, right? And he's like extremely tanky at the moment, so it's not very easy to kill the dragon. And they just didn't have the control that's necessary for theirs to stand and hit the dragon, right?
Bit unfortunate for them. Nightmare. And they will get this kill in a Y. Not a track kill, but it's fine. That works out in the end. BKB now picked up for Shiro, who is outputting quite a bit. He's top of the net worth. Maybe they've given him a bit too much open time and space. But Muse down here bottom and Disruptor here too. BZM has the silence, but does he have the damage? Now it's not likely. Static Storm is placed in, and he will try to survive, but there's nothing he can do about it. Dead once more.
He's not having a series. Like, the last game as well was kind of rough around the edges, even though they won it. This time around, he needs to BKB completed at least. These moves are just backfiring one after another.
Just not really working out for this Huskar. Thought the lane would go a lot better, but Echoes was able to get that solo kill, and that's what was the ignition here. The ignition switch for this DK to kind of just come online, despite the fact that they had track. And you look at where Huskar's now, he's bottom of the cores in net worth. Not something that should really be happening when you're getting track kills. And it's not like they're not getting a lot of track kills, but they just now have lost a couple of fights in a row.
I feel like it might be on the Tidehunter once again on Neta to flush this one out. He's going for a BKB next, 200 gold away. He will have it most importantly for the next Rush fight. And around that pit, you're looking to maybe reel it back in. Tidehunter BKB, Huskar BKB, and perhaps the fight will be a little bit easier for them, but they are falling behind now. It's only 2k lead, of course. Nothing too crazy.
It's one track fight back, right?
I mean, one track fight. If you win it to like some 4-2 margin, you're probably getting a 4K lead because of the track.
Jump in, BKBs, and Hand of God, but the Fiend's Grip means Shiro's dead first. And Planet ends up dead. The chase is on. They've got the silences. The run is there. New's trying to get out of this one, but he's able to Primal Split. Does he have any damage? Pure looking to clean up these bears, and he's got 2, but he needs a little bit more.
One more are running. One more fire.
Ooh, New.
Should be fine. It's really speedy. Hunter,
That time they got the Fiend's Grip on Gyro, and they were able to get it from a distance. You know, that's due in part to the fact that they've now got this Aether Lens.
Yep. Bane is one of those supports that definitely needs to be a bit greedier when it comes to the itemization. Like, you need to itemize for yourself. So Blink, Aether Lens, Aghanims, sometimes even BKB, these are the items that you gotta get, and paid off in that situation. They didn't even have to use the Ravage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ori now level 12. Yeah. A little bit of a later Roche, but they do have multiple heroes that could take this. They can pressure with one, take it with the other.
Xtreme mid lane. He's completely alone, but do they know it? And he does have a BKB, so even if they knew it, can they do anything about it?
Now he's not alone. Now he's just kind of baiting. Ooh. BZM cutting across the side. They catch Y. Now you can't really fight this, right? You don't have Hand of God, which you didn't have initially anyway, but they go to the Glimpse. They've got the Static Storm. They go to the Enrage. Now Silence is onto the Ursa, but it's not going to matter much anyway. Walks into the Silence, is trying to find the position to get a Ravage off, maybe. As they'll run into Shiro, and they've got him controlled. Whitemon with this Aether Lens again, and this Fiend's Grip are able to lock down this Gyrocopter and get that kill.
But they need vision on. They need some vision on the Bane. After all, you have a level 4 Glimpse on Disruptor. He should be able, and the Blink, by the way, he should be able, in this situation, it is off cooldown. Should be able to cancel the grip. But even if it's cancelled, like, Tidehunter was in the perfect spot to pop the Ravage during the grip.
Right.
If he felt like it was necessary.
DK is going to have to try and be elusive enough to maybe stop the Fiend's Grip with this Shadow Blade Blink combo and the Orchid. If he can get on top of Whitemon and stop that, they might have a chance to turn these fights around. And immediately the jump in, the Dragon Tail, they've got the Orchid now. Bounty Hunter in some trouble. The kill there onto Ari. Why? Hand of God makes him live for a little bit longer, but he still ends up falling. Whitemon trying to get away from all this damage, but unable to do so as Echoes commits onto him and gets the kill, but the BKB gets popped. They go to the Static Storm. It's not going to be enough to stop this Huskar. The jump is on with the life break. They should be able to get the DK. It's a double kill for BZM. And they back away afterwards on the side of Tidebound for a moment. They glimpse back 33, and New needs to retreat there too.
He had to use the shard to get back into the normal form. The rulings were just burning down. And yeah, they attempted to go for this rush fight, but it is so damn hard to run through the Bounty Hunter with Invis. It's hard to find the right angle. You have the Shadow Blade and the Blink, and it's still not enough. And I have to commend Whitemon once again on this Bane. He didn't have grip, so he played this very sacrificially. Like, he goes all the way around and just breaks the fight in half. He just positioned himself in a way in which Bane never truly does, but he only does that because he doesn't have grip anyway. So he just casts a couple of spells, gets some aggression on him, and still makes use of his hero even without the ult.
Back up to a 7,000 net worth lead and even pressuring the high ground potentially. Blinking, Ravage Shiro, he's dead on the screen already. There's no way for him to get out. That is brutal. never stood a chance. Dead for 70 seconds without buyback.
You actually should be able to TP back at least now. He was controlled by the Vayne on top, so he couldn't even join his teammate. Now he is. Yeah, now he is.
You moving forward, life break, silence, static storm. Huskar's in some trouble. Pendants on him, and so he'll try to run, but he's got the BKB, and now he's going to start to heal up. They'll chase these heroes back, but they've got the glimpse on the 33. He is still so tanky. He's got a BKB of his own as well, and they will look to make the jump with Primal Split, but he's got an Aegis for 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Do you really want to try and fight this? You've got no gyro for 30. Cyclone on the BZM. The silence is going to be on the Dragon Knight. The chase is on for Pure. Thunderstrike. They've got the vision. They pop the pipe. It's from 33. They get the glimpse. It's going to be onto the Ursa. Now they're trying to get the first life out of his hands, and they will. They'll look over at the banner to try and take that out while they're taking the fight. But Pure jumps in, finds Innocence, the tracks, the shurikens bouncing around. They get the kill. They'll take out Y. They've got the bottom set of racks, and they still want to continue to run forward, but that might not be the best plan. To jump back in, life break onto the Alpha Wolf just to get back up into the high ground, throws these spears onto Niu, as they've got the flat cannon. Shiro's going to be back alive. The chase is on, but they're not doing the damage. They've got Pure Invis, but the homing missile is locked in on him. They'll try to get him in the Nightmare. That helps out. Now the life break's back into the fight. They've got the silence, but BZM is dead. The silence, the call down, the secondary strikes all there. 33 trying to TP out. Whiteman's going to be the one who falls. Double kill for Echoes as they retreated now completely from Tundra.
Yeah, BZM may be feeling a little bit too confident there, right? Because there was some disconnection in the shot calling, perhaps, because you could see the Thirst already blinked out. Like, he blinks back at the same time Huskar is jumping in. Like, the most quintessential Huskar play right there, you know? Like, they always want to go in.
They always want to just make an extra move.
So far,
can I make one more move, please?
Yeah, they have been punished, but not in the grand scheme of things. They're still in full control of this game. Last game they had the Wolf Bear. This game they have the Invisible Bear, by the way, as well, hunting heroes.
Yeah. And you see, here's that extra move, a little extra curriculars for you that ends up costing BZM his life again, and Whiteman's gonna die for this too.
It's the Orchid, by the way, immediately, right? I believe.
While this is going on, Pure ends up getting the kill on the Innocence. This is tough for Tidebound to hold completely. It's not going to get any easier, I don't think, unless they really do just wipe them.
Yep. The high ground defense is not too terrible for them, especially when they get the refresher on Brew. You're going to have that double split. Like, these Brewlings right now are doing quite a lot, especially with the Shard, of course, and some talents. But yeah, 78%, 22. I kind of feel that's pretty correct.
They have a long while till Roche is back up, of course. As we hit this 36-minute mark. 10k lead, but again, I think this is very holdable. As long as Shiro's alive, it's very holdable. They're looking for the Hex, though, on 33. That could be a big game changer.
I agree with you, or let's say I want to agree with you, but so far Shiro has been... No, they pick him off first in a lot of these fights. They jump him, they blow him up, and they have what it takes. Like you said, the Hex will be next to Fight Hunter, which makes things even easier. Like, this isn't the kind of a game in which one carry can completely switch it up, because there's going to be an Axe on Bane as well. He's the ultimate one hero removal tool, right, from the game. It's Bane and Doom. What we're doing in?
Ursa's in, BKB, amplified damage, Static Storm is down, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Look at that big right click from Pure. He's godlike. Has the double kill, killing both supports in this scenario.
They read something really wrong. Move out of the base like that and move up. They probably expected them to be in the Radiant jungle, not here.
Tier 2 is going to drop. Might not be enjoying this all too much. Trying to, though. They're trying to pull it back. It just is not easy.
Absolutely not easy at all. Once again, we are in that stage of the game. There's a disruptor, losing game, 14k deficit. Can he get into the Aghanims? Can he get that item? Like, if he can complete the Aghanims in level 18, I mean,
get a Zoom blood right.
With or without 18, it doesn't really matter. But if he completes the Aghanims, maybe there's a chance.
You're saying that there is a chance.
There is.
I respect and believe it.
What was it, like 22%? That's a pretty good chance. I take that. Not great, but at this point, it's something at least.
They move over. They've got all heroes smoked except the Chen, who's protecting the base.
By the way, this Aghanim zone at Huskar might change things as well.
30. Oh, I was going to say 33 is in a great spot to pinch them, but he ends up coming out of invisibility. Huskar, yeah, and this Ags. So we are seeing that upgrade to the life break. But they avoid this and then smoke back out, avoiding any contest from Tundra at the moment. If they win a fight here, Roche is back up soon enough where this game could turn back real hard for Tidebound. But again, just the requirement is you have to win the fight.
Yeah, you can see where Disruptor is. Planet, unfortunately, didn't get the greedy enchantment, so he has to farm instead. He has to actually do it the old way.
Old-fashioned way.
Old-fashioned way, yeah. Take
himself
that
up by
shovel
them
and dig
bootstraps. Yeah. Gotta make it work somehow. He's trying. He's got 1,000 gold to go.
You know what? Like, he's getting there, but his team doesn't wish to wait any longer. They smoke up again. Now, the last smoke wasn't necessarily useless. The last smoke they made did give them some vision.
Elder Dragon form and the blink, but a whiff on anything that they really wanted from that. Still hoping, but the more and more they wait, the less time they have on this Elder Dragon form.
Oh, Ravage!
Oh, the Ravage! 33! Oh, man! Just jumping in. You can't wait. Otherwise, 33 is going to go into your face and bring the fight to you, especially with a tie. The Ravage lands, and everybody is just obliterated.
That could be game right there. No buybacks on any of the cores. Bounty Hunter jumping on the high ground, giving them just a little bit of vision for the Tide Hunter to work with. He did a lot. Seems like do they have creeps? Okay, they didn't have any creeps, so the game
What a Ravage, what a jump. Anticipating their position, getting that information, just throwing it out. Oh boy.
Gyro also not being able to fight himself onto the high ground with the BKB was a bit rough.
Planet buying back now. That Ags is never happening.
Absolutely not.
And I think their time at this tournament is probably cut short.
Yeah, Poogie has fled.
Yeah, Poogie has fled. And maybe even Team Tidebound's chances have fled.
I love how
the Ravages have been landing. Yeah, they're not even trying to overpressure. Get that Aegis, cheese, banner.
Meanwhile, Bounty, by the way, was scouting them out, breaking any sort of a move. Did force his BKB in the end, so he doesn't get glimpsed, but worth it.
Again, you know, I had that feeling that maybe, you know, Tidebound could bring it back if they just were fighting from their high ground and they're able to get some space. That just hasn't happened.
They got caught.
They have fought on the low ground and they have fought in the face of Tundra, and Gyro's just too far forward. God damn, look at that heat map.
A pretty good heat map right there.
Bounty's been everywhere. He's just been roaming around the map, making sure that he is
They're moving
just been able to get the information for everything. Is glimpse. Shiro sees Whitemon, but Whitemon's got an ag. Seek a Fiend's Grip, try to run away, but the Static Storm, that gets committed. They're even going to Primal Split for this. They want to make sure they get the kill here on a Whitemon.
I'm trying to get Megas, by the way, while this is happening.
Yeah, is this the trade? Is this what you want?
He's used on this as well, so you traded. Maybe they can fight here, actually.
Maybe. BZM stunned up. Kinetic Field, they've got the silence, and now maybe looking to make a life break jump, but they're going to buy back on Bane. BKB, life break, going forward, trying to survive. They've got the Hex, they get the kill, they'll take MOUZ life. BKB was used here by Shiro. They're going to jump in on Echoes. BKB standing his ground. He ends up dead. He doesn't have buyback. That is going to be rough, as they'll call GG, and Tundra will eliminate the side of Tidebound from PGL Wallachia Season 6.
A better team won today, definitely. Like, this is a 0-2 or a 2-0 by Tundra. Two pretty convincing game, I gotta say. Game number 1, maybe even a little bit cleaner. This game number 2, I feel like Team Tidebound had it. Like, they were controlling the pace quite well. And then, as always, when you're playing versus the Bounty Hunter, that one fight happened. I mean, in that one fight, I don't even know how much damage he dealt with the Shuriken toss, because it bounced between 3 heroes like 2-3 times, making so much use out of the Bounty. But overall, Bounty did a lot. The Friendly Shadow did a lot, but these heroes were just bouncing on them all the time. The Ravage, 33, I believe, deserves the MVP once again. Deserves it in game number 1.
The Ravage is on point.
He deserves it here as well. Like, he was keeping on top of the network all the time. His jumps were just absolutely on point.
Yeah, they were really chef's kiss, and he was getting a lot of information from Ari, who he said was really everywhere. You know, he'd been to Reno, Chicago, Fargo, Minnesota, Buffalo, Toronto, Winslow, Sarasota. He's been everywhere, man. He was everywhere. I mean, the guy just had all the information to make sure that they were able to have jumps like the one that 33 had with that Ravage towards the end, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Shiro had a pretty tootin' game, by the way. It wasn't that bad. Ravage onto 4. And he was always caught. I feel like that is one problem in Tidebound. They didn't have this scout that they've had on the other side, right? Like the Bounty Hunter scouting, the heroes just going in. Meanwhile, on the other side, they were always the ones getting gone on. Have you been to Louisville, Nashville, Knoxville, Ombabica, Shefferville, Jacksonville, Waterville, or Costa Rica, maybe?
I wasn't there, but Ari was.
He was everywhere.
He was able to. He was everywhere. It just never stopped.
He crossed the desert there, man, and breathed the mountain air, man.
Thank you. He's been everywhere.
I don't know.
But yeah, you look at this. It's just so tough for them to make any moves. Now, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, it was very tough. Like, in this situation, BZM even starts peeping out. By the way, I'm not sure for what reason. He had cheese, but he did bait them. So maybe that was the reason. Like, he life breaks out, starts TPing in, TPing back home, but yeah, just unnecessary. Didn't even use the cheese in the end. This game from Tundra didn't start off too well, especially with BZM dying 1-on-1, right? Like, Echoes ending the game 11-3-6. Echo's item build as well was very sacrificial and pick-off oriented, and then they couldn't get any pick-offs, which was maybe a problem through the game. Like he had Orchid and Silver Edge. It's all about catching heroes, killing them off. Like you get the Silver Edge for the Huskar for the Tide, you get the Orchid for the Ursa, but you still cannot get these kills because your team doesn't play this game fast. And I think that was where this game was truly broken. Because Tundra were given so many chances to play around the bounty. On the other side, you don't have too many chances because you have to fight around the split and that's it. Once the split is out, like you're just waiting forever. That's maybe one of the reasons why we don't see too much brew. The hero is quite slow.
Yeah, definitely pretty slow. And, well, here, Tundra do take that 2-0. Who's the MVP? It is Ari. So,
deserved.
British Dota on display and very deserved, yeah. The comeback started with that triple kill that he got with those tracks and those shurikens. So definitely deserved that he's the one. Like, yeah, 33 has a great game. He has so many ravages, but that doesn't happen unless Ari really starts to make the game turn around for them.
Well,
he well done.
He had so much impact. He had like some visible impact and he had some invisible impact as well. No pun intended with all the friendly shadows, but most importantly, what this hero does is he gives you so much damn info so you can play around. In game number 1, they had the wolves. In game number 2, they have the bounty, and they always make sure that there is something to do exactly that, to give them enough info to pick and choose where and how they want to start these fights. It's kind of hard to play the gyro and to pop. Like usually you can pop the BKB into Ravage, but if Tide blinks exactly on top of you, you cannot. Like it's just almost impossible. So. Yeah, just
very tough for them. And I just noticed that game ended at 44-44. It was a good quick series there for Tundra over Tidebound. They then send the second of 2 China teams so far out of the tournament. And the last hopes for China now lay on the hands of Xtreme Gaming, who will be taking on Nigma Galaxy in the next series. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with that in a moment. Stay tuned.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
mai tace, iarba nu mai place, curiești bolneviare, drăguță mioară. Stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețes. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi de-o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to PGL Wallachia Season 6. I'm OD Pixel. I'm here with, not Lizard or Beagle.
That's not me.
It's Kezu, as you know anyway. You don't need a name title. Yeah, no.
There we go.
There we go. Easy fixed on the fly there. We're ready to go with our next series of the day, guys and girls. It's a good one. It's going to be Xtreme versus Nigma Galaxy, and a lot on the line here, Kezu, for these two big name, big title squads.
Oh, I mean, you got to win here. Otherwise, it's Joker for you. And Xtreme Gaming, we of course know them from, the TI finals. But first of all, they went on quite a big break. They had a roster change. Nigma as well went through some roster changes. They're a bit on the up and up, I would say, because what we saw yesterday, they look good. And I think Xtreme Gaming, looks like they were maybe having a look at those games as well. Don't want to spoil the draft yet, but we'll see it shortly.
Well, we will. The draft has begun, ladies and gentlemen, so we can get into Game 1 of this best of 3 between Xtreme and Nigma Galaxy. And, in terms of the bans, it's that Invoker that, of course, you're alluding to. Kezu, we saw it yesterday. Samael had 2 back-to-back phenomenal games on it. And he won't get 2 today, at least not in Game 1.
That's true. He destroyed yesterday. I love the way he played it. Right, we both talked about it, like the Quaswags with the vessel, also not doing the normal facet where you get the Cataclysm, but more playing the Tornaras with the the Agams with the Tornado. So of course, Xtreme Gaming being in this position, you better be doing your homework, because if your own gameplay already isn't what they would like to be, because I think if you've just come fresh off of the TI finals, not long ago, and now you're playing for elimination. It's you've got some fire under your butt for sure in this series.
Absolutely. So we'll see if Nigma's ready to stand up against the test, the challenge that Xtreme is definitely going to be giving them here in this best of 3. So what we get from Xtreme. Obviously, me and you, we've been watching the Nigma games down here on the later side of the day. We haven't had the chance to at least firsthand cast any of Xtreme's action. So looking forward to seeing what they're pulling out at the moment. It's going to be an opening pick with the Primal Beast. Something a little bit different to what we've seen from other teams, at least I feel. Sure, not necessarily the hero, but the hero being picked as that first pick.
It's definitely a hero I've seen rise up a little more over the past few days. I saw that Spirit, of course, so they qualified through the Switch stage straight up with a 3-0 score, and in their last series they first picked Primal Beast twice, straight for collabs, just straight up opening pick. So I don't know. I would also assume that for XG, they can flex it, of course, between Nothing to Say and between XXS. It just looks like it's a very strong hero. He's mobile, he lanes well, he can initiate. We like.
All right, let's see what else we're getting on the bans. Nigma, they ban out that Slardar, actually bumping that up in priority, and I can respect that. That hero has been very strong so far this tournament. Won't be getting through here. Banning out the Snap as well. I feel like we did see over the last few days a lot of Snap and Jakiro in particular getting through the draft. Snap, not today going to be able to slip through the bans. Maybe Jakiro will, though. That one's still there and very, very popular right now.
Yeah, he might. I mean, there's a lot of type of supports that you want when you do play against DK, especially because he's this like big HP, beefy boy with high armor. So wouldn't be surprised if Nigma slapped like another ban on, your likes of the Hoodwink, the Jakiro you mentioned. There's also a different hero that I always like that I would say the Chinese teams play really well, which is the Phoenix. Also, FY Phoenix is, legendary, as of many, many years ago. Of course, he's back from a long time break. Haven't seen too much of his gameplay yet, because I will say, Dota is not very easy on people that take breaks, especially extended ones. So we'll have to see how he fares up, of course.
5 seconds remaining.
Xtreme. Was there anything else yesterday from Nigma that if you're Xtreme and you're watching those games, you might want to ban out?
Maybe it's like a combination of, I would say, what Omar and Noob were able to do. Like Noob maybe on more of his comfort heroes, right? It was the Pango and the Primal. So Xtreme having taken Primal themselves is pretty nice, right? Because you play it yourself. It's something Noob played yesterday. It's very good against Pango as well, because you can always stop the roll. And I do actually get to see my Phoenix. So I'm just a big fan of this.
Okay. I've only got to imagine, though, Phoenix, as strong as it can be in the right hands, still, when you're picking it at this stage, it's going to give Nigma a lot of chance to react to this. One of those heroes would maybe be that Jakiro, right? Having that double hit can be pretty nice as well against the egg. So, I don't know. I feel if I'm Nigma Galaxy, just get the Jakiro.
Yeah, honestly, why not? It's also like, let's say you lane against the Primal Beast, you have a slow against him with the dual breath, you're overall pretty good, you have the follow-up damage. They will go, at least for now, with the +4 Muerto, or well, it's a flex hero for them, we have to mention that, as a Sumail does play it.
Actually.
But
I mean, they could probably even do it carry as well. So
oh yeah, for sure, true. Yeah, TA 2000. He's a great range carry player, so definitely he can play that as well. And Omar yesterday, he had an absolute banger performance on both his Hoodwink and his Muerto.
Let's have a look. Do they want to show something then with another core here, or maybe just get that second support?
Yeah, I feel like you will just be chilling if you end up taking your second support here. You called out the Jakiro. I would kind of like that. If also when you do play the DK, it's very nice if you have like this range follow-up damage. So, yeah, they will just go for it.
Yeah,
twin-headed
nice
dragon.
And easy, safe pick. Yeah,
Yep.
It feels good here. Feels good in most of the games. Very comfortable support for teams to be grabbing right now in this meta. Xtreme, let's see what they want to do. I mean, they know. I mean, I feel like if you're Xtreme, how much are you thinking about the Muerto in terms of it being a core, or do you think you are sort of just saying, it's most likely the support. Let's not think too much about it.
Yeah, I would assume that you're more like. They're definitely more on the train that it's a support. I would say like Primal Beast is quite annoying to play into for like a Muerto core already. You just get on top of her, you have a Blade Mail. So if it ends up, like as long as your next two picks don't make it like a super good carry Muerto game, it should most likely just be the +4 on Omar. The
Xtreme.
Other thing that I'm considering for Xtreme here, you need to be a little careful about like some of these 18 picks. Maybe like, like an Ursa or Morphling or Weaver. Like some of these heroes that are mobile and they decide when to go on the egg or not. Like that's generally the type of core you want. They decide, okay, if I go on the egg at this moment, I will kill it. But they also have like an easy disengage if it doesn't look that good initially.
Yeah, dude, Ursa would go pretty hard here, I think, for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
This, like, I guess the clock's a little bit annoying, but the other three heroes, I feel like you feel pretty happy playing Ursa against that. So it would be a super safe pick if they want to just grab that now, leave that last mid pick for Sumail on the draft.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, I mean, you could pick... Okay, so they'll just go for the puck instead.
Okay, so saving the carries will last this time.
Okay, so
if indeed it's not going to be Muerto carry, which,
True.
as you say, I imagine it won't be. I think there's definitely better options on the table for Nigma Galaxy. It doesn't scream out as a game. It's like, oh, nice, play the Muerto as the position one.
Well, I guess it is a pretty good puck game after all. Like there isn't too much like immediate lockdown. I do feel like Lesh doesn't care about this matchup too much. Like even if you get coiled, you just like you pop Edict, you pop Pulse Nova, and they can't really get too close to you. So I still feel like the Clock and Lesh together, they are going to be quite strong. And this is something that Xtreme already ran back at TI. Like they have like their range 4, Clock 5 with the Lesh mid. and they definitely took over the game quite a lot. So while I do like the puck pick, I'm looking at like this minute 8 to 12, like how the Radiant heroes like to play. You know, there's a Lesh running it, you a Primal charging, a Clockwork coming around with a hookshot and an egg. And if Nigma don't start the fight themselves, I think currently they have a hard time fighting into these Xtreme heroes.
Turn to ban. Extreme Gaming's
Let's have a
turn
look.
to ban.
As these final bans come in, Xtreme. What do they want to ban? They'll ban out the Beast. So it looks like they're assuming that this is the mid DK and they're assuming that either the DK or the Moeta is the carry.
Yeah, they're just
with
assuming
these
that the DK is the carry, I guess, with the puck just being the mid, which I would kind of agree with that assessment. I think Nigma, also with what I've been saying, where I'm not too sure about like their mid-game team fighting or like this post-laning stage, they need something from Noob that can help with that. And I'm thinking of like what he's usually been playing. It's like it's the Mars, which is fine. It's the Pango, which I would like less, because there's a Clockwork, there's a Primal Beast. So I would definitely like that less. It is more up his comfort, but yeah.
Let's see, what does a Noob
10 seconds
fancy picking up?
5 seconds
I
remaining.
guess it's just like Mars would be one of the best ones. Like there's Tide, and I don't
Mars
like that
seems
you
fine,
didn't ban for it. Like if you wanted, yeah, I guess
This
that's
is safe.
Yeah. It's just makes sense. I do feel like this reminds me a bit more of how they drafted like 2 days ago.
I was a little concerned as well. It does look like that kind of like. Honestly, I would say that not as rough, because I feel like that draft a couple of days ago was the one where they had like these awkward carry picks at the end of the lineup. This game, you're having this DK carry that's super safe. So I wouldn't say it's quite at that level. It's sort of in between the draft a couple of days ago and yesterday's draft.
Yeah,
it's sort of in the middle.
You're right. It's more about the, like when you run Puck Mars together, the mid game you can certainly run into some sort of damage issue, because they both they're like more, you know, the spell heavy. They need a couple items to like deal this damage. So I want to see where XG, where they want to take it here. Like, do they want to go like more aggressive and look for? Ooh, that's it. Okay. I would not have called this pick, but I like this one a lot. So first of all, when you do think of like a lineup that does lack damage at some point, Alk is quite good. Because, well, first of all, with his ult, he just kind of heals through like slow damage. You buy an AC, which is quite nice against DK. You have a 15 talent where you give people physical, like you give them armor as well on the acid spray, which is super cool with Lesh. It's something that he actually lacks. And I think it's quite good against the lane, like in Mars too. Like usually when this guy gets arena, they can kick you out. But Mars level 6, you have your ult ready. So this is not a very normal pick, but I really, really like this Alchemist last pick here. Big fan.
Yeah, I've got to agree. Yeah, it's not something we get to see a lot, but it definitely seems like it makes sense here. And yeah, a hero that for that mid game, it's going to be a point where Nigma, they've obviously got sort of the prolonged right-click scalable damage from the DK, and eventually on the puck. But outside of that, it's going to kind of be that jump of the burst of the abilities. And if that burst doesn't kill something like the Alchemist, he's just going to be able to rule the team fight for those longer periods. So yeah, the out could become a problem here for Nigma Galaxy. So it'll be interesting to see how they look to shut him down and ensure that Arme doesn't get that sort of free start to the game.
Like it's definitely, I mean, DK's carry is like still very, very strong, and Nigma, they have massive team fight, absolutely, to like back it up later. I would give a slight edge to XG, just like going into it. But if Nigma can just show us, you know, what they did yesterday, where Sumail has like a good early game, he connects nicely with the supports, Omar, Noob do well in the offlane. Like ultimately, Dota will always come down to gameplay and your team fighting. So if Nigma can do what they did yesterday, we're going to be in for a great game.
For sure. Yeah, looking forward to those potential plays from Omar with those dead shots. As already excited to see what happens here, because we do have XG doing something a little bit different with that Alchemist pick, just something that we've not gotten to see on the previous days here in the games that we've been watching. But is it going to be enough? And is it going to be something that Nigma can't deal with? A lot to play for here. Both teams holding on. PGL Wallachia Season 6. And this game 1 set to be an exciting one. As I think eyes as well are going to be on the mid lane. You know, a couple of days ago, right, we did see Sumail bringing in the puck, and he didn't have the cleanest of games on it.
Yeah, no, that's true. I would say, I mean, we definitely know that he's like one of the best mid laners, right? Especially when it comes to like raw skill. So you generally expect him to just have a very good game. And I would say in this early game, absolutely he should. Like, you know, while maybe sure you don't touch the Leshrac too much, there isn't any real lockdown. Like the best lockdown is like later when Primal gets a blink or there's like a hook shot available. But apart from that, Sumail, he should be chilling.
Both teams ready to go with the smoke. Both having pretty good potential here for a level 1 brawl. See who catches who.
Okay, let's see. Well, Phoenix is quite good when it comes to level 1 rune fighting. Because you do need a lot of right clicks to even win out on these fights. So this bottom area fight, I would definitely favor Xtreme Gaming here. But let's see where they run into each other.
Yeah, looks like Nigma is being careful. Not to try and risk anything for the bottom one. So will be the 2 for 2 on the bounties. We'll see how the lanes go down. So, looking at this top lane, FY Clock with the XXS Primal. Is this going to put pressure on the Dragon Knight for TA 2000, or are you able to sort of sustain through this as the DK, the harass from these two?
Yeah, I don't think they should pressure. Like, DK, at least when it comes to the laning stage, he's quite a big counter to Primal, because during the trample, well, you just, you know, pop a little cheeky stun on him. Jakiro also against Clock, you just insta-kill the cogs pretty much with your double attack. So overall, I think this top lane should be a quite big win here for Nigma.
And on the bottom lane, Nigma's side, are they going to be putting pressure onto the Alchemist, or is it also kind of a safe lane for Xtreme down there?
Well, it looks like Nigma are already getting a lot of pressure onto X-Nova.
Oh. Yeah.
It's not a, so it's a pretty skill-heavy lane, because if the Muerta and Mars are good, you can definitely trip up the Alchemist during his channel of the stun, right? You have a silence, you have a dead shot, you can like spear him. So I would say this is quite skill-heavy, and on even skill, I would actually give a slight edge to the Mars Muerta. Not by a lot, you know, like maybe some 55-45. So I'm expecting both sides to just farm, and if a kill happens, it should be off of the back of an outplay.
See what the level 2's been hit if they get that chance. But, looks to be unlikely. Just going to cook up a concoction, but nice little effort there from Omar. You need to see a bit of a sign of potentially things to come where, whilst he did get the concoction off this time, maybe next time round that dead shot fear is going to be enough to hold him far enough away that he can't throw it in time. Omar. Another dead shot into the silent spear misses, doesn't matter. God's Rebuke still seals the deal, gets first blood. Omar, as I said, we got to keep our eyes on him.
Oh, yeah.
He gave us some pretty crazy plays yesterday on the Muerta. And already coming into this game, a couple of minutes in, he's showing us the signs that he's going to be bringing that level of play again today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like him and Save would be like the two guys that really stand out on the Muerta. They're so good. Even with the missed spear, like they just get that kill. Definitely have to be careful here on X-Nova's Phoenix, because, you know, this hero, it's not that strong. If you get caught on the side, you're super low armor, so Mars and Muerta will both dish a lot of damage into you.
Mid lane matchup so far, pretty even. 13-1 against the 11-3. So nobody losing out too much in the mid lane. Goes to the side lanes. It is definitely, XXS having that slightly slower start on the Primal. The lane matchup that he's trying to deal with.
Nigma definitely, they are getting the better out of these side lanes, as they should. I mean, bottom lane, you absolutely will have Ame, who still will get a lot of farm. It's also Alchemist Phoenix. Like, these heroes generally don't, like, destroy the lane. They're just very happy to get through the lanes with their levels because they give you a lot of team fight, a lot of mid-game. And it's one of the strengths of the Chinese teams anyway. They're generally a little less heavy on the laning, but then like more on the team fighting, the big spells. So for now, I think it's going kind of according to plan for both sides. Well, maybe not the top lane. I think XXS, you should be getting a few more CS here on the Primal.
Because this lane is well up top, does he have to continue to play it? Like, can he start, like, kind of dragging creep waves? I guess it looks like he's got FY, having that covered for him. FY's going to start putting the waves around. So, yeah, because I imagine at this point, you don't really want to be playing where the creeps are meeting because of the threat that Nigma posed.
Yeah, absolutely not. Like, the 2-on-2 matchup is just so much in favor of Nigma. Like, you're two melee guys, you don't really want to touch either of them. If they get to combine their spells, it's definitely very bad for you. So surely this is how they need to continue to play in the next couple of minutes as well. Like, go for some creep drags. Maybe even have FY like look to play in the safe lane, you know, towards the nighttime, if they do have good lane control. Because, yeah, head-on-head fighting up here, it's a no-go.
Let's see if they're able to grab another one again in a bit. But, FY is just going to continue to get these stacks going. So XXS will at least have that to fall back on. At least him, or nothing to say, or Arme, honestly. I mean, all three of the cores could definitely look to clear up the stacks.
Yeah, I do like that Nigma quite early on, they did pop up, like they popped a couple sentries into the Radiant Triangle. Because they know, you know, Primal will have a hard lane, so let's also ruin his recovery. Because you usually need to do both. You need like you need to follow both steps to ruin a hero. Ruin his initial game, and then also make sure his recovery isn't going to be too easy for him.
Yeah, we'll see how many more of these stacks the sentries disrupt. So far, that's definitely limited what they can do. Toby's going to head over to the mid. Sumail's going to jump forward. They'll get the coil out to two of them. Toby goes down. As Sumail had to go pretty aggressively for this. He'll have the orb up in a second. He gets down to the river, but the dive forward's there from Xnova. That's going to be both of them dying. Omar will at least manage to get Xnova in return. But a bit of an awkward move there. It sort of almost felt like Toby kind of baited Sumail into that one. They both end up dead for it.
Nah, that was definitely too much, because Sumail, he was actually winning. Like, he's up 8 CS even now while being dead. Yeah. They had the coil first, so yeah, definitely just, you can't just beeline into a Lesh like that. This is like just asking to be killed, and they ran through the ward, you know, in the river. So XG, yeah, they'll gladly take that one.
Fine. Trying to get some sort of setup onto Omar, but nothing to say. Can't really follow up, as he is rather low at the moment.
And this is also, like, it's pretty nice for XXS, right? If these moves happen in the mid lane, then you're just, like, some Primal up top against a DK. He won't stop you from creep skipping. So just gotta make sure that Nigma, of course, they will learn from that move. You cannot do that again. Leshrac is a hero you have to respect when it comes to getting close to him.
So Omar was hanging around with the Invis rune, seeing if he could maybe find the potential snipe against. Nothing to say, but nothing to say. Plays it safe. Walks back to base. Does mean that Sumail getting space to put some pressure onto this tier 1. Will force out the fortification here from XG.
Yeah, and Sumail, he got a lot of pressure on it. This is like 60% of the tower. And like this is like Puck, he does this a lot, you know, like he just gets to hit the tower, he's gonna use his innate to keep hitting it. And once it gets this low, it's definitely like a talking point as well for Nigma, maybe on this 8-minute rune. You know, chuck a couple heroes onto the rune as well with the coil and see if you can get a play going.
Bottom. And Tier 2000's coming with this rotation. He wants to use this first Dragon form to get aggressive onto Arme. He's going to get the chance to get the Chemical Rage off. And with Xnova by his side getting the attack speed slowed down, will mean that Tier 2000 isn't able to go completely for Arme. They tried to get that setup there, a little bit off the mark. A rare miss there from Omar. Didn't quite get the sort of dead shot and calling to allow that silence to stop the Chemical Rage from going off. And they might be able to find FY instead, though. Omar heading over, looking to find FY in the trees. As him and Noob can look to finish this kill off. Whilst the rest of XG, they can't get over here to do anything about this one. So Nigma, they won't get the carry, but they will still find a kill out of this move with the three of them.
Honestly, nice move by both teams. I like that Nigma are looking for this play with the two ults, right? You had the Dragon form, you had the Arena as well. But Ame with good positioning, falls back, gets to pop his ult. Now let's see if Nigma are able to pressure the tower much more. As Xnova will take the XP on that side for now. Or at least he will try to.
Tier 2000 returns to the top lane. And keep the pressure up there. And whilst this goes on, Samel continues to find a lot of space in this mid. You know, nothing to say, starting to make these moves up and down the map, but it's allowing Samel to just continue to free farm in this mid lane and get very close to taking this tier 1 tower now.
Yeah, I really like how Nigma are moving on the map so far. Like we didn't have any overplay apart from the one move mid earlier, because like there's pressure on mid, there's constantly pressure on bottom. They're also going to be able to pressure the top tier 1 as well, and it can be quite annoying to deal with a team that is like pressuring multiple places at the same time in like a nice manner. And I would say Nigma, they're definitely succeeding with that at the moment.
We see Omar. He's looking to maybe get the wraparound on the mid. If Samel finds the chance for a Dream Coil, but doesn't want to go for the Dream Coil too aggressively under the tower, Samel. And head over here with Toby, as again they continue to ensure that this area of the map just cannot be set up for stacks. They're coming back and forth each and every time to get those sentries placed back down so they can continue to block the camps.
A minute 10 rune is coming up soon. I was thinking you maybe have a couple more heroes looking into the mid lane. Looks like XXS is running, as is Noob now. It's very big timing for both the mid laners here.
We're going to get this. Yes, 10 minutes in. Nice and early to take the tier 1 mid. Good pressure from Samel. Definitely looking to be a much better start on the puck than he had in the games the other day.
There's an arena.
Ah, there's a kill, Noob. Somebody just walk up and catch him in the combo, take down Xnova.
Well, definitely ever since yesterday, when I look at these Nigma plays, they just seem a lot more like fluid. You know, not just like, not a lot of overthinking. It's like, I see a play, I go for it. Because now they take the mid tier 1, they rotate both their supports down to the, you know, Ame side. Even if they don't kill him, they can use the siege, or like maybe even chip down the tower after, because it's quite low. And yeah, when it comes to the early map control, it's absolutely on Nigma's side. 2k lead against an Alchemist.
Yeah, they're doing a lot. They're doing a lot. Maybe indeed those two games yesterday, those 2 wins yesterday, the start is the start of kind of Nigma Galaxy finding their footing in this tournament. Because the start of this best of 3 looking pretty hot. TP's coming in. The 3 of them here. And find Xnova ready to keep Ame safe if he gets threatened.
That's
Nigma Galaxy also bringing the numbers. I mean, TA2000's coming through the Twin Gate as well, so he's ready to get involved, has the Elder Dragon form, has his Mask of Madness done, I think there was that armlet, so just trying to get these nice early items that is going to really allow him to accelerate the pressure and impact, and straight away they get the catch onto Xnova, and with that, they'll easily have the space to take another tier 1 tower here in Nigma Galaxy. And now, pull down. Want to try and go for some more. FY, going to get clipped by the spear. Samel ready to continue the chase down. God's Rebuke comes in from Noob. Nigma Galaxy just, they keep the ball rolling top lane. They're up and down the map. Very, very fast plays from Nigma Galaxy is extreme. They're struggling to keep up with this pressure. And, you know, 12 minutes in, as you said, the fact that they're 4,000 gold behind with an out carry, it's going to be a bit of a tough spot for XG to climb themselves out of.
Yeah, they're really crumbling, and these are not the type of mistakes I would, you know, expect from XG. I mean, Nigma, they're making great moves. You know, they're playing fast, they're going bottom, they're killing you there, but then they just find like the double TP, and they also get XXS killed up top at the tier 1. Because, yeah, I mean, these things, they're starting to really stack up quickly. Sure, nothing to say. You have your Blink available now, so you're also going to need to help FY to get his hook shot, because the supports are quite underleveled.
They don't have the Dream Coil, but they do have Amplified Damage Rune on Samel. Nothing to say, they sense something's up. He'll jump out with the Blink. FY will be able to hold Samel back. That shot does catch on to FY. But they can't continue to go any deeper for the kill. They don't mind, though. They're happy to continue to focus down these objectives. Another tower taken at a point of the game where XG can't really do anything to punish or to even get some sort of trade, really, across the map, other than a little bit of space, really, for Ame to try and work his way towards the Radiant. But it just doesn't seem like that they're getting much at all in response to what Nigma is being able to achieve.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I like that Noob is queuing up the pipe. There's a couple players that really help Dota a lot when it comes to itemization. I think 33 is one of them. It's like not really that usual that you don't go like a blink early and you just go for like a straight pipe on, you know, insert X offlaner just because the game calls for it. But you play against the Radiants, you play against 2 Magic supports and the Primal Beast and Lesh. It's a great pipe game. You know, suddenly your Puck, Sumail can play more aggressive, your supports as well, and your DK. So I really like what I've been seeing from Nigma Galaxy here.
See if they're able to keep this pressure up. 14 minutes in terms of the next items, we've got Sumail trying to get that Blink Dagger online after the Witchblade. And looking over at TA 2000, he also wants to get the Blink. So when they get these double Blinks online, that they're going to be able to play even faster and more aggressive. XG now going to look to try and make their first real attempt of sort of making an aggressive play themselves. They're smoked up. They have the Supernova. They have FY ready to lead him with the hook shot. They do get that opening onto Sumail, and it's enough. Very nicely done there with the control. They burst through the puck and get themselves a nice kill off the back of that smoke.
They absolutely needed that one. It's a very crucial one. Also gives a bit more space to Ame to try and get his Radiance. So very good of them to connect the splitter there with the hook shot. Not the biggest timing, or not the easiest timing, rather.
And they're watching Ame. They're going to be ready to go for him now because the Chemical Rage is about to come to an end. They have the control with the silence and the dead shot pushing back FY, so he can't get in range to help out. Ame goes down. They'll try and burn through Omar, but Noob, he's got this pipe online, so he can keep Omar safe. FY trying to finish the kill. He's not going to get it. Gets caught by the spear. They're going to be able to clean up the 2 of them. Xnova's diving forward. He'll bring Omar down pretty low. And he'll have enough tick damage to get him sort of between the dive damage and the blood grenade. So it's something, but again, not a whole lot. You know, that's your Alchemist dying. And you know, Ame's kind of everything right now for XG. If he's not able to hit the creeps, this game's not going to get any easier for them.
Yeah, luckily for them, nothing to say. I believe he got a kill somewhere on Toby, maybe some retribution. But yeah, when you die as an Alchemist, it hurts your goal so much. It's like your carry dying with a double Battle Fury, because he's already struggling when you compare him to the DK. Like, you're supposed to be ahead of other heroes. He's nearly 2,000 gold behind the Dragon Knight.
Now, talking about the Dragon Knight, tier 2000 is, 100 gold, and he's going to have that Blink Dagger. And we'll have the pretty much the level 2 Elder Dragon form. So, that smoke play that they can go for off the back of that, it's going to be pretty much guaranteed death, whoever they find. It doesn't matter at this moment. Any of the cores, especially the supports, of course, on XG, will die to sort of a Blink initiation from a level 12 DK with Armlet Mask and Madness.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it's like so good, too. But, I mean, Noob even has nearly his own Blink Dagger to boot, so they currently have just 1, but they're going to have 3 in, like, not too long. And I think fighting into this triple jump plus pipe, suddenly I feel like XG won't have the damage to actually fight back as they catch XXS.
Yep, they're going to get him. Dream Coil into the Dragon Tail and the Dead Shot.
Nope, bye-bye.
A lot of control. And it does feel like that this does seem like the good balance from Nigma with their draft, right? Because I feel like on some of the early days when we were watching this tournament, it was like, well, they got a lot of stuns, but not enough damage. I feel like this game, they've still got a lot of stuns, but they do have that damage that can allow them to just start snowballing like this, taking down heroes. As you say, anyone they jump on is dead at this point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, especially if, you know, Nigma are playing like this, they're keeping the net worth lead, like, even in a way. Against the Alchemist, that's good. Like, in a normal game, their net worth lead would be growing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See what they go for next. As I do like this change up from Noob, because you're right, he did have the Blink Dagger queued up, but because I was also going to ask, I was going to be like, is triple Blink maybe a Blink too much? And Noob's sort of, he says yes it is, because he wants to get the Lotus instead, obviously identifying that he already has a Puck and a DK for the setup, so getting a nice Lotus timing on top of this pipe is going to give him a lot of sustain and just ways to keep him and his team alive if XG do find the chance to jump back on them. So I like that change up, because 3 Blinks might have been a bit too much, at least to go for as the first big pickup.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. It's quite easy to use against an Alchemist. You can always reflect the concoction. Same with like the Primal. Like the bigger stuns that XG have and that they rely on, it's not that hard to get like a clutch Lotus Orb into them. So do like that as well. As Ame, he's going to be queuing up his Blink Dagger. So likely that is a timing that they're looking for to also go for one of their own moves. They do have a lot of damage if they connect like Nothing to Say with one stun on a singled out hero with the Edict as it's pure damage. So that's still something Nigma have to respect as well. As I will have to say, I hope FY has been checking out the other Clockwork games more and more, because maxing Battery Assault is not really the build on this hero ever since the big cogs came in. So we'll see if he can make the max Battery Assault work, because I'm a bit afraid for him going into melee range into these Nigma heroes.
Yeah, he's going to die pretty quickly. That's tier 2 tower. 19 minutes in, Nigma Galaxy, no signs of slowing down, as exactly we need to see from them here. They've got that momentum, they're not letting it slip away. Sumail gets the jump in onto the two of them. Look at the silence as well onto XXS. Gonna charge his way out. Should be fine by the looks of it. They're going to try and chase on. In fact, they'll get the jump back themselves. So XG will find Omar with Ame and Nothing to Say jumping in on top of him. Noob still good to go to see if he can get in range for an arena. They want to try and continue to chase them down, but XG, they're already starting to get out with the TPs. X-Nova gets out of this area. Nothing to Say should be safe to run as well. So they don't lose anything there, and they are able to turn and get a kill themselves. Nigma, though, they are in position to look towards this Tormentor as soon as it spawns, and they'll be able to get this without any interruptions. So they don't get a kill, but they continue to find objectives here, Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I don't see actually really looking for a fight as of right now. If I'm looking at their heroes, what they want is like this double BKB. You have Nothing to Say, he's closing in on his. Same with XXS on the Primal. I mean, Ame as well, so honestly, they could play for like a triple BKB timing. You also have X-Nova, he has maxed out Sunray and Solar Crest for 3 heroes that will go in for him. XG's team fight, even though they're behind, I think it's starting to come together. They will hit one of their stronger timings in this game.
Yeah, especially once they get that BKB on Ame.
Oh, yeah.
You know, then he's definitely going to be down to get involved. And sure, the MOUZ and the DK are going to be pretty tanky, but as we've seen, Smell, he can die. If they get that sort of opening stun onto the puck, that they can kill him off pretty quickly. So Smell has got to be super careful in these fights, as that he is going to be pretty much the key target that they will look to jump if they get the chance.
Yeah, so they will have level 2 eggs soon. I like that Omar has drums. I mean, we see it in most games, but you know, both the attack speed and the movement speed to go into the egg and just clap it with all your heroes should be quite crucial. And Nigma, I wonder if they want to force something before these BKBs come out, or will they just try to, you know, be like, okay, we're getting our own stuff, let them get theirs. Because the next objective to me looks like it might just be Roshan for both teams.
Yeah, Nigma can just go straight into the Rosh Pit. I think they're not too fussed or worried about if XG head over to do anything to try and contest this. And as it looks to be, XG, they're not really making any move to get over here. So there should be a free Rosh for Nigma Galaxy to pick up for, which once they've got it, should set them on track to start looking to take down those remaining tier 2 towers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at least for this time being, like, Nigma are happy about getting the Aegis. Xtreme, I don't think they care too much because they get quite a lot out of the map. Top lane is pushing all the way, mid lane is pushing all the way. They're getting towards their triple BKB. So let's see. Nigma just kind of need to make sure they don't fight without this dragon form, as now it's already running halfway through.
I mean, if they get a jump with these last few seconds of it, they're probably still take this opportunity.
Go, yeah.
Tier 2000. He's going to jump over towards FY. FY does get the cogs down, but yeah, he's still gone. Doesn't matter if he holds back the Dragon Knight. The rest of them able to jump in and finish him off. So, added bonus there. Getting the Roshan. They get a kill, and they should be able to at least put this mid-wave in a position where they can start thinking of putting pressure on the tier 2, or at least keeping XG on their toes enough that XG's had to back off. They tried to smoke up, but Noob, he's there on the high ground, pretty much dispels the smoke. XG, they tried for some sort of cheeky move to go whilst the other dragon form was down. They're not going to get the chance to, because Noob just puts a stop to it.
Yeah, a little bit awkward to try and run into the triangle. Like, you just saw them take your outpost. So I feel like that smoke had like 0% chance of ever hitting.
Zero?
But, you know, kind of. Like, you know, Noob is just going to be the... let's just give it a 1%.
Yeah.
1%.
Okay.
I mean, nothing to say he's still smoked. You know, he's saying, I am the 1%. I'm going to make the smoke work.
Oh, Tier 2000. I mean, Dragonform's back up. He gets him with the jump. Nothing to say is going to come in with the counterplay. Does get the opening stun onto Tier 2000. If they can kill him off the once, they can. That's going to be the first life for the Dragon Knight dealt with. Can they do it a second time? Jump for Frank says with the ground.
Oh my God!
Into the 3, the cogs into the 4 of them. Do they have the damage? They do. Concoction comes out. That's Omar and Noob gone. A beautiful array of spells there coming out from XG as Nigma Galaxy get caught a little too close to one another. They went for this push here with the Aegis. Sure, they'll still at least be able to pick up a kill on the back line, so XXS ends up going down, but that cost them 3 lives.
There's a couple of players who hit like multiple 3-man and 4-man spells. I mean, 5k damage from Primal.
Because I feel one thing that you go for that play, right? You're trying to look for this aggressive move under the tower. I mean, Tier 2000, obviously, he opts to not use the BKB because he's like, I've got the Aegis. But the thing is, if you're a Dragon Knight and you use Dragon Form, don't you want to use the BKB on your first life?
You kind of do. They did not respect the Sunray here either. Like the Phoenix on this backline, he's just getting burnt down. It's a hard choice. I feel like you should BKB. They have a couple of Lotuses there too, but yeah, I'm just gonna say they disrespected. Like the Primal Beast, you get like a 3-man pulverize into a 3-man hookshot. You have 2 full duration Sunrays as well, like flying through this fight on your tanky cores. Yeah, you gotta put some respect on these extreme heroes here.
Oh yes, yeah, you certainly do there. What a hold around the Tier 2 tower, and you know, for as smooth as everything else has been going so far this game for Nigma Galaxy, some painful mistakes there as they overextend their hand around this Tier 2 play. And yeah, XG get to shake the game back up a little bit.
It definitely needs to be a bit more clean when it comes to the initiation. Well, if you are going to jump a tanky hero like this, you need to, I think, have more people in position. And kind of like Sumail, it might just be his job to go for a Blink Silence on the Phoenix to like interrupt the Sunray or Egg combo. Because yeah, when Tier 2000 jumped in there, I don't know if anyone could really follow him. I don't think Noob has a Blink. His other teammates weren't quite in position. So, you know, gotta play a bit more on also the positioning of your allies.
The Galaxy, not to be thrown too much off their game. They're ready to keep going. Another jump. This time should result in an easy kill. FY to be caught outside of the Tier 2 top. And back on track with the Dragon Form. They will be able to pressure this Tier 2 on the top. Fortification comes out. XG will see what sort of response they want to go for. Arme closing in just about over halfway on the AC. So yeah, this Tier 2 will fall.
AC is quite nice, especially like with the 15 talent. I always like to point that out on the Alchemist. Acid Spray gives armor to all of your allies. So when you combine that with the AC, that's like 10 plus bonus armor for everyone. So it's definitely something you have to respect. At least for Tier 2000, once he has the Daedalus, he should have enough damage to overpower into some of these buffs. Granted, he gets to hit them.
For items around the corner for XG, we're going to see nothing to say. Go for that long road towards the Hex as his next big pickup as the Lesh. XXS wanting to get the Lincoln Sphere to protect himself. Whilst over on the other side of Nigma Galaxy, Noob will now go back for the Blink Dagger. Happy to have that after he's picked up the crucial items of the Pipe and the Lotus. And looking at some mail, just going to be the road towards the Octarine. So some big items queued up for both sides. Will take them a bit of time to get there. They do have an amplified damage room popped on some mail. Looks like they don't have a smoke. Oh yeah, okay, they do. Omar's getting a smoke prepared in his inventory. If they want to try and make a play with this, looks like Sumail is pretty eager to. Yeah, there we go. Omar will commit with the smoke. So they do want to try and go for something, but Arme is here, and Arme get the jump over to Omar, so Omar has to put the Pierce the Veil sort of defensively just in case there was going to be any further follow-up. That will put that smoke to a stop. I mean, again, I guess it was sort of Nigma Galaxy's turn this time to try and smoke into this high ground. and XG ended up being there ready to dispel it. So Mel still wants to get something done here with this dive forward onto FY, dropping the Dream Core down as well. Will get the kill. So they get something, not a core, of course. You know, the cores of XG remain pretty happy with how much they're able to split up on the map. Arme, he's got that money and will indeed have that AC ready for that next fight on the Alchemist.
Yeah, still nice play from Sumail, like just kind of, you know, balling it up, going 1v5, being like, I know I can kill you, you guys can't stop me. So it's pretty nice, get to take over the area. They did also pick up a gem, which allowed him to clear out 2 wards of the Xtreme game inside. Because map control seems like Nigma want to build it up again, because actually they've done a good job, you know, pushing out this top side with X-Nova, pushing in bottom with Arme. It's gonna go for the age-old trick of the Sunray into the TP.
Oh.
It's a big kill, 600 gold.
A nice little freebie there as he gets in. Arme definitely recovered pretty well this game after a bit of a slower start. You know, sure, he's still not kind of like at the dream levels of lead that you'd hope to be as an out carry, but he's making his way in that position. You know, sure, he's already at the top of the net worth. You give him a few more minutes of this sort of play where he's getting this space, he will be back up there at the Alchemist level of net worth. So definitely something that Nigma Galaxy are going to have on their mind, because Arme is getting to play his game.
Yeah. Like especially also when you look at like all the team fight that's backing him up on this Alchemist, right? He doesn't have to like go in and kill everyone. He goes in, chucks out a couple stuns, he tanks it up, he has a Lesh, Primal, Phoenix to follow him. And if the game, like, you know, drags out, you can give some Aghanims away. Like a Primal Beast, Ags, very, very strong. You can also give it to the Clock later, be annoying. Maybe you want Nihilism, maybe not that great on the Lesh this game, but also the longer the game goes, I think it's a pretty good Phoenix egg game. Like Jakiro and Muerta, sure they can hit, but I think it's not easy to run into these cores to like hit an egg. And like DK during a low duration BKB, you ideally don't really want to hit some still standing egg.
Do have a smoke on X-Nova, so see if they want to use that to get Arme involved now that he's got these key item timings done. Grouping up here, and indeed, here comes the smoke from XG. Check for the power runes. Not going to be anything crazy, just a regen rune at the top. Arme is ready to go. He's got that concoction. He's going to make the jump. Doesn't find anyone, though. So won't be able to catch Nigma Galaxy by surprise. As both teams really struggling to sort of get something off the back of the smokes. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy's turn to try again. Smoke up here.
Roshan can spawn soon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Who can they get their hands on? I mean, in response again, though, XG are being very cautious. They know after their failed attempt with the smoke, this sort of counter smoke is very likely. So they stay grouped up and close to the base. Not going to get caught out by this smoke either.
I mean, both teams doing very good when it comes to dodging some of these moves. I will say, at least for XG, even if they give up a little bit of the map, they do always have the Clockwork Rocket to like check out the Roach Pit. Because both sides should look to play there soon. It's like Nigma are looking for the Tormentor first.
Nice shot here for Tier 2000. Quick move with the Twin Gate towards the bottom. Doesn't look like it will catch anyone out here either, though. XG making sure they have nobody farming in that dangerous spot close to the Twin Gate.
I do have to say, a couple of these next items that are coming out are... I feel like they benefit XG a lot more than whatever items are coming out from Nigma. Like Nigma, they're getting like some tankiness and whatever, you know, like Octarine Core, you get a few more spells, you get a Satanic on the DK, he gets to live longer. But if I look at XG, like you get a Linken's Next, which makes you harder to kill against a DK initiation. You're getting a Hex on the Leshrac, which will allow you to kill the Puck, because you have such a hard time killing him. And an Abyssal Blade on Arme. So I feel like if I just look at how those items change the game, I think the next round of items just absolutely favors Xtreme here.
Nigma Galaxy. I mean, when are they going to make a move? Do you think there is going to be that level of pressure in their heads that they are like, you know what, guys, they sort of slow down to the pace, even though we got these tier 2s nice and early, it's not really going to do them any favors, right? They've got to try and push on.
They should take over. They need to try to take over the Radiant jungle, like off XG. Maybe hitting the Roche straight up is annoying, simply because there's a clockwork and they will fully gain like info all the time. But if you can take over this jungle and like force them away, and you have options for a move, like where you smoke around on them, or like you do hit Roche and you break the smoke at the same time. So I like what they're doing here. It's like a step-by-step process for now.
Setting up around this point. But these moments do just continue to allow XG to catch back up, closing that net worth lead.
I don't know if I fully follow the Shadowblade pickup by Omar. Maybe it's like a more aggressive Glimmer Cape in terms of like, you know, you get to have good positioning against the Alchemist that he can't jump you. And same with the Lesh. I mean, I want to see how he executes it, because this is definitely a lot of gold for a support.
I mean, Nigma Galaxy is going to try and start the Roshan, but XG are on their way over with the smoke.
Okay, they break FY.
And nothing to say, ready to play aggressive with this Hex that he's picked up. Smoke from Nigma, tier 2000, he's going to get the jump over to Arme, but Arme's able to quickly pop the Chemical Rage and the BKB, and now ready to turn. They get the grab on the tier 2000, trying to stand his ground here against Arme. Noob dropping down the arena, they'll be able to lock them down here, but the BKB's up for nothing to say, and he can just get in on top of tier 2000, kill him off after the BKB comes to an end. Noob, he's in trouble as well. He'll get a good spear to push them back, but X-Nova's ready to dive forward, close the gap, take the MOUZ down as well. And FY, not quite able to get his hands onto Omar, but the fight, a resounding success there for XG, as they try and make this jump onto Arme, but he was very, very quick there with the Chemical Rage. Pretty much, I think, he was able to dodge the stun coming in from the DK because of that. And that therefore allowed him to put the BKB, and suddenly tier 2000, he kind of committed everything for a kill that he wasn't going to get. We'll see it again here. Turns to the Dragon, makes that jump, but bam.
I mean, I guess, yeah. Even if this connects, this is not. They need to respect this Phoenix. Like, you don't win fights against a hero like this. They need to go around and kill the supports. Like this Arme Alchemist, it's a bait. He will not die to your initiation anyway. Like, you have Mars, he's not a follow-up hero. Like, at least not when it comes to damage. And say, like, Sumail, he didn't even find an entry into this fight. He still has the coil available throughout this entire time, and I don't blame him. The fight ended once they go in and they don't get an initial kill here with tier 2000.
Roche is going down quick. They can try for a steal, but it would be very risky here, Nigma Galaxy. They don't have the full lineup up. And yeah, they're not going to try and take that risk. So XG is going to get the space, finish the Roche, get the Aegis on nothing to say. This game's starting to fall into pretty spooky territory for Nigma Galaxy. They may have been able to play fast at the start, get these quick, you know, all the tier 1s, all the tier 2s, but things did start to slow down a little bit from that point onwards. And I don't know if this game's going to get any easier for them, Kazu. XG, they're in a pretty good position right now.
It's definitely looking that way. Even though it's only a 4K lead, if we just look at the raw strength when it comes to team fighting, it is certainly in favor of XG here. I mean, of course, Sumail, he's got a lot of scaling to go. Puck can be very, very strong when it comes to the later stages of the game. He does currently have a Linken's queued up, which he will need, as he is in a bit of trouble.
Mate, it's the jump. Ice Puff will come out. They've got the hook shot, but Sumail will be able to break his way free this time with the backup of the team. I mean, because now that this Aegis is in play on Nothing to Say, what did Nigma Galaxy do now? Like, do they just have to wait this Aegis out? Do they still try and go for a smoke move to attempt to catch XG out? Like, what's the next step forward for Nigma now that they're kind of having to play a few steps behind?
Nigma need to find a way. Well, either they're going to go for pickups, which, you know, they can if they find them. But when it comes to, like, bigger fights, they cannot go on the cores anymore. Like, Lesh has Aegis, Alk is not a good kill. You've seen it in 2 fights in a row now. Like, they absolutely need to understand that the key to winning a team fight is that you have to kill Phoenix. Kill the Phoenix first, put the Lotus Orb on the DK, and he can't get pulverized. So there's not going to be any savings if you do get to jump this guy. And it's kind of on XG to just not let this happen, because I think with all the plays that happened, they're just in such a nice position now.
They've really managed to deal with that early pressure very nicely, which is, you know, not always easy when you do lose all of your tier 2 towers, right? But somehow, even though they lost all the outer towers, they never really lost too much control of their jungle. I think that, you know, that was something you were sort of pointing towards earlier. You know, it did feel like that Nigma Galaxy, even though they got the towers, they didn't really take away a huge parts of the map that XG were looking to farm in, right? XG still got the farm.
Yeah, they definitely got to play in a way where, at least on, like, you know, the outskirts of the map, they got to farm on the correct heroes, they got to push out these lanes. So even though the first, like, 10 to 15 minutes were very, very crisp by Nigma, they felt like on one of the smaller steps after. And yeah, I feel like there's so many items out that they have to deal with. This Blink Hex on the Lesh, you have Solar Crest, you have Boots of Bearing as well on FY, you have a Refresher on XXS. It's definitely getting harder, because also if we look at like TA 2000, I feel like he peaked like 5 to 8 minutes ago. Like around the time he had his Daedalus, he was really strong. Also, he swapped out like the Satanic for the Mask of Madness, which obviously it's a more expensive item, so it should be better. But he doesn't really deal that much damage. Like, he doesn't have the attack speed, even if you go to MKB next. Something doesn't seem right to me here.
We'll see. We'll see. Nigma, they've got their work cut out now that XG is in as comfortable as a spot as they've managed to work their way towards. Arme is getting bigger and bigger. Soon has the money to get the Swift Blink out to him. And their jump, incredibly volatile. Nigma Galaxy's got to be prepared for Arme finding his way on top of them. And also, even if they find the catch onto Arme, as we've seen, it's not necessarily going to be easy for Nigma Galaxy to deal with the Alchemist at the start of the fight. Arme is pretty much always going to get the chance to turn and fight back now with how farmed he is.
Perhaps it's something that Nigma can like look towards to, is like to go for actually like the ultra scaling, you know, like just have Sumail get his 25 talent, pierce those BKBs, get like a couple more items. Also have Omar scale on the Muerta. He absolutely can. You know, he has Tread, Shadowblade. He's semi-closing in on a BKB. So, because maybe you can, you know, get towards the stage where when you do then jump this Arme Alchemist, that he can die in like a Blink Spear into the Dragon Tail stun.
Yep, yeah, XG's chilling. They can do that scaling though on their side that you were talking about earlier, with Arme now ready to start buying the Aghanims. Who's sort of top of the list for the Aghanims? Are you giving it to the Lesh first, or the Primal?
I would probably give it to Primal first.
Yep.
Just because I feel like the damage output is really nice, especially against these supports. Also, if you think about, okay, you know, like maybe the Muerta wants to like pick up a bit of the slack, you know, from his team. So having that is nice. If they feel like they want to play on more like that, all they have to do is stop like this initial 1 kill. You could even give it to Phoenix. I think it's a lower chance and like a more high risk reward play, right? To like get the egg save. But I would say that my money is on the Primal Axe.
Tier 2000. Opting for the AC has got that now picked up for the next fight.
Yeah, I like that more than whatever MKB he had queued up. I guess he dropped the boots for that. Tormentor.
This Tormentor's going to go down pretty quick, so Nigma Galaxy... Sumail's going to try and jump in, check what's going on, but the Tormentor's already taken. Nothing to say, gets the shard. Nigma Galaxy, they're still smoked up, thinking about trying to get some sort of surprise angle on XG.
It is daytime. They have a cool angle here.
Noob is going to get in. It's a good
nice
spear onto the two of them, but nothing to say. And XXS just jump onto Noob in return. They're trying to burst through Arme, but Arme's able to get the BKB off. He doesn't even fall down to half HP. FY died, but he just immediately buys back into the fight. They've lost Noob. Sumail, he's super low. We'll get the blink off after the phase shift, but they'll look to chase him down. Orb out. Can he get away from them? Lincoln's has been popped. Another phase shift, but he's surrounded. The damage is being pumped out.
So close.
The mail goes down. The Hex catches onto TA 2000. I mean, Nigma Galaxy is still around this point. They have to BKB and get out. There's no more fight to be had here. If the BKB TP out will allow him to get away. FY tries for a hook shot to grab someone on the way out. They'll get the grab with XXS, finding Toby with the pulverize. Nigma, they tried to go for that move. They only get FY. I mean, we're seeing even if they get that sort of clean setup now onto Arme, they don't even come close to killing him.
They can't. It even looked so good, right? Like a double spear arena into the DK follow-up stun. And I mean, again, you know, X-Nova, he's not in any of this combo, so he pops out the Glimmer, he pops out the Solar Crest, full duration Sunray just coming out. He's got an A on this now on the Phoenix himself. Like, he understands that, okay, the only way they can win is if they burst me. Now with him having an A on this play doesn't exist. So Nigma, it's just going to continue to just be as hard as it has been.
It really is. They definitely showed some hope at the start, Nigma Galaxy, of this game, but at this point, I think all the hope's gone. This is XG very comfortably moving towards closing this game up as 17k lead here around Arme's Alchemist, taking this top set of barracks. I don't know if there's sort of like a plan B for Nigma to come back in on this one. They needed to stay ahead. They let it slip away. This is so hard to recover from now.
It absolutely is. They could look for like some of their like 25s, you know, maybe you get the puck talent, maybe you somehow get to squeeze in like the Aghanims on the Jakiro to get this pure damage later, because we've seen it in all these last fights. They just don't have the damage to cut through the cores. They just don't.
Yeah, there we go. First Aghanims handed over to XXS, so something extra that's going to be thrown down in these fights. XG ready to go again. I mean, the Roshan is up. Nigma Galaxy are thinking about poking at the Roche. I mean, they're kind of getting away with this, so this will be pretty nice for them, considering they're down 16k.
Yeah,
Looks
they're getting it.
Yeah, there's not going to be any sort of interrupt here coming in from XG, so Roshan does go to Nigma Galaxy, and it's the big pickups as well. They get the Refresher Shard for Noob. I mean, they need everything they can get here, Nigma Galaxy, to try and get this game back under control. This is certainly something.
Oh yeah, this is a great start. I mean, I was checking. Yes, XG just weren't aware that Roach could be up, because FY, you know, he was popping some rockets into the side lanes to get those pushed. So that can definitely help. You know, maybe you lack some of the damage, but if you suddenly have a follow-up stun that you shouldn't have because your Mars has a refresher, hey, that can definitely be a difference maker.
XG. I mean, I don't think they'll care. You know, they could still look for a fight into this Aegis if they wanted to.
Oh, they can. I mean, for Nigma, you need... Yeah, they need to have to pick up a couple of Ag Scepters, I think. Like Puck, you know, so Mail wants his, plus a 25 talent. Same with Toby, he wants his Ags. I mean, we'll see if they will get there. They are also getting this BKB on Omar, which as long as he doesn't get jumped, you know, he can help them dish out at least some damage.
They've got this 3 minutes of Aegis. Surely they got to look for some action. That's, you know, so far, sort of sitting back and playing defensive has not really allowed them to get much more of a footing back on the game. Top lane Noob. He's been found separate from the rest of the team, so even if they do want to make a play with this Aegis, they're not going to have their Mars around them to do it with. As he's gone. And they've got to be careful around this point. I mean, trying to fight 4 versus 5, they do manage to get their hands onto X-Nova. X-Nova's got buyback available. He'll use it immediately. Same split set for Noob. Tier 2000 is getting focused. He'll get the BKB off, but Arme's in on top, and the Bash is coming out. Arme puts the BKB, trying to stand his ground against Tier 2000. Tier 2000 does heal up with Satanic. They'll kill him off the once Tier 2000. He is going to be back for round 2. Supernova, though, is at the ready. XXS keeping him held close to the egg. They're trying to help out here, Nigma Galaxy, from the side, but they cannot do anything to get him out the range of the Supernova stun.
Nice splitter.
Nothing to say, jumps back in with the split up. They kill a Tier 2000. Concoctions there to stop Toby from TPing out. They did have to use the 2 buybacks for this. on XG, X-Nova, and Nothing to Say coming in with those. But it will allow them to continue to keep control of the game, keep this lead, take that team fight to their advantage. And that, of course, was them dealing with Nigma Galaxy, trying to make a move with the Aegis.
Let's see what type of defense Nigma can bring up here. Because like you said, actually they did have to expand to buybacks. But now a lot lies on how it follows up here. Because XG, I think you can definitely poke the high ground here, right? You just have your Alchemist, pops the Chemical, you've got the AC. And then it's kind of up to Nigma. How do you know, what's your answer to this?
Because are they going to need to use buybacks themselves? That's definitely what XG wants to force out of Nigma Galaxy. See if Nigma Galaxy is able to sort of hold with just the 3 of them. So mid-rank's going down pretty quick here to Arme. XG still having time to swing around to the bottom lane if they want. Okay, no, actually, sorry, top still has the melee, so they'll head up here first. A little quick blink out. Looks like they will respect the fact that the respawns now start to come back in. So XG will fall back once more.
Because Nigma, they did get 2 buybacks out of XG, and they, in the meantime, you know, Sumail off of this last fight, he got his level 25. He's got his Aghanims as well. You do at least have some, you know, they've created some win conditions for themselves. There's 2 heroes without a buyback available. If you can somehow find a way to get onto either Lesh or X-Nova here, and kill them first in a fight.
See again on the replay how this all went down. You know, it was an awkward start with the fact that they lost Noob. Of course, he was able to come in with that buyback to get back over to help out. And pretty crucial in order to make that play happen that Nigma Galaxy were quick to take that outpost. So he had somewhere to TP over to. And that gave them the chance to try and push on. But as we saw, you know, they kind of sort of kept held back away from TA2000. So it's kind of awkward for them to help him out after this initial go onto him.
Yeah, and especially even if you have his Aegis. Like, they just pop the egg, like right as the time as you start respawning. So you're going to respawn into this X-Stun, of course. And of course, also with the lower duration BKB, like against this XG lineup, it is not easy to take these prolonged fights.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, it was definitely an attempt there from Nigma Galaxy, but one that doesn't quite get enough to kind of get the game moving back in their favor. Still very much XG with full control. Arme getting close to having the money to be able to buy a second Aghanims and still have buyback on top of that. Sumail's gonna jump in aggressively. There is an amplified damage rune ready for the next move. Arme to be able to grab that.
Let's see. They're getting a swift blink on TA2000, so basically, you know, getting pretty fully slotted. Arme will look to give away some more Aghanim Scepters. I feel like Noob would be better off buying a refresher over this Wind Waker. I feel like Nigma, they already have so much defensiveness that I don't value like another save that much. I would kind of prefer like, you know, a second arena, a second spear against these lower duration BKBs that XG are running into. But I guess for now he's semi-committed with the Yule's pickup.
Well, mate, let's see where the next Dags goes. It's going to go the way of FY. So making sure that he's got that better way of kind of clearing out the map, keeping those waves pushed in with the spam.
It's just very annoying to play into this, right? Like you're already have the advantage of racks. Now it's even more like map control, vision. You can push in the waves more. So I like that they give it to FY here.
That's going to be super difficult for Nigma Galaxy to get out on the map now. And maybe getting closer to their best bet being holding the high ground and looking to try and put everything into that high ground defense when the push does come in from XG.
Got a Rapier queued up on TA2000. I don't really blame him. I do think with all this, the lack of damage that's been so evident, kind of want to do something about it.
Yeah, because at least with the Rapier, then they might stand, well, they should stand a chance of getting the jump onto Arme and actually having the damage to kill the Alcov.
Yeah, no, for sure. Then you're not supposed to live through that.
No.
Unless actually have incredible, you know, saving spells. But if you pop this Lotus on the DK, I mean, I guess XXS, he has a Lincoln, so he could even block the Reflected Pulverize. But yeah, if you find a good jump, you certainly will be able to kill the cores. There's a refresher on X-Nova as well. Like, there's every single hero on XG poses a threat here in this next team fight.
Nigma starting to head outside of the base. Smoke on Omar. He'll get into the inventory, so they're looking to try and set something up here, probably with this smoke play, Nigma Galaxy. Doesn't want to pop it yet, Omar. Just hunting on his own with the Shadow Blade. See if he gets any information for the team. Both teams just staying close to one another, ensuring that nobody gets picked off alone during these tense moments.
That game
the smoke.
might just be about the next Roshan. Let's see where actually want to go. Ame is drawing a longer line around the triangle.
The spells. The vision here, looking for the jump. Look at the Hex on towards Toby. It's the Jakiro dead. Nigma Galaxy, they don't want to take a fight 4v5. Fall back with the rest of them. I'd love to get someone dealing with that bottom lane. Nothing to say, he'll head over to do so. It's very close to having the level 2 bots.
Yeah, this is like dream inventory. Like if you're, you know, before you load into this game, you're like, these are the 6 items I want. I think this is the exact inventory that you're thinking about. Refresher, you got overwhelming blink, bots too, everything. I mean, same can be said for most of the heroes here on XG.
Just trying to cut some of these creep waves. Doing what they can to make the map less favorable for XG to start approaching the high ground. Scans hit as well, so Nigma, they're going to know that XG's hovering around this Roshan respawn in anticipation. And it's going to be up in a second, but of course ready on the other side of the map. Nigma Galaxy are there. XG.
So Male, he's eyeing up that nullifier. I do like it, right? Against the Aeon Disc, against the Glimmer, against the Solar, because you need to kill this one initial hero. And you know, XG's lineup, it can definitely crumble within the fight, but it's just been such a huge problem to even kill this first guy.
There we go, there's smoke on smoke.
Uh-oh.
Who's going to get the jump first? Ame's in. They're going to find Toby straight away. They're going to look towards the Jakiro. He's going to get the invis off. Doesn't matter. The detection's there. Ame takes him down. He's out for 80 seconds. FY did also fall. Comes in immediately with the buyback. TP's over to the outpost, ready to rejoin the team. Now still 5 versus 4. Nigma. They're going to make the jump. It's the arena. Drop down only onto FY. Ame's been able to get over to the back of the fight. Looks to pressure back Samael. And that was Omar also using the BKB and the Pierce the Veil for that attempt on FY. Sure, they do kill him a second time, but can they now get out as a team? As Ame and XXS closing on towards Noob. Nothing to say, jumps forward as well. Noob using the wind waker to get away. He'll survive. Noob gets out. XXS will turn his attention over towards Omar instead with the grab. They'll find the second support and also Samael, as Nothing to Say runs him down with the overwhelming damage of the Edict. I mean, Noob survives, but 3 dead on Nigma Galaxy. It's just him and Tier 2000 left alive as they can get the push going on here, XG. Buyback will have to come out from Samael. Ame. He's got the BKB back up and ready to press as well if he sees the chance to jump in. Looks like they will respect the fact that Samael's back in the game.
Okay,
And,
they're just gonna...
looks like they're going to play very careful, go for the Roche instead. Roche is up, and they know with just 3 alive, unlikely that Nigma Galaxy could do much. It looks like Nigma Galaxy's going to try, though. They're coming out on the map.
They at least know that FY doesn't have a buyback available, as he did die back in the last fight. Samael is holding a smoke.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Can they get there in time, though? It's going down very, very quickly, but I tell you what, XG's a bit scared.
Yep, they hit the scan. So they might just wait for FY's respawn here.
Nigma still very much need that big play. get a hold back on this game. Samael's in with the jump. CX Nova, but a quick dive away will save him. Arme's just going to start running in at them. Sphere onto TH2000. He'll be able to turn with the Dragon Tail to hold back Arme, but Arme has got his hands on TH2000, will force out the BKB from the Dragon Knight. TH2000, he's going to have to back off as that starts to come to an end. At the side, the coil gets dropped down onto nothing to save. The BKB's there as well. At the Hex, he'll get some safety here up in the air. Samael Noob comes into the arena, locking down Arme and backing off, but TH2000 has been finished off by XXS. The Supernova's down. They have to run away from it. They can't try and take down the egg. The Cogs trap Toby. As Nigma Galaxy having to run. XXS another pulverize, grabbing onto Omar. Double kill for him. As Nigma, the running away continues and the chasing from XG will not stop. Arme and nothing to say, running right up towards the fountain. The buyback comes in from Omar, but both of the Dragons are dead without buyback. No Toby or TA2000 for this defense, and XG know it. Straight onto the tier 4s, onto the Ancient. Nigma, what can they do with the three of them? Noob trying to push back Arme here with the spear. The fortification will come out from Nigma Galaxy. But this time, you've got to imagine XG, they're not going anywhere. They're ready to try and close this one down. Samael, he'll get in with the jump, get the coil onto the two of them. Spear will push back Arme momentarily. The Siege Creeps are pushing in onto the base. Nigma, they can't stop this. XXS has got the pulverize onto Omar. A dieback on Omar. Out for over 100 seconds. They're trying to clear out the waves the best they can here. Concoction not going to be able to throw down onto Noob. Did manage to dodge the potential throw there with the Wind Waker outside of the base. Samael trying to desperately draw their attention away from the Ancient. He'll jump out, get the phase shift off. Is he going to be able to jump out as he comes away? He is. Up to the north. He's making space here, Samael. But Arme, he's focused on ending the game. He's got the BKB ready to press as well if he gets the chance, though. They do get him with the spear into the arena wall, but there's the BKB. He's actually a bit scared, Arme. Falling a little low. He'll now let it go back in with the concoction onto TH2000. He's getting healed up as well by the Sunray. They'll lay down the Macropire. A BKB from XXS will trample back over towards TH2000. They cannot keep them off the Ancient. This game's over as XG will take game 1.
I will say they had to fight their way back into this one, because the way this early game went, I don't know if Nigma could have asked for, a much better early game and a lead. They were up like 4 or 5k gold, taking out all the towers, being ahead, but actually they knew what they were waiting for, and they definitely outplayed them in the fights. If you're Nigma, this loss it's definitely going to hurt a bit, because you know that you did all the things right, and the mid-game team fights, Owen, I really think they messed them up like back-to-back.
Sure, which is what multiple times where they were trying to start something, go for an initiation, but it was in a position where multiple times from multiple members, right, it was normally a little bit too deep, right? The rest of the team couldn't always connect to whoever was going in first.
Like, not being ready together, and also they need to put a bit more emphasis on, like, planning the fight. Like, who do you actually need to go on? Because from XG's side, if you jump this Primal, if you jump this Alchemist, that's what they want. Like, they are kind of baiting you to even do that in the first place, so you're playing straight into their hand. And if you make a mistake like that after building up such a good lead and such a good early game, that, honestly, it really, really hurts.
Yeah, just overall, in those last few moments, very well played from XG, and honestly, a very good awareness to go for something like this outpick, right, to finish the draft. Yeah. I mean, you said you liked it when it's picked up. When the game plays out like this, you can certainly see why Arme wanted to get his hands on it, right? They felt confident as a team that even if Nigma Galaxy were going to try and run them over early, that they could try and, they could hold on and get to the point where, Arme is able to succeed in getting to these stages where he's buying these Aghanims as well for the team. Also without sort of sacrificing his own gains, as he was incredibly strong with the Alchemist in those last few team fights. It just all came together really nicely for XG. It was almost as if with their draft, they knew that there was a chance that even if Nigma got ahead, that Nigma would make mistakes.
It's like the kind of Chinese philosophy when it comes to their drafts. Is very heavy on the team fighting. Like, they were down 4k gold with an Alchemist. Just like, imagine how easy this game could have been, if the early game was a bit more smooth, if their lanes didn't go as poorly as they did. Because if their draft can do that with a 4k deficit, you can only imagine how strong it can be when the game actually goes perhaps as it should.
Absolutely, yeah. As you can see, some fantastic stats off the back of that in terms of just the performance from from kind of the cause in particular. I mean, nothing to say, just the one death on these two. Now, only dying the once in this game, just goes to show how well they're able to avoid those early attempts from Nigma Galaxy. And, of course, from the support positions as well. We definitely saw the impact of the Phoenix, right? You talked about this hero and how strong it is. Yeah. Again, a hero that not every team is playing, but in games like this, the amount of sort of save and damage, honestly, that was being done with the
he did so much. Yeah, no, like, I don't know who we're giving it to. Like, I personally would give it to X-Nova. I think, like, his Sunrays, his eggs, I mean, you can kind of give it to all of them. But, like, to me, he did so much.
I'm okay with this for sure.
And it's like, I think you can tell that Nigma have not played against that many Phoenixes, or maybe they don't even have a Phoenix player, because this hero changes the way you need to look at team fights. Like, both Sunray and Egg are such strong spells. So, you know, Nigma going through this next game, I hope that they can talk a bit more about their mid game, how they want to execute. I will also say there's some itemization that I didn't love too much, you know, from their side. Like the Satanic, also there was the Shadowblade on the Muerta. Not too sure, but, you know, actually they abuse it to the fullest. And X-Nova on the Phoenix, perfect.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They've got to watch out for that Phoenix maybe coming out again in the rest of this series. Definitely be very happy to get their hands on it. Well, we'll see what happens in game two. As we can definitely see on the cameras there, it looked like, you know, Nigma Galaxy, that loss definitely hit them hard, right? That was a rough one to lose after they had such a hopeful start coming into this game. See if they can pick themselves up for game two, or if XG is going to be able to take this one 2-0. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Short break. We'll be back with game two of XG versus Nigma Galaxy.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to another episode of Not Guess the Hero, it's Make the Hero with Omar from Team Nigma. Sir, you know Guess the Hero? You see the items, you have to guess what hero?
I do.
Yeah, well, we're not doing that today, so forget what you know. Today we're doing Make the Hero. I'm going to show you items. You're going to need to pick a position and a hero and convince me that this is not a grief build, all right?
All right.
All right, first off, we're going to ban a position. This means that you cannot pick this no matter what offlane. Let's see our first two items. The first two items are of the day are Satanic Perseverance. You have to pick a hero that would have a Satanic and Perseverance at the end of the game in their inventory.
Bristleback Carry.
Bristleback Carry?
Yes. I will tell you his thought process even.
Go ahead.
He was playing against some Slaughter hero.
Okay.
And then he looked like, oh, I want to build the Lotus. Then halfway through Lotus, he figured something out. He's playing against Anti-Mage.
Okay.
He doesn't have mana to press the Lotus.
There you go.
So he bought a Satanic.
Okay. That poor Bristleback Carry. Let's see what else is in his inventory. Two more items. Now tell me, why does Bristleback Carry have Rapier Harpoon?
First of all, I will tell you a secret about these two items. Actually, it's like a competitive level.
Oh, shit.
It's not like common people know this.
I'm all ears.
These two items are very synergetic together.
Why?
Instead of hitting once with Rapier, you hit twice.
Are we staying carry? I mean, to me, Rapier, Satanic, Harpoon.
I mean, come on.
This seems like a carry, but maybe not Bristleback. I mean, you said Slardar earlier. That's
against him. Slardar is against him.
Yes, I know about the lore of this imaginary Bristleback, but you don't have to lock in a Bristle.
I'm locking in.
Oh, you don't have to do that. You can be any hero.
but it's the truth.
Okay. All right. Let's see the next item. Perhaps this will change your mind. Greaves.
You want me to tell you why? It's actually full energetic build.
Really?
Because if you know the effect of Greaves, when you go below...
I don't know the effect of Greaves, but continue.
When you go below the threshold, you get more armor. And then at that point, when he goes very low armor, it gives him sustain so he can press his Satanic and fight again.
Wow.
Yes.
All right. We're going to lock in the carry. We got bristleback carry. Last item.
Dude, that's a bristle item. Come on.
That is a bristle item.
I told you it's bristleback.
We have locked in to a carry with a harpoon, bloodstone, a guardian greaves, a satanic, building something with the perseverance, and then he happens to pick up a rapier.
Yes.
What hero is this? Now, you think, take your time.
Bristleback.
Bristleback, okay, great. Walk me through it. What's the build order here?
Okay. He saw Slaughter on the enemy team.
That's smart, Hark.
He wanted to buy lots of.
Yeah.
Halfway through it, he thought, fuck, I'm playing against anti-mage.
Okay.
I need mana.
Yeah.
So he bought arcane boots.
Mm-hmm.
Then he remembered that Greaves gives dispel.
Right.
And it's a team item because he's a team player.
Of course, team player.
There goes the Greaves.
Yeah.
Then he's like, oh, I can make a build where I sustain in fights. So he bought Bloodstone. It gives him mana and sustain.
Bloodstone next.
Then he's like, my ultimate actually gives me attack damage. So I need to hit enemies. How about I buy Harpoon so I can also bring them in.
You're just describing what these things do, but I'll continue.
I'm walking you through.
I'm walking.
Process.
We're walking. Okay.
So he bought Harpoon, and then he goes to fight. He wins the next fight. He bought Satanic, but at the same time, because the enemies were losing, so Anti-Mage bought Rapier. Anti-Mage against him.
Okay.
Then they went to the next fight. They won, so he took the Rapier from him.
How did this build beat the Anti-Mage?
Infinity mana, infinity HP.
Infinity mana and HP. Fair enough. Okay, you build this in a pub, tagged up as yourself. How many reports are you getting?
0.
0?
With 9 commands. Even enemy team commended me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Very educational. I have been extremely gaslit, and I believe it. To the pubs, my friend. Thank you for your time. Hopefully we do not ever see this build from Team Nigma here at PGL Wallachia Season 6.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGL Wallachia Season 6. We are currently in the middle of a series, Nigma Galaxy versus Xtreme Gaming. We did just see Xtreme Gaming take game one. It was quite a long one compared to some of the other games we've had. It was like, 59 minutes, nearly 60-minute game. And a game that Nigma Galaxy, they showed hope at the start, Kezu, but that hope did dwindle as the minutes passed. And we really saw it actually come into their own and potentially just show that they were never really ever worried in this first game.
No, they honestly, they really were not. And I hope to see something a little different from Nigma in this upcoming game. So, you know, this time around, there's no Primal in the first phase. It looks like that XG, they're like, okay, you're banning out the DK and the Slaughter. We'll take out the Ursa. We get ourselves the Centaur. And Nigma, they get themselves the Abaddon, which they've generally played just on the carry role for TA 2000, which I kind of like that. I think just allow him to, like, you know, farm up, rise, then help you with the map. Because last game around, I think it's good for this game if you take him away from the guy that needs to make a decision of when do I jump, when do I not need to jump. I think he already doesn't feel too good about what happened in the last game, so give him something different, and both teams should be happy with this first phase.
Xtreme. I'm probably not going to stray too far away from the bans we had from the last game. I don't think there was anything in particular that they won't want Nigma Galaxy to get their hands on after game one. I mean, I guess the question really for Nigma Galaxy is going to be, do you want to go the same way still with the supports? Do you want to go the same way as well still with the mid? You know, Sumaili's, I feel like it's got to be like at least, 3 puck games in a row where it's just not gone too hot. You know, is it maybe, you know, for Nigma Galaxy, do you think they're sort of saying that place we else? Well, I tell you what, they won't even have to worry about that.
They're helping them.
XG, they're going to help them. They're going to ban that puck out, which is, you know, understandable in the sense that it is something that obviously Nigma Galaxy feel very comfortable in picking. But it's also kind of interesting because, of course, I feel like, it has been, right? The games that they picked they haven't been winning.
No, I'm with you. Like, it's been 3 games of puck and 3 games of Mars in a row where, like, they look good at a certain phase of the game, but then they just, like, they fall off, right? So I'm also, like, I agree. I would like to see them on something else. Personally, I want to see Noob on Primal or Pango. I think his Mars is fine, but I feel like it's just good. You know, he doesn't, like, do something crazy. Maybe in the laning stage in the early game, it's always good, but then at some point, just something goes wrong. And I think it's a type of hero you really need to be able to take over the game. It can be with gameplay, but it also can be with communication. So I want to see him on his Primal Pango, because on those I always see him perform.
Xtreme Gaming's turn
Against us the snap. Super strong support. Always feel good for the team that's getting a snap through.
Let's see. I guess they'll just pick the other support here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the snap Jakira. I feel like that's the hot one too when you want to go for some sort of aggressive pairing that you know, both sort of offer abilities that the Ringmaster's not going to be able to bail you out of. They'll go with actually the more defensive option, or at least obviously until the point when those impetuses start adding up and still hurt very, very hard. But in the sense of a nice support hero that's very annoying to deal with. One of these supports that you never really want to go on. Has been picked a lot. Not a crazy win rate this tournament, but as we've been seeing, funnily enough, with this tournament in PGL Wallachia Season 6, we're seeing a lot of the meta picks actually not have the craziest win rates.
Yeah, it's true. Like the Eng, because I would say, like, this hero is quite strong. I like it a lot. Xnova, he's a very good Eng. Obviously, he knows how to lane with it, how to make the moves as well. You want to enable, you know, Ame to have a bit of a better game later around. Yeah, I mean, the one that stands out in this game, the first pick Centaur, 79% win rate.
That's pretty crazy.
It's quite good.
I think it's kind of crazy. I feel like, I mean, I might be wrong. I'm no stat guy, but seeing those most picked heroes, the fact that 3 of them have such a high win rate, and then 2 of the most picked have such a low win rate. You know, to see that sort of, you know, I feel like normally they're kind of around a similar ballpark, but to have that sort of massive difference in these popular heroes right now at this tournament, it's quite something.
Yeah, to me, the odd one out is kind of this SD. I mean, at least that's just like one of my opinion. He's been picked a lot. I haven't seen like the crazy impact yet. I mean, we won't see it here, and I like that Nigma did go for, you know, Noob on the Pango, which now also means that Sumail has ultimate last pick. I like that you lean on him, you know, to like give him what he wants, allow him to see the matchups. But yeah, XG, this is a very strong pick. It's very good against Abaddon. When you also look at what it's going to do to the map, you have TB and Eng. In the mid game, if I'm Pango Batrider, I want to pick people off, which will not be too easy if the lanes are always pushed into me. Not the greatest win rate, I mean 42%, but in this game, Hero should be quite strong.
Yeah, it's good. It's good for sure. And I feel like it's going to allow them to sort of play a similar style as they did in last game, right? You know, as long as they can hold strong and Arme can just kind of AFK hit the creeps, he's going to be happy.
Okay, so let's see. They are banning offlaners. I mean, generally speaking, TB cares a little more about offlaners compared to mids. I mean, at least back in the day, you know, there were like all these heroes from mid, like Zeus. I think the hero's not really the same as it used to be. So they're gonna take out the Darks here. Something else you could consider. Oh, they banned the Primal themselves. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's true. Actually, could have absolutely picked that out of the phase.
Yeah, because that is interesting though, right? Because well, you would indeed expect this Pango to be much more likely noob than Sumail.
10 seconds remaining.
I think so. I mean, at least with what's happened in the past games, I feel like Sumail performs better on other heroes, and Noob at the same time performs really, really well on Pango. I think while, you know, they won't necessarily beat this top lane, but he'll just get what he wants, and then you just allow Sumail to like have the last pick. If he has any type of magic damage or like illusion clear, I think you can be pretty happy yourself as well. I'm a bit surprised that they banned the Quap themselves. I feel like that would have also been a good hero for them, but again, you have to respect that XG, they're the ones with the pick out of the phase. So if they're looking at the hero, they can absolutely take it before you can.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Sumail, I'd really like to see him on one of the spirits this game. They don't have a lot of catch XG. It's kind of like Hoof Stomp, Cookie, which are both very telegraph stuns. So you want to go down that sort of elusive route. I think, you know, Ember or Storm could be pretty appealing here for Sumail.
Yeah, honestly, they can both be quite strong. Like, if I'm looking also at XG, it might be nice if you pick a hero that makes it like a little annoying to go for these heroes that you feel like Nigma need. Because they do need mids that do have some sort of spell damage, right? Like into the TB. Perhaps also some sort of catch, like kind of what you're alluding to as well with the, you know, the Ember and the Storm. Like, let's say, you know, you go for like a Monkey King last pick. Pango kind of does not want to go into this hero. A lot of the spirits maybe don't want to lane into this. Don't know exactly what else Nothing to Say would be looking for. Has played an Ember. Puck, of course, is banned. The Slaughter is not in the pool.
Let's see. I mean, let's see if they do throw out another ban towards the offlane. Because that would surprise me. I feel like you do want to ban out one of the mids, even though they were anticipating that maybe the mid is the Pango. Let's see how sure they are with that XG, or if they want to sort of split their bans between the mid and offlane role. They will. They'll ban out a mid. So they'll ban out the SF, and they'll pick themselves up the Sand King. Let's see, Nigma. What do they want to find here for Sumail? So still wouldn't mind one of the spirits here.
What else is there? Yeah, I'm also looking. I think the spirits are fine. Would absolutely not mind. I feel like there's a lot of heroes that to me, they seem like they're pretty good. I'm looking if there's like one that really wows me.
Sure. I mean, how do you feel about some of those kind of cheese 1v1 mid picks like the Monkey King or the Huskar?
Monkey could work. Huskar I don't like as much, even though I think you would destroy the game into the Sand King. I feel like the mid game is just annoying. I don't really see you ending against like the map state of like Eng, TB. Because the Huskar does not deal well with, you know, the game being delayed and having to push down lanes. Spirits I could see. Monkey King I think is okay. Maybe it's a bit less in like what Sumail wants to play. I could see the double, like the support duo being kind of annoying. You can take off the Jingle with Eng. If you fight into the kisses, it's kind of annoying. But when it comes to the tempo, I think like all the spirits and Monkey, they just fit. Like I think Nigma, you know, they want to play fast. You have Abaddon, you have Pango, you have Bad. You want to run at them. Don't allow this TV to get like 5-6 slots.
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, an Ember or Storm will go pretty hard here. And it's just, it's definitely because they have that save as well. So even if he does get caught by the the few stuns he gets to pop off. And yeah, they go with the Storm. It should be a good Storm game. It should be a good Storm game. As I say, there's not a lot of easy catch. Sure, there's the Burrow Strike, but even if they do get that catch on him, there's both Omar and TA2000 ready to bail him out. I think, the scene is set for Sumail to have a good time here on his Storm.
Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, give Sumail last pick, give him one of his better heroes. He's always been very iconic on the Storm. It's a good matchup. You kind of free farm the supports. Like, until there's like a Blink Dagger and a lot of levels on this XG draft, they don't really threaten a Storm Spirit. There's no clear stuns, or, well, even if you get stunned, like, Inch doesn't deal too much damage. Same with Snap until the ult is available. I do think that Nigma kind of need to get off to a good start, because I prefer XG when it comes to, like, the scaling and also the follow-up damage from Nigma when they catch a hero. Like, it's Ringmaster and Bad Rider. It's a lot of control, not the most follow-up. So a lot of the laning and the early stuff is very crucial here for Team Nigma.
Yeah, and even beyond that, right? If they do manage to get control and get that lead early, they can't let it slip away. They really did struggle with that in that last game. Even though they did tick a lot of the boxes, get all these towers, it still wasn't enough to sort of shut down the game to the point where actually couldn't make that impressive turnaround and comeback. To a point at which Nigma just lost complete control for that second half of that game one. So, well, let's see. Let's see. I think, compared to what they drafted in game one, I don't know if it's going to be necessarily easier for Nigma Galaxy. I think, I'm still, especially after what we saw in game one, I think, XG is going to be feeling pretty solid with their picks. And, one of the things when you do run like a Storm Spirit in the mid, if you don't have a really good time in that mid matchup, it's going to take him time to get there. And you've already got kind of a carry, right? This Abaddon, who needs time to get there because he's going this Radiance. So there is kind of a concern that if they don't have a good lane start, falling behind could be kind of brutal.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you need a good early lane on Sumail. Ideally, also a couple of the first active runes, right? I mean, if you look at Sand King, he'll play backwards a bit. He wants to, like, just protect his tower, farm a couple of stacks. Same with Centaur, like, a lot of the cores on XG, they're a bit more on the slower side. Again, like, they will ramp up more towards the mid game as opposed to the early game. So if you're Nigma, you're definitely looking for a good laning stage, explosive early game, bring Sumail around on the side lanes, play him together with him and the Pango, and, build a lead. Because XG in the mid game, we know when the heroes get to like 1500 HP, 2k HP between like the TB and the Centaur, it will get a little harder as the game will prolong at that point. Toby's got an interesting path here, I think, to block the triangle stacks for the Sand King later that he, of course, wants to have. Very interesting movement.
Right.
I like this by Toby.
I mean, definitely did slow down that early game from XG last time, not being able to get their stacks under control quickly. They'll probably be a bit more aware and ready to deal with those wards a bit sooner than they did in that last game, you'd imagine. We'll get this chance to get the Hoostomp set up onto Sumail. A shield will come out, but Sumail, he's gone. Not respecting the level 1 potential at all there from XG.
Damn, didn't really, respect them to just kill the Burrow Strike or whatever, but, just a couple of stuns, a Flame Break, you're certainly dying out to 4 heroes. That's nothing to say with an instant bottle.
No, he's going to be very happy with that one.
Well, at least you did get the 3 bounty runes, so hopefully some other people can pick up the slack with the bonus gold, that they have in the lanes.
Now, looking at these side lanes, I mean, is anybody unhappy? Who could be feeling the potential pressure the most in these lane matchups?
Maybe the Snapfire. Like, I do think this Bat Abaddon is quite strong. XXS, he should farm. I think if you're FY, you're not too happy about trading into this Bat at all times. Top lane, I feel like, is a lot of farm trade. Like, top and mid, I don't see anything too crazy happen. So it's another game where I feel like most of the cores should be in for a good time in this early game.
See if Sumail can sort of keep a hold on this mid matchup after the fact that Nothing to Say was able to get that instant bottle to start the lane with. Because all in all, how is this matchup between the two of them?
It's definitely Storm favored. I mean, Storm against most melees is he's just very happy. You take a bunch of harass. And Stanking, he doesn't really pressure you, right? He plays more for like his own game. So Sumail, I think even with the first blood, you can see that he's having a very good time. He's out laning, nothing to say, a little bit here. He has like near perfect CS, I think, on the Storm.
See if you can keep it up. In the side lane so far. Pretty close on the CS. I mean, I imagine, yeah, because with top lane, Arme should be feeling pretty safe, right, as there's the TB. It's kind of difficult for these two to find the burst to kill him.
Yeah, it's a little bit similar to like last game. You know, like these Alchemists and TBs, they do pretty well in the lane. They care more about just like getting through the lane with like high XP. And Noob on the Pango should be in for a good time. Lane with a Ringmaster. Eng isn't that strong in the first 2 levels.
His lane kind of ending up in an interesting spot there, getting dragged to the side. But yeah, Sumail definitely having the start that he hoped for, even though he did give up that first blood. And the early CS looking very, very good here for him against nothing to say.
At least for now, there's not any stacks coming out for the Sand King later. Of course, nothing to say he will want those, because, well, until they go and look, they won't know that this triangle is actually blocked. It's good enchant, which will allow Ame to get the Lotus.
Bottom. Flame Break not back onto FY, but not quite ready to start diving towers. As at the moment, Tier 2000 getting just that little bit more out of his lane than Arme is on the other side of the map.
It's definitely, they should just be happy here. TA 2000 likely was just, you know, the phase radiance that we see all the time, and the Centaurs that just get the Helm of Iron Will into the Dominator. So you can kind of just leave them alone, go for the plays that you want on the support. As FY does make his way into the triangle, so he will see that those camps have not yet spawned. So it's time to get a sentry and deward those.
See top Arme. Did attempt to fight back there with the Metamorphosis. No, don't have the control to ever really set up onto Noob unless he makes some crazy over-aggressive play or dive.
That's a good mid-move here by XG to get the double water rune for nothing to say, or rather to give him one and make sure that Sumail doesn't get one, with FY making his move over into that lane.
Good trade as well there from FY. Bringing Toby down pretty low. Nearly gets him as well with a cookie effort. Of course, always still hard to actually finish off a kill though. As Tier 2000 will always have the Aphotic Shields ready. Toby does get gone on. Yeah, Nova. Looking to sort of check what's going on here at the high ground. At the moment, no stacks are being made yet by Nigma Galaxy, and Nova's going to be able to ensure that that remains the case.
This is just this is the move you want to get going. If you play the Eng, once you're level 3, you go into the enemy triangle, you steal the hard camp creep. You can start playing in between the enemy mid lane.
Hold on. Get the setup here with the burst. Ooh. Not quite enough to kill him off, but ever so close. Tier 2000 still having a good time finding the CS though. In terms of regen between the two of them, they don't have any right now, so Toby's going to have to remain pretty low down here.
Let's see, 6-minute rune is coming up. I'm a bit surprised FY is still in the bottom lane. Like, you know, didn't deward or stack the triangle, not playing for the active rune. But it means that they're ready for this Lotus fight now.
Oh.
Toby.
But who stomped into the burst? They killed Toby off. Tier 2000 wasn't able to offer up an Aphotic Shield in time, and he also has taken quite the beating here from FY and XXS.
Well, I guess that's why FY stayed bottom. Just, you know, help out XXS, get another kill. In the meantime, also nothing to say. Did win out on the rune battle, it looks like. Does have the arcane rune.
Yeah, I mean, it's like He's still about a wave behind Sumail, but it's been like that for a while, you know. So he's making sure that Sumail doesn't get further of a lead against him in the CS. So still finding a decent amount out of the mid, nothing to say. Top, they're looking to try and get that set up on towards Arme with Omar coming in, but Arme's going to be able to back off and hold safely behind the tower. They're still trying to find a way to get over towards him. In with the shield crash. Flame Break's going to be off the mark. Noob's in on top of Arme, comes in with a swashbuckle. The one charges are there for Arme. Arme's going to be able to walk away from this one. And with the TP backup coming in, FY can turn, take down Toby. Further TP's coming in as well, as they're happy to take this fight. XG, I mean, Sumail, he's going to come in. Oh, awkward burrow strike, misses the connection on towards the Storm. Arme, he's been able to step back in, playing very aggressive to his limits here. Will cost him his life as Sumail finishes him off. Sumail had to use a lot of mana to get the job done now. He's got a little bit left to play with, but another stun comes in. He'll try and stand his ground here, get the remnants out to get the kills, but he's not going to survive Sumail. Sumail will fall. They can now chase on over towards Noob. They'll have Burrow strike back up in a second thanks to this Arcane rune. On Nothing to Say. A final swashbuckle to try and get out. Omar comes in with the whip to hold Nothing to Say back. But the sandstorm's up. The shield crash giving Noob a bit of safety, enough to allow him to survive. They kill off Nothing to Say. Noob, he'll live.
All right. There was a lot of back and forth. Lots of like double and triple shield crashes. And a good strongman tonic also from Omar, who came in to help Noob out there at the end. As, I mean, it did still look quite crazy. I feel like maybe even Nigma came out ahead when it's all said and done. Like, if I look at their cores, they got a lot of levels in gold.
They did. They did. I mean, I think especially the fact that Noob survives at the end and they get that kill against Nothing to Say. Now, I think without that, then you're kind of looking to it to be an XG that sort of comes out on top, but the fact that they get away with that at the end of it, yeah, Nigma, you know, it's messy, it's a bit all over the place and back and forth, but you know what, I think Nigma Galaxy will take that.
Yeah, they'll absolutely take that. Also, Ame, he lingered a little too long, did end up receiving a death as well, so he's in the mid lane for now, by the looks of it. I guess he will make his way back up top. Does have a level of Thunder, so it's not that easy to get him killed and kicked out of the lane.
Noob. He does have the Rolling Thunder if he wants to play aggressive under the tower. Arme's going to swing back over to be by FY's side. Both supports here.
2000 as well through the gate.
Always likes to go for this sort of move at this time, TA2000. We'll see onto the side. Toby's in on top of Xnova here with the Flame Break and the Firefly. Xnova's healing up though. Stampede's at the ready. He's on the retreat. Sumail's going to try and chase him. We'll get the Vortex and control into the Burst of the Remnant to kill Xnova off. But the rest get out of there. So ends up just being the 1-for-1. Both teams dropping a support.
It is 5 heroes though, which means your bottom tier 1 getting pressured a lot. Also Nothing to Say did get some space in the mid lane. He's still about 1,000 gold away from his blink, so not a crazy timing. I like this opportunity here that the Army found. Just go through the gate with the meta. You don't need to stay top against the 3 heroes from Nigma, and you actually just claim the tier 1.
Nigma Galaxy, they want to make sure that they get the tier 1 top in return.
Yep.
We'll be able to. Looks like XG, they don't want to try and turn up here, respecting the fact that Noob has the Rolling Thunder at the ready. So, Nigma Galaxy will be able to find the tier 1 in response. See where they want to go now. Tier 2000, about 2,200 in onto the Relic, making good progress here with his farm this game. On track for a good Radiance timing if this continues.
I guess XG, they'll wait for Nothing to Say's blink, and then they can try to use it with the kisses. So the next 1 or 2 minutes of gameplay could slow down a little bit. There's a lot of heroes looking for, you know, their ultimates, the next couple of items. But with this blink on XG, would assume them to go for a smoke, maybe even for the mid tower.
Noob and Toby could be ready to go here top. They get the chance to set up with the Rolling Thunder into the last, so they don't really want to go on Xnova though. Not as the Enchantress. That timing. is there. So in terms of smokes, who's got the smokes at the moment? Okay, FY's got a smoke available. We're actually going to have Nigma Galaxy go for the smoke first with Sumail and Omar. But if Nothing to Say can get in position here with this Blink Dagger reveal and the amplified damage rune, this Sand King's going to hurt if Nothing to Say can find the angle. Let's have a look.
Ami's playing quite safe.
Smoke on smoke, Sumail is going to see it. So they get the info, and now they'll know not to mess around with XG, at least for these seconds where Nothing to Say has the amplified damage rune going.
It's a good win for Nigma, because if you think about it, like, XG, they actually rely a little more on, you know, the smokes and the blink reveals. When you have a storm, you can kind of jump wherever you want. But mid-tier 1 will still be pressured with the Ench creep and the Dominator from XXS, so this tower likely to fall here.
Toby watching from the sidelines, but yeah, no real way to get in on this, so they'll let the tower go down. Nothing to Say, taking some deep farm away from the part of the map that typically Sumail as the Storm would have liked to get. So they're definitely increasing the pressure here, XG. So if they can pop through the borrowed time, not with just the two of them. Tier 2000 is able to walk away. But we're seeing sort of these constant sweeps through the jungle, just shutting down sort of the areas that Nigma Galaxy has to farm in.
There's not too much happening on the map for now. Something Nigma could look for later is like just a deeper smoke into their own safe lane, like to kill the Centaur. I mean, you saw it, it's not that easy to like get Ame, because there's always like this X-Nova Ench playing in between him. So there's always a high chance that your smoke gets broke. As they find him.
Look at the catch. They'll shot the Will and Wonder as well. Make sure there's no chance for X-Nova to run. And Ame was heading over with the remainder of this Metamorphosis. But Nigma Galaxy, they don't overstay the welcome. They get the kill, they get out. I'll be able to clear those stacks as well. So continue to keep Sumail in a very good position here. Top of the board. To get caught a couple of times, but outside of that, the farm's been very, very strong from Sumail.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking for him to, you know, continue staying up in the net worth, because XG, they're happy with the state of the game right now. They're not looking for too many fights. If you can get towards, you know, if you nicely get to this pipe on your Centaur, the Ags on your Sand King, and then, you know, your first item on the TB with, like, the Manta, I think they get really strong. Like, similar to last time, this 20-minute mark, their team fighting should be stronger than Nigma's. So we'll have to see if Nigma want to just match the scale, keep stacking and get the farm going, or if they can find a couple of moves. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing Noob like go through the gate later, you know, with his Ringmaster, make a move into like the safe lane. Because this hero's very strong, but he's kind of been glued to this top lane for the last couple of minutes with the Diffusal.
XG. And they sort of read that as well. I guess knowing that Noob is likely to be in this area, they can even go for the twin, get themselves to join forces with XXS to find someone down bottom, or try and make the found to Noob. They're going to head over to the other side of the map, see if they find anyone down here. As it is, of course, as we can see, you know, they don't have any heroes in this position, though, Nigma Galaxy, so unlikely that anyone gets caught by this. TA2000, he's got that first major pickup done, of course, with the Radiance. His farm should now start to skyrocket. And Nigma Galaxy, though, they've got the smoke going themselves. Noob and Omar swinging over to back up TA2000 in case he does get gone upon here in the mid. And TPs is coming in from XG, but of course this is a difficult tower to defend when it is this abandoned. Looking to push through with this Radiance pickup. Nice and early. There's X-Nova. The heals off. Will of Wonder a little off the mark. And now backup comes in. They get the Burrow Strike on a TA2000. They'll be able to get the borrowed time out of him. See if they can go for round two. Nothing to Say is thinking about going here with the Epicenter. He'll get it off. They get the stun connection on towards TA2000. He'll get the Aphotic Shield off, but it doesn't matter. He cannot save himself, as they'll be able to kill him off. Maybe even look for more. Nothing to Say jumps forward with the Burrow Strike. Trying to chase on. Flame Break will knock them down momentarily. But Nigma Galaxy, I mean, they felt they could get away with it. I mean, I felt they could get away with it as well. You know, they had this strong timing with the Radiance on the Abaddon, but kind of similar to the fashion Where sometimes in the last game, right, where they were set up in a way where they had kind of TH2000 on the front in a confident spot, but they couldn't actually keep him alive. Like, the XG get the freedom to go on him, and they could kill him.
I mean, I like the play, right? You get the Radiance, you go for the mid tower with the 50-minute siege, but you miss the swashbuckle, you don't defusal the Eng, you waste both your Ringmaster spells. At least here, looks like they will get a kill on FY. But losing your Abaddon straight after the Radiance pickup is, well, it's anything but good. Because XG, I will have to say it again, the scaling is in their favor. You've got the TB into this Abaddon matchup. They've played the map very well, and that was a fight without the pipe too. So if you're Nigma, definitely gotta take a deep breath, rethink about how to take the next fight.
I mean, absolutely. And I think, XG, like, I feel like other teams in that sort of position, and probably one of the reasons why Nigma do go for that move, they wouldn't say, hey, you know what, let's group up and fight into this 15-minute Abaddon Radiance. But XG, they knew that they had the way to deal with the Abaddon twice and kill him off after the borrowed time. It was very well executed by XG. They're going to keep the plays coming. They move up towards the top lane. They catch Noob out. It's sort of these little early signs that definitely start the concerns for Nigma Galaxy again. You know, they were hitting these early timings, but it's these sort of little losses, little pickoffs that they're giving up, they do hurt. They'll be able to get back on with the push mid, and they'll finish off the tier 1 this time. But they really can't afford any more of these major slip-ups, letting their cores getting caught out.
Yeah, this mid tower pickup is absolutely quite good. They need to open up the map a little bit more. They're gonna have a bit of a problem, like fighting into this pipe, like especially like, you know, TB if he gets to live, and I think it will be quite hard to get Ame killed from full to 0, like through this pipe. So there's likely a Sunder to be coming out. So you losing these fights before some of these timings were available, it's not great. But Sumail, he's still doing very, very good here on the Storm.
Smoke time from XG. Tier 2000 does have the borrowed time back online. Still, as we've seen though, that won't put XG off from going for him. He seems to have a pretty good read of where he is there. The scans hit, so they know that he's down in this camp. Is there going to be any chance of a reaction to save him during the borrowed time? TPs are coming in. If the Who's to hold him in position, Sumail's going to zip forward over towards FY. If the box as well, it's going to be enough to get tier 2000 out of there. They'll put the Stampede to try and close in on the support. Somar's going to get saved by the Aphotic Shield. Will have Wonder thrown down. They get the lasso control onto nothing to say. They'll kill him off. Kisses are coming in response. With the Metamorphosis, they take Toby down. But overall, Nigma Galaxy, good reactions there. They turn up and they ensure that for that aggressive move, XG will lose their mid.
That was a crazy play by XG. I'm not going to lie. I think there's very few teams who would go on the Abaddon there and then chase him into the base.
One's going to continue, it's Sumail. He's going to get tripped up here by the stun, but the Rolling Thunder comes in onto X-Nova. He's got the heals off the
he's
stuck! He's stuck!
Uh-oh.
Oh. Well, not going to be able to do anything with that Rolling Thunder. Has to bail out.
Oh, that's unlucky. I guess earlier during this play that happened next to the base, I think Noob didn't have TP ready because he just died earlier, so then he respawned and like TP to an outer tower. Because I really this play of XG next to the base, I was I was kind of tripping. I was like, they're about to lose like 3-4 heroes at any moment, but it was only a 1-for-1.
I mean, you know, they'd come all that way. You know, when you've walked all the way across the map down to that camp, it's like, well, guys, we're not going to turn around and go home. You know, we made this journey. We're going for blood. Nigma Galaxy. Can you catch Xtreme over here? With the 4 of them, they'll definitely have the firepower to burst through his heals. And of course, they managed to do this in time. 20 minutes. Tormentor's up.
Yep.
So Nigma Galaxy, they can look to get over and take this for themselves.
Well, they're getting that one. It's very nice. Also another Galvanized charge, of course, for Sumail on the Storm. And it's quite easy to kill the Torm. Got the Abaddon for yourself.
Oh, well, they're scared. Huh. They don't want to commit for it. They want to maybe go for a kill potential first. Well, I say they just smoke gank the Tormentor.
Maybe, I guess they were maybe afraid of, you know, they didn't see the Sand King and the snap.
All right, well.
And then they did, but yeah.
They still get the torment at the end of the day. I guess, yeah, just playing it careful, backing off like for literally seconds with the smoke, just in case anyone's going to walk in to dispel it. So just, yeah, playing as safe as possible to get these objectives.
Well, the Ringmaster Shard is very, very good, right? The mischance and killing illusions, especially against a TB carry. So that's certainly something that will come in quite handy.
Let's see where they go now. Starting to split back up across the map. Tier 2000 could be tempted to start pressuring the Tier 1 bottom, but Arme is set up here with FY. Hard to push these Tier 1s. And there's this remaining Tier 1. XG very set up. Having nothing to say around with another Arcane Rune in the bottle. And that Aghanim's on top of the Blink Dagger. The team fight is pretty terrifying from XG.
Nigma all down here. They did place a ward, which is currently getting whacked away at.
Do they want to take this fight?
Not a ward placed.
They're backing off. I think, you know, Nigma, they probably want to get away from this. Samael. Yeah, they can't fight into XG like this. XG is set up too strong.
Yeah, it's a bit similar like before, right? It's just not easy to fight this ball. Like this high-level Eng with max heal. You've got the pipe. All the cores are starting to get a lot of HP as well. And your supports don't really dish out the most damage. So if you're Nigma, when the next fights come out, they will likely look for split fights. You know, like have Bad Rider +1 go on one guy, allows Sumail +1 to go on someone else, and like split the fight a bit. But this would be a free Roche for XG.
Yep. Doesn't look like anyone's to be coming over here anytime soon. And I guess understandably so as well. I mean, the amount of sort of ward control they've got inside of Nigma Galaxy's jungle is pretty crazy, right? You know, there's what 5 sentries and 3 obses down here.
Yeah. No, they are absolutely making sure that this is their area. I mean, Nigma themselves, they did drop these 2 wards earlier, right? Where they were looking for the fight, which it never really gave them much. At least for now, it will give them some information to where Arme is playing.
Do you think this sort of slowdown and this passive pace, does this hurt Nigma Galaxy? Or are they're not too upset about the sort of slowdown in the game?
Yeah, I guess hurt is a strong... It doesn't benefit them, at least not with the read that I have. But it's not like... It's not horrible. I still think they can like farm towards some items that they would want, like this Blink that they just got on Noob. I think if Toby can squeeze in like a Blink Force later on the Bad Rider as well, maybe you can turn fights into like a bit of this chaoticness. You bring a guy into your team, so all of XG have to run in, then you get to roll in. Toby might be dying out here.
Oh, they're trying to bail him out. Blink. And he's going to get the Blink off, but he's dead. Nice
that was not the Blink he was looking for.
Not quite. Not quite. They had to use the Stampede to go for that kill, but in a game where it's like only 10-7 at 25 minutes in, they don't mind popping ults like that to try and chase down some support.
Sumail looking for the Parasma. Yeah, I think like maybe you need like Parasma, Shard, Shiva's Guard on the Storm. Like he's gonna have to dish out a lot of damage. They will turn this meta into a tier 1.
Yep. So if they can burst through Arme, and if they do, you know, having that second life, he's not really the most appealing target. It will just momentarily push them back with the use of that Rolling Thunder.
Bit awkward. I guess they will have to give up a bit of the map now as there's no Rolling Thunder available. Still 3 minutes on this Aegis for XG.
Tier 2000 about 1200 in on the Blink. And with that Shiva's Guard on Noob. And yeah, Sumail still making steps towards the Parasma. And Another rune. I mean, getting a lot of really good power runes this game on the Sand King. I feel like they've had much superior control as opposed to what Nigma Galaxy's been able to try and set up for Sumail. So many times we've seen nothing stay with these arcanes and these amplified damages.
Yeah,
see there, 6'2".
Yeah, it's a big difference. But when you constantly have this map control
Yep.
on XG, right, all your lanes are pushing. It's easier for you to go where you want. Ame closing in onto the Skadi as well.
I feel it's definitely getting a bit spooky for Nigma Galaxy.
It is.
Well, Ame is looking pretty terrifying, and the matchups are not bad for him this game.
They really are not. There's not like the most burst. The one-to-one man fight is in his favor too. It's the Stampede on the creep.
No, they'll get him. I mean, yeah, Toby can't get a break here. He shows on the map, they pop Stampede and they kill him.
Yeah, these gates are not that safe, even though Nigma are the ones that kind of control them when it comes to the vision. They have one on the top gate, they have one around the Lotus in the bottom lane. Skadi, oh my goodness.
So Mr. Man's going to try and jump in to try and help out, but yeah, nothing to be done there with the borrowed time getting popped. I mean, Ame, as I say, he on this Terrorblade, insanely farmed, not easy to deal with. Get on with the tier 2 push top. Nigma Galaxy, it just feels like quite some time since they were able to last make a play. Similar sort of story, if anything rougher, I would say, than game 1. They just didn't manage to get too much done. They got a couple of tier 1 towers taken away. They're now trying to play this sort of route where they farm up on a tier 2000 and Sumail. But ain't neither of these heroes keeping up with Ame's Terrorblade.
Nope, they're really not. And they've still got the Aegis for a little bit more. So they're just going to hit it with the meta. And it's up to Nigma how you answer this.
Back out onto the map here, Nigma Galaxy. Can they get any sort of catch here as XG back off? Tier 2000 heading in from the side. They'll be able to get the jump onto Ame. And that is the Aegis gone. They try and time this. Can they lock him down and kill him? They can. Huge kill to find. As Nigma Galaxy, they look to push on for more. FY's going to go for the TP out, but the whips there from Omar puts the stop to the TP out from the snap. Now they can turn back over towards XXS. I mean, Nothing Say jumped in
good save.
with the epicenter, but the borrowed time was available for tier 2000. Nothing Say has to go for the BKB TP out. He'll get out of there. But absolutely something there for Nigma Galaxy. As XG, they get a little bit sloppy with the way they wanted to back out from that one. And as you saw, you know, they just get the catch onto the Terrorblade. They catch him trying to TP out.
Yeah, they did not respect that there could be a ward from earlier. Omar had a ward, they saw them back out. At XG, they were already splitting. Just not ready for that. Enigma with a huge, huge play. Very needed. So if you look at Sumail, he's closing in on the Shivas as well. And I mean, they need that, right? Any gold injection and also taking Ame out of the game, which slows down his progression a bit. Absolutely huge.
Yeah, big slip up there from XG. Pretty much the first big one they've had today in this series. They've been pretty well coordinated otherwise. But they get caught out. Nigma Galaxy, they do not hesitate on pouncing and getting a chance to fight back into this game. Yeah, mate. Looking for the BKB next. So now might fall back to XG playing it safe whilst they get that BKB done. Maybe look to set things up for that next roast timer. As we did see though, even though they got jumped upon at the end of that Aegis, for the whole duration of the Aegis, they were certainly able to take away a lot of the map from Nigma Galaxy. So from Nigma's side of things, I've only got to imagine they're also going to be pretty set and prepared to contest the next roast. They can't afford that next stage just going to Ame again.
Oh yeah, they will definitely look for a fight. You've got the Shiva on Sumail. You're getting an AC on Noob, so you're getting some, bigger items to lower the damage output here from the XG side, which is of course great for them.
Oh, they get the catch on Nothing to Say.
That's a great catch.
They remember the jump. They've got him. Big moves from Nigma Galaxy. We needed to see this in game one from them if they wanted to stand a chance to sort of swing it back in their favor. They weren't able to pull it off there, but they're starting to pull it off here in game two. Some good aggressive plays now. Taking away that little bit of a lead that XG did have against them.
It also allowed Toby to place an aggressive ward. And, you know, Roche can start spawning soon. So these pickoffs around this timing, very, very important. Nigma have a ward on this. They see that this storm is happening.
It's a little too far for Sumail to make the zip.
Oh, someone is getting cancelled.
And who's he going to go for? He's going to go for the easier at the kills. Just grab FY. Does Nigma Galaxy have the creep wave coming up from the top lane? Can look to try for the tier 2.
Looks like
Roshan.
Okay.
It's going to be a longer response, so 2 minutes until Roche.
Yeah, which will allow Ami to get this BKB. I mean, he doesn't deal the most damage yet, right? You've got the Dragonlance, Skadi, BKB, so it's kind of like on his next item after that one that he can look for something aggressive. But currently Nigma, they have quite good wards. Like, they have this mid lane ward that's kind of deep. They've got this deep ward in the triangle as well. So for this next Roche fight, which it will spawn on the Radiant side, at least for 1 minute. So if those wards don't get taken down, could definitely help Nigma to make a nice play.
Oh, that's the XG. At least the three of them grouped up and ready. XXS, yeah, ready to check out when that Roche is back in. There's FY. Should have the Lotus for that extra save in that next fight. So there they are on the hunt for him almost. TS1000 stepping over just in case anyone was farming this area. FY was already out there. He'll head back over to group up with the rest of the team. XG ready for a fight here as they watch from the high ground. Noob, he's going to look to get him with the Rolling Thunder. Make the jump over to the backlines. They go in with the lasso as well onto FY. They want to try and lock down the snap fight. Sumail zips in. They kill off the snap. That's FY gone. But now in response, XXX is able to run down both Omar and Toby as the damage is pumped out from nothing to say. And TH2000, his borrowed time's about to come to an end. He'll go for the Blink TP onto the high ground. But the Burrow Strike's there. They'll catch him and kill him off. I mean, that whole play, it was sort of reminiscent of some of the mistakes they've been making earlier in the series, Kezu. They signed themselves up for that one, Nigma Galaxy, and it cost them heavily.
They had full vision of this fight too with the high ground ward. I'm not even that sure how it went so poorly. I guess the target selection, because the moment, you know, like, we'll see it here again. Because you see everything, so Noob goes in. I'm just stacking everything on the Snapfire.
They literally put 3 ults onto it. They put the Rolling Thunder, the Lasso, and the Wheel of Wonder all on FY. They wanted him dead. I mean, they got him.
They did.
It cost them huge. I mean, they lose 3 heroes, and they made that play at the time where it wasn't even a chance of like an earlier spawn, you know, it was a later spawn. So it's at that point, you know Roche is very likely to come up. So they took a bad fight, they lose the fight, and now they lose the chance for stopping Arme from getting another Aegis. He's got it.
Yeah, that hurts a lot, because you have all the info with this ward, but I do think they need to look for like more split fights where, you know, if you pop the roll, allow Storm to go with him, and then maybe Toby and TA2000, they look for someone else. Because, yeah, they need all the damage and all the spells they can get. Of course, XG, they will gladly take that one, you know, revealing Ame's BKB in that fight. Didn't even have to use it. Now you get this Aegis. They're definitely in the driver's seat again here.
Yeah, they are. And I think, you know, definitely from what we saw from the last time, at the end of the Aegis, sure, it didn't go great for them. But we did see, you know, they're not afraid of trying to approach the high ground. So we might see XG try and go for that high ground siege once again with this Aegis BKB on Terrorblade. And Nigma Galaxy, they've got to be ready to try and put a stop to that. It's not going to be easy as the game slips back in to this favor for XG.
And you definitely got to look for these Lotus Orbs as well. They only have one, I believe, for now, but can, of course, be quite crucial against the Bat Rider Lasso. Definitely don't want to get that reflected on yourself. They saw Toby on an Observer Ward here, and an Amplified Damage Rune in the bottom
Another
river.
one! They're going to get the opening as well with the burst strike into the Hoof Stomp. That's going to be Samael dead. He's dead for 80 seconds. And he does not have buyback there. Spent up on the gold. That's rough. And, dude, I tell you, nothing to say. It's not only the amount of power ins he's got. I mean, in that moment, he had an Arcane and an Amplified Damage. He must, I think he's had literally like 3 Arcane, like so many of these 2 runes. Like he is, and he's using them. You know, we're seeing it. He gets aggressive with these, and that is just a huge death. No Storm for a minute more at a point where, you know, XG on the other side, they're ready to start looking at the base push.
Yeah, it's a big one too, because if you, like, in order to stop them here, you have to use big spells, but then they just walk it off. You use your roll, they can just keep pushing after. So let's see how Nigma go about this. You have an Aghanim Scepter, I think, also flying out for XXS here, so an added save.
You know, XG's going to realize that, you know, there's no Storm buying back for this. Noob is going to try and slow down the push with the Rolling Thunder. They have to be careful, though, because nothing to say. He's got the Epicenter ready to go. So he can look to jump if he sees a chance. As XG can get back on with the Siege, take down the full set of racks on the bottom lane, and safely back away here.
Okay, at least there's no meta for about 80 seconds. But by that time, you can see Ame, he's going to have a full new item. Looks like it will be the Butterfly, which the Radiant draft, they don't deal with too well. Sure, you're getting a Bloodthorn, but he's going to have a Manta. There's a Lotus Orb. Nigma, though, they want to strike. They know meta is down.
Oh, I mean, it's risky. I mean, as you said, I guess you know, they just really favor the fact that that cooldown isn't there in mind on the Terra play, but this is still feels risky to do this.
Yeah, and actually, they have a good read on this. They're just staying together. They're not splitting.
And they have everything else. You know, every other ultimate is ready. And there's a Butterfly on the Terra play. So even if you catch Ame and he doesn't have the meta, like, he's probably going to be fine.
There's also a card on the Centaur. And this is why this hero is so strong in the late game. You can't really kill him. He has 4k HP. You go on someone else, he will just cart them up. Take them for a ride.
Let's try starting to push themselves here. Nigma Galaxy. At least force back XG. XG ready to smoke up themselves now that the Metamorphosis is back online. Just 30 seconds left with the Aegis. Obviously, last time round, we did see Nigma Galaxy make a good strike as that Aegis came to an end. Of course, you've only got to imagine that XG will be a little bit more careful with that timing in mind this time.
They're gonna force Nigma back here, though. You have the bottom lane pushing in, mid as well. I mean, let's see how aggressive XG wanna go here, because you have the card. I think you can go and hit this, because even if Nigma commit on you, XXS, he will save you.
Gonna try and get in onto tier 2000. In with the Hoof Stomp, the box will come out to try and save, and Toby goes for the last of. It's onto XXS, he's incredibly tanky. They're trying to burst through the Centaur, but he's able to get the BKB and the Stampede off XXS. He's out of there. Noob's trying to chase with the Rolling Thunder, but XXS is perfectly fine. Noob's got to back off. Has to turn, roll back to the safety at the base. The push is going to keep coming in, though, of course, from XG. The Metamorphosis out. Ame takes out the tier 3. Onto the barracks now here in the mid lane. They used a lot there to try and burst through the Centaur. They couldn't quite get him, Kezu.
It was so close, too. Well, Ame's still alive.
I mean, they're still trying to make a jump in. Toby, he's gone in on this, but he has no lasso. So there's nothing to do with that blink. He's gone. 50 seconds. Does have the buyback available, but yeah, they're not going to be able to get the chance to fight back at all, because XG, they just take the barracks and they back off. The progress continues for XG, and the struggles continue to build up for Nigma Galaxy.
Yep, that's just double racks. They're getting more and more stuff that they like. They were so close to getting XXS there. If they do get him, they will successfully defend their racks and everything, but he barely gets out. Cookie, Force Staff, Lotus Orbs, everything being thrown their way. I don't know if they had any more spells available to maybe chip him out while he was in the base, but it was a risky move, and I don't really blame them for it.
I've got the full Bloodthorn, so maybe if they can get the jump and fully lock down on a hero, but as you mentioned, just all those items in play. It's not easy to find that sort of circumstance right now in the game for Nigma Galaxy, even if Tier 2000 does get the initiation. It's going to be those saves.
Another Lotus Orb now. Coming out on XXS did sell the Dominator. You have a refresher on Noob, so you could use like the first roll to maybe kite out some BKBs or force the card and then go for the secondary roll after. And if you're Sumail, he might be calling that, okay guys, I need my 25 talent, I need my BKB plus shard here on the Storm to maybe punch through some of this tankiness. He will buy the shard already.
XG. Smoke ready to pop here on FY. Nigma Galaxy, let's see how they prepare for this. They're going to be aware that they're all off the map right now. As XG up to the high ground. Nigma Galaxy sort of walking over into this position. There's going to be the jump. XXS is able to get the catch onto the both of them. The two-man burrow strike to follow up. Smell, they'll zip it aggressively. Look over towards X-Nova. They'll get the last one and nothing to say. It doesn't matter, though. Nothing to say. Got the BKB off the pipes there as well. They can barely do any damage to him. They have to fall back, Nigma Galaxy. They will manage to retreat and don't lose anyone. So if anything, it's something, the fact that they don't lose any lives there.
Meta was used at least. So XG likely have to back off here as Nigma goes for a straight smoke. They want to go around.
XG, they can back off, just take the Tormentor. That's there for the takings. So they do have some time left on that Metamorphosis, so easily be able to kill this off. Smoke coming in from Nigma Galaxy, but pretty distant right now as they just hover around the mid lane. Timing on the road, it's going to be 2 minutes and we'll see that come back in. They're going to have to prepare for the high ground defense again, likely very shortly. Nigma Galaxy is XG. Ready to start pushing here on towards the top, and we'll have to wait, 40 seconds until the Metamorphosis is back up. And some MOUZ trying to keep that mid wave pushed in. XG, they're going to sweep across the map whilst Dame's getting the pressure on there. See if they hunt for Sumail. Sumail just playing around his vision here on the cliff.
He needs this BKB and the 25 talent. Getting like 1 or 2. Oh, this is a good steal. That gives him that. Let's see. We'll get closer to his BKB here. Needs to farm about 1 minute. So Sumail, he understands what he has to play for. Oh, he might even go for something bigger. Instead of the BKB, go for the Aghanims.
I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, me neither.
Going for the aggressive play.
Gotta go big or go home here.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, he's only died the 3 times in this game. You know, in a game where they've been behind quite a lot. So if anything, I think that says to me that he's not getting caught that much. So going for the aggressive build, I think he can definitely get away with it.
Yeah, and pulling them together, you know, maybe setting up the Wheel of Wonder or like a good roll. I mean, anything that they can get, they absolutely have to go for it.
Trying their best to hold on Nigma Galaxy. Still down 12k. A pretty rough spot. But they have managed to already make one kind of punch back today in this game. See if they can find it again. Some important moments around the Roshan will be there. It's up. I guess the question for Nigma is where they want to sort of make that stand. You know, are you doing it around the Roshan or are you doing it around the high ground? You know, but how much do you want to put it into trying to fight around Roche?
Yeah, probably around the Roche with hopefully a couple of buybacks around this outpost area. The only problem is like XG, They have double racks advantage. They've got TP Illus and inch creep, so they're gonna keep putting you on a bit of a timer with some pressure on this bottom lane. Shield rune for nothing to say. It's a pretty good one in the late game. It's gonna be the roar.
Yeah, XG. Yeah, they don't mind. They don't need to force it too aggressively. They can wait for further information on Nigma Galaxy's whereabouts. So Mel, he's got the money to finish the Aghanims if he wants to, but of course the idea of spending up the buyback might be a bit too much of a risk for him to take right now. Who's going to reveal themselves first here around the Roche pit? Neither team wanting to stray too far away from it. Zame, very close to 25.
They did ping him earlier. I mean, it's hard for Nigma to leave this area. They also placed 2 wards, one on the high ground and one here closer to the Roche area. So obviously this is where they would prefer to take this next upcoming fight.
Another roar here. Nigma Galaxy aware though that XG aren't remaining in the pit to push for this. XG's now going to look for that smoke wraparound. They know that Nigma's having to stay on this high ground.
They're likely going to go through mid on the right side. They will break.
One is the jump. They're going to look towards tier 2000 first. The box will come out to buy him some
It's a good roll.
safety. Newton with the rolling thunder on the back lines. They're looking to focus in on the walls. Nothing to say, but nothing stays fine. He gets the BKB off. Noob trying to continue to chase down with the rolling thunder. He's got to bail out now. I'll put the refresher as well to make sure he's going to have a chance to continue to run. XXS will still find the Who Stomp. The roll-up's there. Noob will survive there off the back of that refresher. Neither team having any casualties. XG. Now to look to move back into the pit.
They double TP'd bottom to try and catch Noob. So XXS is not here in the fight currently. But there's no
to make some
rolls.
sort of YOLO play.
Maybe Sumel can come in clutch.
I'm up. Dropping in the Wheel of Wonder. They can wait it out for now. Xnova trying to draw their attention away from the Roche. Roshan very, very low. Smell trying to lead in onto Xnova, but he doesn't have the damage to kill him, and now he's going to get caught out with the Burrow Strike. The box will come into play to try and save him. The kisses raining down on towards Smell. Smell will survive. Into the pit they go, but they get the kill. Somebody pick up the Aegis. It's on the floor. They'll get
It's
the
still
chance
there.
to take the no! Oh my goodness, Name. He took a long time to pick that up, but he does manage to pick it up before Noob got in there. Noob, he'll get out of the pit. They'll try and chase him down, and they... Okay, neutral stun coming into play, helping Noob out a little bit, but he's got no further way to escape. Noob's dead.
Ooh, that looked a little bit crazy also.
That Aegis was on the floor for quite some time. I mean, it kind of worked in the sense that it sort of baited Noob to going into the pit, because he's kind of like, hang on, there's an Aegis still on the floor. Arme, though, able to pick it up just sort of as the moment as Noob tried to go for the steal. Now, XG, of course, very much coming out on top of that. It's had to be 2 buybacks coming in from Nigma Galaxy so far. Both Toby and Noob having a buyback for this one. A third one from TA 2000. As XG, they're ready to start approaching the high ground. The Metamorph is back up. He's ready to go here, Arme. The male. Trying to slow down the push.
Toby, did you?
Arme. But the Rolling Thunder are coming in as well. Arme heavily buffed up, though. They're barely doing any damage to him as the Terror Blade. Arme still standing strong. They'll get him down to half HP, but XXS is ready to pick him up, keep him safe. Toby's going to come in with the lasso, just pretty much immediately dies. He'll be saved for now by the box. He's actually going to keep him alive. No. If this comes to an end, the Burrow Strike's in here from Nothing Sound of the Tomb. It's a good Wheel of Wonder onto the 4th, and they're bursting up 11, but he gets the Thunder off. Back up to full HP, and that's a die back on Noob. He's out for 2 minutes. XG on with the push. They'll take away this top set of barracks. Nigma Galaxy, they've only got the 3 of them left to try and hold. against Xtreme, and Xtreme, they've got so many more tools to push on with. They still have this Aegis on Arme. Samel's tried to get in. The save will come out through with the box, but as soon as it comes to end, they've got him with the stuns. He'll try and zip away, but he ends up popping to the poison at the caustic of nothing to say. This game over, this series is finished 2-0. XG will be moving on.
Yeah, XG in both of these games, I think they're just playing better. You know, like on average, they made less mistakes. I feel like they have a clear plan and they know how to execute it. Maybe, you know, not the prime form that everyone is looking for from them, whereas Nigma, yeah, this series has got to hurt. They did find a lot of good plays, but when it comes to this mid game and the team fighting, I feel like they fall short too many times.
Yeah, a lot of sort of, I feel like a lot of moments that they should be able to go back and look upon as a team, and you know, very clearly identify where sort of mistakes were made, right, and what they need to be doing different, because there was multiple moments where they just tried for moves that it felt like just had a very low chance of going in their way.
Yeah, like even around this time, or like 1 minute before this replay we're watching now, you have this refresher on Pango, and then like you take like some you half-ass a fight, and then in order to get out, you use this refresher, which now means in this fight we're watching where they get the Aegis, you don't have a single roll available. It's like when you have the tools to do something as strongly as possible, I feel like this is where they're not going like this extra step to really try and execute. Whereas XG, they keep good positioning, they have the proper items, they know how to take the team fights. Whereas Nigma, yeah, I mean, they did make some roster changes, right? They have to still work on the team and like understanding of, okay, how do my teammates want to play? How do I enable them? How do we make each other feel good? Because in these games, it's not the performance that they would like to show us here.
No, not at all. We saw yesterday, Nigma Galaxy, it felt like, all right, they can do it. They can really pull everything together. But today, a very tough series for them against Xtreme. And as you say, Xtreme just looking a step ahead in both of these games. Arme having a fantastic series on the carry. Both times coming in with something that's a little different. We don't see a huge amount of Alcantara play, but Arme, he doesn't really care what the meta is, right? He's like, you know what? I want to play what I want to play. Sometimes it doesn't work out too hot for them, but here today, it certainly did. The first game, perfect situation for his out, and the second one, a perfect setup for him to perform on the Terrorblade.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's like both him, and I think also, Zhao 8 is going to tell you this is good for the draft. I think you're likely going for it because, well, it is true. And in both these games, you could tell from, building up from the start. Their mid-game, it's building, the team fighting, the pipe timing, they're going to be stronger. So Nigma, they just needed like a little bit more before those timings like kind of came out for XG.
Yeah, no, a rough end sort of there to the run for Nigma Galaxy, but I'm sure we'll see them come back stronger. XG, though, definitely showing their strengths here. And I think, to be expected from them as a team, in particular, pointing out XXS this game on his Centaur. This hero, it's been pretty hot. And you can certainly see why when it's in the hands of a player like XXS.
Yeah, like this is so strong. Like you just get the Centaur and everything. It's crazy.
What? What? I've just heard from production.
6 rapiers in the game.
6 rapiers. So we're done. This is it. Go over to the mainstream. There's 6 to 5 rapiers over there.
I'm going right now.
We don't need to go for anything. I think we're done for the day. Goodbye. I got to go watch this stream. Go and watch the other stream. We love you. We'll see you around. Go and watch it.
Trece bănie